And
Did you do it?
We might be live. I don't know. Let's go find out.
Might be. Okay, well.
You see, I am the host of this stream. Therefore, we don't know. You know, it doesn't say it's live yet. But in case it is live, I'm just going to keep talking. Oh, it says it's live now. Perfect. You know, I do wish our joke conversation, and I'm going to call it a joke conversation, was live because it was pretty funny, not going to lie. The character discussion, the host that we were doing, it was enjoyable. It was good. But alas.
And I'm confirming we're live and it looks good and everything
it says
sounds
it's
good.
Live. I don't know. Cool. I can see my screen, which is going to be, oh yeah. Crap, remember what happened the last time I streamed? How do I...
You should just make it the thumbnail.
Wait, hold on.
Sort of sucks for like the visuals, but it's fine.
Well, I can go back and
better than the last stream.
Image,
So it's the once in a million chance where Kamui's actually the one live instead of Oodie. So Oodie's gonna sound worse. But it's okay, this is just how I'm gonna sound for the rest of the stream. This is how it's probably gonna look for the rest of the stream, and hopefully it all is good.
Now I'm just gonna make this bigger, and then I think that's all I need to do. Come on. You guys get to watch.
Chad, hopefully you can let Kamui know if it looks good. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna walk too far today. Well, I am. I'm just gonna be walking back and forth. In case it starts raining, I don't want to be like 3 miles away by the time it starts. I want to be able to actually run back.
Okay. I think it's working. I'm watching it delayed as I move it around. Okay, this will suffice. That way I can disable it and undo it, so I can like hide it and then see my screen. It sounds like I remember to do.
Sure.
All the more funny to have this be the background with the mellow thumbnail. See if he notices. This is for peak fiction, by the way. So technically, I do to some degree own this thumbnail, even though I didn't do it.
Well, that's more than I can say about all the thumbnails I yoink.
Anyway, Arashi Kage, what is up? Would you like to tell us how
recap,
Oodie is wrong today before he says anything? Of which I don't know what he will say, but would you like to explain how he will be wrong in the future? Feel free to do so.
Oh, well, that's interesting, Kamui, because I was actually going to concede on every debate ever. Actually, you're right on all of them. So, Arashi Kage, please tell me how wrong I am. Go ahead, like Kamui said.
Well, the problem is you are planning on revoking that later on, and that's the part you're wrong about. So so far, you have been completely honest and true and accurate, but it's later on that we're expecting a lot of inaccuracies.
It's that time of the lifetime.
Yeah, it is that lifetime.
So before stream, we're talking about Naruto's promise of a lifetime and how it only applies for that time of life. Like, it's the promise of a lifetime, not the lifetime.
Exactly.
Doesn't apply for later on. That's a different time of life.
Exactly. And there's also so many, even if you want to ignore that perspective, think about how many lifetimes are just present on Earth at the moment when Naruto said that.
Exactly.
You know, maybe there's not 7 billion, but like, let's just say there's 100,000. Like, 1 out of 100,000 is a pretty small proportion. Like, Naruto really didn't mean much with that promise. He didn't say it's the promise of all lifetimes. If he had said that, that would
he never he never said it was the promise of Naruto's lifetime. He could have meant it was the promise of Donzo's life. Exactly. He's swearing on Donzo. What does that mean to him?
Exactly. And he didn't have that much lifetime. He could have meant freaking Sakon and Yukon, who were about to die in like 2 hours.
Oh my god. But yeah, so shout out the character development discussion we had before the pod. It was very fun.
That none of you heard. But
well, we could recap it if you want, or we could just move on to the second intro topic. We're going to be on intro topics for like 30 minutes, by the way. There's several of them.
It's going to be hard to like honestly like repeat it in a way that doesn't just sound like a bad summary.
Okay, we'll move on then. We'll move on.
Because we can say what we said and it just won't have the same effect.
Well, hey, that's all the incentive in the world to join the Discord, and then you won't miss all the unlive conversations. There you go. Ignore the fact that it wasn't in the stage. Well, if you're on the Discord, maybe next time it won't be.
Exactly. No, speaking of that, let me go ahead and figure out how to copy the link to the Discord.
Great promo. You made the link that should be in the description already anyways.
Let me check.
Well, that's automatically applied to every single thing we ever do. Yeah.
Join that link.
Oh my god.
Okay. So what did
so
you
moving
start?
on. So next, let's see. I covered walking. I covered that.
Also, King of Chaos is watching. At least he was.
King of Chaos, yo. Yeah, I was talking to him in DMs the other day. Because he made a video of like why Kawaki's like a villain of Two Blue Vortex, which is hilarious considering I made that video of why Kawaki's the hero of Two Blue Vortex. Yeah. And so going through his video, it was like protagonist, antagonist, he was like diametrically opposed. Like the exact opposite position as me on like every single thing, and he hadn't even seen my video. Like it was just like coincidence of like he's using the same examples, but like the exact opposite interpretation. It was freaking hilarious.
I kind of want to. I didn't actually watch. So the video you posted, I thought it was from the channel. So was that just a clip of something you said on one of the streams, or was that like something you did separately? Because I just assumed it was. No,
that was a clip from one of the streams.
Okay, yeah, I was
like, I'm pretty sure.
So I don't remember exactly what was said, but I'm like, I know I've heard whatever you said.
Oh, you weren't there. It was from a Mr. Spiraling stream. You weren't even there. So that's why I was sending it to you so you could hear it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I didn't realize that the whole time.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
by the way, King of Chaos, if you're listening, feel free to join if you can.
Because I just assumed I had heard everything on there.
That's so funny.
Okay, I don't know if there's comments, but if there are, can you read them? And it's basically like a bathroom break. I'm just going to get ready, I guess.
Okay, hello, walkie talkers. Hello, what we talking about? When will the chapter 10 swallows go? Yo, official sneak peek coming today. Do you have confirmation of that, Invincible? Or are you just saying that? Because I would have expected it to come on the 15th. I will say, if it comes today, then whatever I had planned for my chapter predictions might change, because that will just tell us part of the chapter. I guess I could do chapter prediction stream based on the spoiler instead of just arbitrary guessing like I was originally planning on doing, but that's besides the point. But I guess with that in mind, we can probably switch gears and start talking about chapter 10. So what are your guys' predictions for chapter? Actually, wait for. Yeah, whatever. Type in chat. Whatever you're freaking predicting for chapter 10 of Boruto. Type in chat and tell us what you think. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep playing Bloons, although you can't see what I'm doing. I feel like I'm also not walking. This is I'll ask Oodie about this. Actually, he probably can't relate because he doesn't do the indoor walking thing anyway. But at least for me, when I walk inside, it's like I'm a quote unquote walking, but I'm walking slower and I'm turning around every like 10 steps. I just am not walking the same. It's when you walk outside, it's just so much easier to get more walking done in the same amount of time. I'm like, I can walk outside for an hour, walk like 4 miles or whatever the hell. And inside walking for an hour, bro, I'm lucky to get like 1. I feel like I'll walk at quarter speed. Chapter 10, bunch of yapping. Oh, absolutely, Darashi Kage. As I'll ask you, what % of that yapping will just be recap, in your opinion? I never got into Bloons. Actually, this is random, but that reminded me of something I was going to tell Oodie. So I feel like I've missed a bunch of lore and references. Well, it's not too late to get into Bloons. I used to play it a ton as a kid, was my thing here. My brother and I played it so much. Like I said, Like it was at the point where we're in BTD 5 where we're just like round 200. There's just every single time we freaking getting everything. Yo, Walkie-Talkie Podcast. Do you want to be do you want to collab? Yeah, you can be a guest on the WalkyTalkie Podcast. You might want to use the WalkyTalkie streaming channel to do it, which you still. I actually. As a side note, guys, let me show you a little something here. The WalkyTalkie streaming channel. You see this channel right here. You guys should all subscribe to it. It's very important that you subscribe to it. All 9 of you watching, if you're not already subscribed, because we need 50 subscribers to actually use it. So it's pretty much useless at the moment. So go ahead and subscribe to that so that we can actually make use of it in the future. Oh boy, Cameled. Ah! 3 of them got away. Well, that's too bad. I should still be alive. Yeah, okay. I guess I just freaking upgrade this wizard monkey already instead of the stupid banana farm. Oodie, how long does it take you to go to the bathroom these days? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, at least Camelet's not a problem anymore. Wait a minute, Oodie. Just realized I forgot we can do this. You logged into the WalkyTalkie podcast while I'm streaming of the WalkyTalkie podcast. That's pretty funny. I wonder
All right.
when I'm gonna run into problems with these Moabs.
Hopefully that sounds.
Oh, you're back, but you seem quiet.
Oh, well. Yeah, I guess that answer is if I hopefully sound good.
Well, quietly good.
Am I quiet? Am I not good on your end?
Significantly quieter than you were before.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, that's because I was walking before.
But I had you at 100%. So
I mean, can you leave and rejoin?
20%, and you're still not that loud.
What about
it? Wait. All right, talk.
Yep, and this is what I sound like when I talk. How loud am I? Am I good?
Keep talking.
Oh my god, how much more talking do you need me to do? Like, I've been talking so much today, Kamui. This is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe you would make me do this to talk. Like, of all people, can I be louder?
Well, can you?
Well, who do you think you're talking to?
Well, can you?
Here, let me just exit out of the Discord and rejoin and see that.
Oh, that's cool. A little glitch here. So I can adjust his volume even while he's not here. That's crazy. Like, I'm still adjusting his volume slider, and he's not even... Oh, now he's back.
You can adjust my volume slider. I'm not even here. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's because I was still in there. Yeah, you sound the same volume, so I guess I'm just going to put you at 200%. Hopefully you don't randomly get loud.
I guess so. Yeah, it should be good. I mean, should be normal. Like, I could get like an inch closer to my microphone, but then I'd be literally inside it. So.
Well, I can hear you at the very least.
All right, take it.
All right, so back to Darashi. Okay, Millennium Kage and Darashi Kage have some pretty similar chapter predictions. Darashi Kage, chapter 10, bunch of yapping. Millennium Kage, 5 pages of max yap recap. So I want to know what percentage of the yapping of this chapter will be recap, and similarly, what percentage of the chapter itself will be recap. Because we already know there's bare minimum 1 recap thing per chapter. Like that's the low end. That's like really being generous. So at least
that's
one
way
recap.
Too generous. Like I was saying low end is 5, but maybe that's just me.
5 pages or references? Like recap references or pages?
Oh, you're talking about pages. Okay, well, I was talking about in general. So yeah, references, I guess.
Yeah, so that seems pretty fair to me. So what percent of the dialogue of the chapter do you think will be recap?
Oh, well, because some pages don't even have dialogue, like if it's an action-heavy chapter especially.
Ooh.
So I'd say
you can't count those pages,
somewhere
right?
between 60 to 80%
Yeah.
of recap. Somewhere around normal
so
is my guess.
And we're not even like exaggerating. That's the tragedy.
50 Sarada and Sumire have to be filled in on the situation. Oh my god. And then Sarada has to refill Sumire in just in case she forgot. And then Sumire has to confirm that she remembers it to Sarada and make sure she's on the same page.
So, like I said, they're going to tell Shikamaru through Ino's jutsu, who already knows. So first, like Inojin or one of them will tell Sarada and Sumire when they show up. And then they're going to tell Shikamaru, that Jiraiya was after Naruto, and he was using the Nine-Tails to sense him, but then he found Himawari, who somehow has the Nine-Tails. So they make sure they know all three parts. And then Shikamaru is going to tell Ada to see if she already knew about that. They both already know.
They're going to confront Hidari, then they're going to say it a fourth time, and then Hidari's going to be like, no, we changed the plan. Then they're going to recap the new plan of going after Ino Shikacho second time. And then Sarada and Sumire are going to tell that recap to Shikamaru to catch him up.
Because with Boruto, you can never recap too much. We just got to make sure everyone knows what's going on, you see.
Kamui, the same way that we're gonna, I guess I'm gonna do a Naruto, but it's only the flashbacks. We should do a Boruto, but only told through recap, and see how understandable it is compared to normal. We need a guinea pig who's never seen Two Blue Vortex.
Oh shoot! I just totally. Oh crap! Okay, hold on. Let me quit out. No shoot! Wrong button. Quit. Okay. I was totally gonna die that round. I should not have spent all that money on those banana farms that round. I didn't know there was gonna be a fortified Moab.
That's hilarious. Bro, we cannot be talking more balloons. Like you said, we talked freaking 2 hours of balloons already.
All right, anyway, yeah, recap. What was I saying?
Millennium Kage says, Shadow Millennium Kage,
Boruto, but it's only recaps would actually be freaking hilarious, though.
Millennium Kage says, final calculations, 5 to 15% recap, taking in consideration Shikamaru, Sarada, and Sumire. Maybe add on 5% for Boruto recap. Grand total of 20% Yap recap.
So, who do you think will do the most recapping? Like, which character will do the most recapping? Same with Hima on her brothers. Yeah, they could talk about the brothers. Shikamaru, Sarada, and Sumire, maybe add on 5% for Boruto recap. 20%, yeah, recap. So, which character do you think will do the most recapping in this chapter? So, which character will say the words of things that we already know the most in this chapter?
Actually, I just thought about something. Wasn't it 2 chapters ago we got Ada about to explain the situation to Shikamaru about the Shinjuu? But then last chapter, we got Shikamaru talking to other people that aren't Ada. So did that happen off screen?
Bro, all Ada said was like some bare bones and minimum bullshit. Like she hardly said anything like useful.
Bro, she has to say more than that. It's disrespectful to contact Shikamaru just to say that.
Here, let me show everyone what Ada said in a second. So this is chapter 7 or 8? 8, right?
I'm gonna check chapter 9, see if there's anything there.
Okay. So let me show you guys Ada's urgent information. I saw
something that she's seen before, by the way.
Yeah. I saw them a little while earlier. I apologize for not reporting it sooner. They're 10-tails. I don't know how, but they're self-aware. So it goes without saying that they're enemies of Konoha. There you go. They're 10-tails.
It goes without saying, yet she contacted Shikamaru to say it in the middle of a crisis.
Yeah, just to make sure Shikamaru knows that they're enemies of Konoha and that they're Tentos.
Yeah.
That's it.
After he's been reported on that Jura's killed like 10 of them. By the way. Oh, you know what? I guess it's fair because this is Shikadeer we're talking about. He probably didn't get the gist.
Shikadeer was confused. He's like, are the kilograms strong? I'm not sure. Ada, let me know. Do you think they'll be strong?
Wait, they killed Konoha citizens, but they didn't kill Konoha. Are they enemies of Konoha?
Yeah. Damn, bro.
Are they just
really
enemy of the citizens?
Wait, let's shoot. I'm an idiot. I forgot the quote out before I did that. Whatever. Restart.
Bro, I don't know how many times I've looked at Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 8 just to accidentally pull up Boruto Naruto Next Generations Chapter 8.
That would have been like versus Momoshiki.
Freaking Momoshiki in that stupid god tree. Yeah.
No, the thing that's hard though is when this would be another fun topic to talk about with Daigon, I think, because he doesn't like Jura on them at all. Now, I will admit, I like Jura's personality, but it would be interesting to see, because obviously it's like I'm used to the plot line that they have going on now. And so for me, it's very easy, in my opinion, I find it very easy to take the general idea of the plot as is and make it almost like so on either take the story and then modify the plot slightly, kind of like rewrite, or to but this other one's gonna be rewrite too, to take the general idea of the plot and then modify it to tell a better story. That's like the time skip example. But in terms of something like completely out of the realm different, like introduce this brand new character or don't introduce the brand new character, I don't know off the top of my head what I would have done instead of Jura, like in the Divine Trees. Like, it's just so drastically different that I'm like, I don't know. Like,
bro, looking at Ada's dialogue, it's so funny because she starts with, I don't know how, but they're self-aware. So what she's saying things to Shikamaru, but like she herself doesn't even know how. It almost feels completely pointless.
Yeah, actually. But I was gonna say, let me see what she told Kawaki. Because I almost thought she does know how, and I think about it. Okay, yeah. She says, okay, I don't know how or why they got that way, but they are evolving into a completely different being than they normally would. So I guess she does.
Or if you have the Senrigan, go check. What do you mean you don't know how or why?
Well, this is what I was about to say. So I guess she just didn't listen to Boruto talking to Sarada and Sumire in that same chapter then. Because Boruto gives his theory, at least, for why. I mean, he does say, I don't know exactly how or why, but here's what I think. I guess Ada did not listen to that, evidently. But that doesn't make sense. She was watching Boruto moments before. Oh, I guess Kawaki hadn't. No, I guess maybe she wasn't watching Boruto for Mitsuki.
You mean after?
That was after, yeah. After
yeah, Mitsuki. She did say. I know you're gonna hate this, but she did say that she doesn't like watching our Senrigan because it's usually boring. But obviously, this moment isn't boring. So.
At every moment possible.
I know.
Like, honestly, what she told Code does not correspond to what she's done for the remainder of the series. Like, at every chance she gets, it seems like Ada's using her Senrigan. In every scene that Ada is not a major part of, she is using her Senrigan to watch that major scene. I guess she just finds these things really interesting. That's it. Ada was watching Boruto versus Mitsuki, so I feel like she would have been watching like this stuff too.
I don't know. I mean, it's a theory anyway, so maybe like she still doesn't know how, even if she heard Boruto's theory, because it's just a theory.
I mean, she could have just said, "I don't know how, but this is what Boruto thinks."
She could have, but she didn't. That doesn't mean she didn't watch it. Oh,
no, that's what I'm saying. I feel like she should have watched it.
And Add Denki. He's gonna cook Jura. I want to see Denki versus Jura. That'll be good. Well, of course, our exposition Eye Queen Ada. Dude, I love that title. Exposition Eye Queen. Of course, our exposition Eye Queen Ada will be doing the yap, or Ino Shikacho yapping to Shikamaru with panels focusing on them sweating, padding it out even more. Bro, we're gonna get both. Like, we're gonna get like all four: Kawaki, Boruto, Sumire, and Sarada, and then Ino Shikacho, all four of them recapping the new Jura situation of them going after
I
Ino
definitely
Shikacho.
think Ino Shikacho is a top contender for the most recap. By talking about it amongst themselves and then telling Shikamaru about it. So I can see them being and then also potentially telling Sarada and Sumire about it, assuming they actually catch up this chapter. But they are stuck in slow motion running, so there's no guarantee of that.
I hate that this has become our conversation of the chapter predictions. The recap needs to be in there. That's like 90% of the conversation in general. Like, it doesn't matter what happens, it's going to be recap. That's included, no matter what prediction we have.
The saddest part is, of all the predictions we could make, these have the most, I guess, evidence behind them.
It's the most accurate. Yeah. It's the most likely.
Like the most likely thing we could predict to be true is probably what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, what we need to do is we don't need to do chapter predictions. What we need to do from now on is chapter hopes.
Recap predictions.
That's what it really is.
Well, I wanted that to be a separate segment. I wanted to talk about things we would like to see in the chapter, but then separately some of the stuff we're more so expecting that may or may not be the same. I figured that would be another thing we should do. So I feel like beyond the recap thing, we should give actual chapter predictions besides the recap one, even though that is like the chapter prediction of predictions. So I guess let's just go through one thing at a time.
Did you want to do that?
Okay. Well, starting. Okay, I guess. Would you rather start with hopes and then work backwards into the expectations that are not as good as our hopes, or start with expectations and then hopes?
Let's do expectations first, just to get it out of the way and end on a high note.
Okay. So I guess we can do like okay, let's start with in terms of Kurama. Anything and everything with Kurama himself. Like, what are you expecting? I expect at the very least actually, this is funny. This coincides with the recap. I actually do sort of expect you could call it a recap page where we're going to see basically Kurama say, "You know who I am, right?" And Himawari says, "You're the Night Tails, correct?" Like, again, I almost want to say it'll be like the Ada one for chapter 7 when or 8 or whatever chapter it is, when Ada's like, "Oh my god, that's too cool," and it's like Boruto saying, "I am your son." I almost want to say that, but I don't think Ada will be able to see Kurama. So maybe that won't be the way, but I almost expect, even if it's not even necessarily the exact same art and everything, just a different version of that final page. I almost expect that.
What I'm thinking, what I expect is they're going to do the theme of Boruto where you are your own person, and it's going to be like a clone, basically, of Kurama. Not a clone, necessarily, but it's going to be like Kashin Koji, to where it isn't Jiraiya, or like any other freaking example with the Shinjuu, even, to where they, like, Hidari isn't Sasuke, etc., etc. Yeah. So I think this is going to be a new Kurama, but new personality aside, I think it could have at least some of the memories, but like it's not going to care about those memories in the same way. And I don't think it's going to have all the memories. Like, it's not going to be the same Kurama we know. Even if it has like fractured memories, it's going to be a new Kurama.
So regardless of what you think it will happen, do you think we'll get that information in this chapter? Because to me, it's definitely a hope, and I should expect it. It's just almost don't expect it, but I would like to think it's clear. I am a little bit scared, though, that they're going to do the thing that they do with they don't always do this, but a lot of times they do this thing where Do you think so? Okay, the best example, Amato, whether he's immune to omnipotence or not. It's one of those things to where it's just, we still don't know for sure. We have reason to argue for either side, but it's like, what, how many chapters since omnipotence was cast? 11 chapters. We still don't know. And I almost wonder if it's going to be one of those things with Kurama here where we still don't know if it's the same Kurama or not, because I almost feel like they might leave it really vague, and so we just don't know for a while. But I would like to think it's just clear, like, immediately.
Well, my expectations are actually really back and forth on that, because on one hand, I do expect Kurama to have, like, at best fractured memories. I do think Kurama, like, I could just see it now. Kurama is asking questions of Himawari because Kurama himself is confused as well. Even though he comes across as not confused at, like, the cliffhanger of last chapter because he knows, like, the 10 tells and, like, all this other stuff. It just seems like he wouldn't have more information than the audience has necessarily. Like, he might have a little bit of new, but, like, whatever information he divulges is, like, the extent of his information, and it's not going to be a lot.
So that's what you're
He's just going to know about them. Yeah. But on the other hand, we know that Kurama is, like, Kishimoto's favorite character. And the fact, like, the Minato manga, he's like, forgive me, but, like, I'm adding Kurama into, like, the top 20 characters. And then, like, the Minato manga was, like, about Kurama more than anyone. So, like, I feel like it could also just be the Kurama that we know just because Kishimoto just wants it to be. Which is, in my opinion, why Kurama was brought back in the first place. Like, I think he needed a consequence of Baryon mode, regardless of killing Naruto or not. He needed a consequence, and that consequence he decided would be best for Kurama to be
there. He needed Naruto to lose Kurama, but he didn't want Kurama to actually die, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, so I feel like he's bringing Kurama back, almost like as a, I don't want to say selfish thing, because that seems like a bad word, but like in this case it's selfish, but like not the bad idea of selfish, if that makes sense.
So
like he wanted to do it for himself just because he liked Kurama.
So almost derailing a little bit. This gets into something I almost felt for a while, but I've actually said this before, but I'm curious what you think here. So, given that Sasuke, seemingly anyway, only lost his Rinnegan, technically he lost the Sharingan Eye as well. But as far as we've been told, he allegedly didn't lose any Sharingan power, Susanoo power or anything as a result of that. It's only implied he lost his Rinnegan power, which is his 6 paths upgrade. Would you have just preferred then that whatever Baryon mode was going to be, Kurama simply made Naruto lose his tail beast power, his 6 path stage, all the 6 paths things, but he kept Kurama. Just as Sasuke keeps his Sharingan that he's had since he was born, Naruto keeps Kurama, like he's had all series since he was born, but they both lose their inadvertent Hagoromo 6 path amps. Obviously, you could say, oh, it's not the Hagoromo part, it's what Obito and Kabuto did. You get the point. The point is, if they only lost their 6 path things. So in Naruto's case, Baryon mode, I'm just going to make up the example. Kurama fuses all of the other 8 tail beast chakras to do the same thing, but instead of his and Naruto, it's the other tail beast. So he just loses his 6 paths. Like, hey, do this. Obviously, you lose the whole do this and it's over thing, but it's like, do this and you lose the 6 path shit. Would you just prefer that so Kurama just doesn't die? You get the idea anyway.
So the idea, I'm going to say the idea that other people echo first before I give my own thoughts. The idea that people say is that like Naruto and Sasuke stay around equal power. When one gets a power up, the other one gets a power up. And then same with like abilities. When one gets a new ability, the other one gets an ability. Like, which Sasuke gets Chidori, so Naruto got Rasengan, etc., etc. Sasuke got, like, the Rinnegan, so Naruto got 6 paths powers, etc., etc. I don't think Kurama acts as the other half or the counter to the Sharingan. In my opinion, that's more so the Shadow clones, and Naruto obviously would still have that. I think because of his chakra pool, he'd be able to spam that either way. So I think it's fine for him to have because again, like this is like this conversation usually brought up with the nerfs as well. Well, they nerfed Naruto, so they had to nerf Sasuke since they have to like narratively say each other's power or whatever. They already did that, so I think it'd be fine for Naruto to not have Kurama personally. But yeah, he still has Sage Mode and all sorts of other stuff. Plus, like, it wouldn't make sense to me in terms of, like, the universe, but yeah.
Well, my question was more so based on the fact that, not that necessarily, I think Kurama is clearly, well, I mean, for example, KCM2 Naruto, I just think could be, even without the Biju Sage Mode upgrade, I think he could just be EMS Sasuke at the same time of the work. So I think Kurama, that's also half of Kurama, I mean the whole Kurama. I think Kurama himself is a better upgrade for Naruto than the Sharingan is for Sasuke. But the point is, it's something they've always had since birth, and to a large extent, they both upgraded. Like Naruto got, even like in the Valley of the End, obviously in that case, there's the curse mark also played a similar role. But like when Naruto started using Kurama's chakra for the first time against Sasuke, Sasuke gets a Sharingan awakening, so they're going back and forth. Then Naruto just does more Kurama while Sasuke does the curse mark. So there are other aspects too, but my point though is that the Rinnegan and the Six Pass Sage Mode were like clearly like the two Six Pass upgrades. So I was just saying, like, would you have preferred that Naruto only loses, especially given that Kurama's going to come back anyway? Do you think you would have preferred that Naruto only lost Six Pass Sage Mode basically and the other tail beasts to counteract Sasuke's Rinnegan? Or do you prefer Naruto losing Kurama specifically to counteract the Rinnegan? Knowing that Kurama's coming back
things I can say here, and not as a meme, but taking this from my screenwriter's perspective, from an actuality, no, I think it's completely fine the way they have it, because Naruto chose to do the sacrifice with Kurama, whereas with Sasuke, he didn't choose to have his Rinnegan stabbed out. That wasn't a choice. That was just a thing that happened to him. He wouldn't have wanted that to happen. Naruto didn't want to sacrifice himself necessarily, but like it was a choice he made, and he needs to face a consequence for that. Sasuke, he's already facing his consequence, just losing the power or whatever, but like he still has the Sharingan. That's fine. There needs to be an impact, a lasting impact with the choice Naruto made with that sacrifice, and there has to be a tragic element there. In fact, what you're saying, we've already got that what if.
The problem with
but Naruto's already said that he feels like he lost a part of him. Like Kurama was a brother, and he doesn't have that now. He feels empty. And I hate to say that he should stay feeling empty, but the fact that we've already got that, it's already too late. They've already done that. So to say that you don't want that is actually a good thing for the story, because stories are supposed to make you feel. It's like coming up with what if scenarios like this show you that what they did in the story made you care.
Well, that's
so I think it's a good thing. I think they should keep it like this.
Because I was going to say, with the thing that makes them just lose the other 8 tail beasts in 6 x H mode, effectively, it is in fact, Naruto doesn't seem to have 6 x Sage Mode, but between 6 x Sage Mode and just Kurama, 6 x Sage Mode would actually be a bigger consequence because it's literally stronger. No offense to Kurama, but it doesn't have the emotional care behind it, and that's the problem. Is Naruto losing Kurama just is more tragic. It's beyond just the power. It's also the person that he's losing.
Plus, if they want to go with the like passing things down to the next generation, they need Himawari to have the power, and they can't give it to Naruto. But then also, like we were talking about in a previous stream, psychologically, like it would be out of Naruto's character to want Kurama back from Himawari. He would choose to allow Himawari to keep Kurama instead of himself, just based on like his character. So
yeah.
And again, like that would keep that tragic element as well, because Kurama's still there, but like he's not with Kurama. It's almost like the same thing with Kashin Koji. Like Jiraiya's there, but that's not Jiraiya. So even if we get a reunion between Naruto and Kashin Koji, it will never be the same again. That lasting impact will always be there.
Exactly. They're not the same people. It just feels similar. No, actually, this is kind of random, but I guarantee someone said this before. People have said this, but not in this context. But everyone likes to joke that Sasuke's Rinnegan's back because Hidari has a Rinnegan. I think it's hilarious to see someone. I'm sure someone's gonna do the comparison that Kurama's return is like the same as Sasuke's Rinnegan's return through Hidari. Well, they both came back around the same time.
Bro, honestly, I don't even know if those Rinnegan are real Rinnegan. Like, do they have the Rinnegan powers? Like, even Madara's Rinnegan did from his Edo Tensei, and those were fake Rinnegan.
Yeah, I don't see why these wouldn't.
Like, do the
Jubi's
Rinnegans count? They don't have
the question is whether, because on one hand, I don't know where this was actually, well, besides some ways, okay, for example, in Naruto, like, when they say Obito's like, the Obito could use all the Pain's abilities, but he doesn't, type of thing. I know there's statements like that, but otherwise, I don't know where the alleged statement is that all Rinnegan can just do things like Almighty Push, so like Moboshiki's Rinnegan, for example. People like Naruto say it all the time. I don't know what statement they're referring to that says that specifically, but regardless, the question would be whether Kishimoto wants these Rinnegan to have those same abilities, or are we just going to have them to have different abilities? Because so far they haven't done anything.
I think the most interesting
other than
one,
arguably that the Biju Bomb looking thing, the black orb that Jura shoots, that could be his Rinnegan, I guess.
Funny enough, the most interesting and also the most useless one would be the eye linking ability, because they have the claw grimes, they don't need to do that anyways. But I think it'd just be the most interesting one to have for them. Like, it'd be the most useful, but most useless one. It's funny as that is.
It would be useless. The claw grime don't help them see. As far as that, maybe they help them sense. Is the only
it
problem.
Effectively does. Like, it's one step away. Like, it's so easy.
Because they can just, because all they have to do is put their hand on their freaking hand on their eye, and they can do it.
Exactly.
But when they do that, they're not seeing at the same time. They're seeing through the claw grime instead of themselves. Of course, if they have one eye in each, then they are. But they could have 4 eyes instead of 2 eyes. So it's still better.
Bro, I always thought about that. Like, instead of shrinking the claw grimes, they should have just had people camping at the claw grimes with the kunai ready to stab the moment they see Code's eye. Like, you can just poke Code's eye out so easily. There's no way for him to prepare for it.
He's just going to spy, stabbed immediately. He's just off guard.
Always thought about that. Especially with something that's not the eye. Like, if it's his ear, he's not going to see it coming. Like, he won't have any time to react or anything. It's basically off guard. Like,
literally. Like, he would not be capable of reacting. Like, unless his hearing, he can hear the wind of the knife approaching. That's unrealistic. Like, that's not Code, as far as we've seen. So, that's actually hilarious. But yeah, you're right. Well,
give him another scar.
Another problem with Nishi. You know, actually, I got a chapter 10 question for you guys. What the heck is Nishi doing? I'm waiting.
Are we gonna see Nishi's return?
Yeah, when will Nishi return, bro? That's what I want to know.
What if Code did kidnap him 3 years ago? Off battle.
Himawari-Kurama asking if Hima knows him is interesting because that alone can be taken in a different amount of ways. See, that's the thing, yeah.
We just don't know.
You can interpret that it could be interpreted either way, whether it's a new Kurama or not. Also, King of Chaos is lurking in Discord.
I just saw that. I just invite him if he wants to join.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Hold up. I get VIP access?
If you want.
I've been here for a minute, just bothering you guys. I was listening to the whole off-guard feats. I'm like, no, please don't have anybody stab Code off guard. Because the last thing we need is another excuse for off-guard feats. Kind of like he already gets enough passes.
Did it just
like, I can imagine what the community would be.
Wait, actually, let's
like, oh, Mitsuki got me off guard. Oh, this random ninja got me off guard. It doesn't count though. I don't know.
Oh, the power scaling community would be blown up on that.
Dude, power scaling ruined a lot of anime. I swear, because like the problem with anime math science, like straight up, is that there's so many different ways to interpret when the characters move. It's like light speed feats, for example. Are they speed of light? Because fun fact, light only moves at light speed in a vacuum. You know, so like. I don't know, just things like that. Whenever I see people doing these super try-hard calcs, I don't know. I could never be a power scaler. I much more love the discussion principle of it.
I have a lot of fun with it, yeah. Now, I will say Shonen is the one where it's the most relevant because there is a narrative angle with the power scaling. That's, to some degree, the point. So it is still relevant to bring up, even just from a narrative perspective, but yeah.
What do you mean? Like, explain it to me. Like, I mean, because sure, being
Like,
strong matters for
whenever-
like, characters, but
Usually,
No, but,
like
in terms of like when a
a
character
power
like
up comes in with a moment. Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
well, I could say I'll let you go first. It's fine. It doesn't really matter what order.
Well, for example, like KCM, we kind of need to know how powerful that is because it's like Naruto's resolve and willpower and a resolution with like his story with Kurama.
okay, I see what you
And
mean.
so the fact that he's able to defeat Obito, we need to know how strong Obito is and how strong his willpower is or whatever to get that battle of ideas to see which one comes out on top and why it's stronger, etc., etc.
But isn't that more of? I mean, to me, that just sounds like it's more about like who's the strongest out of that, though, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
Narratively, yeah.
but a story can be written. For example, like without getting any spoilers, Dr. Stone, you can have a story that has tension with like stakes of willpower and like ideology that doesn't have much like physical conflict, right?
I disagree. I think there's a huge power angle even in Dr.
Ooh.
Stone with that first antagonist. I forget the name. The guy who beat up the lion.
Tsukasa. Okay, well, like Tsukasa.
Yeah,
but, like,
Tsukasa.
but the grand theme of the show has nothing to do with power, though. That's more like an afterthought, right?
Well, what is the grand theme of this though? I've only seen like the first season.
Science, nerdy shit.
Okay,
which
okay.
I love science.
Okay, but well then you can say the grand theme of Naruto is about ninja. Doesn't take away from the power scaling angle.
No, he got me there. No, you got me with that. I forgot. Yeah, that's a good point. No, you just about it is in the top. Yeah. So what are you guys discussing? Wait, besides, I was in here for the whole Himawari not.
We're all over the place.
Sorry, Naruto not taking back Kurama from Himawari. I agree. From based off the whole, the parent is surpassed by their student. There's no reason for him to keep it. Plus, like he doesn't have to worry about dying from Biju extraction at any point ever. And Kurama's already there. I feel like they'll be.
I'm with the exception. Yeah, he can just have a tail beast extracted without worry now. Yes, he is the exception.
Can?
Right, Kamui? You agree, Kamui?
No.
Hey, how could Naruto do that?
Well, because Kurama said that he could, verbatim, directly.
That Naruto could handle a Biju
Straight to
extraction?
No.
Yes, because he's the exception.
Okay, hold on, real quick. I got a stupid segment. So,
okay.
let me share my screen for you guys too. What Invincible, I think it was, in chat got me thinking here. So I want to see what you guys think. Okay, hold on. All right, so that's where I got these screenshots. So, do you think? Let me put in order. This is Nishi in chapter 61. Do you think this is Nishi after the time skip? This is the closest I got. Or do you think it's a different?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh,
Who's
Nishi.
Nishi?
The most important character in Boruto. So, do you think this is his post time skip design? He grew his mustache a little bit more, got a haircut, looks a little bit older and slimmer? Or do you think they're two different characters?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, like, hold up. That's not the same person. Wait, go back.
That's not the same person.
Hold up, bro. He could have worked out though. He could have hit the gym.
Exactly, because like look at like Kawaki and Boruto pre and post time skip star and similar. Like, there's some changes there. So like
after his off-screen tragic defeat from Code 3 years ago.
Because the thing is, Invincible thought that Jura killed Nishi, and so I went ahead and was like, okay, well, let's see who we got to work with here. The only character who looks like they could have been Nishi was this guy. So I zoomed way in on him.
I thought that too, but he's dead now anyway. So if we see Nishi appear, we know it wasn't him.
I mean, we don't know what he's doing.
I'm almost certain we will never see that character in this story again. Almost certain.
If we don't see,
Not
we don't
100%.
see Nishi ever again in the story, I'm dropping Boruto.
What? That's the benchmark? Nishi?
Well,
I went
how many benchmarks have we set lately?
My man said Nishi is the GOAT.
Bro,
honestly, I'm kind of with it.
My major problem with the whole Nishi thing isn't that Nishi's important. It's just that they had that line from Shikamaru. What the heck is Nishi doing? And then we just have never gotten anything for what Nishi was doing in any capacity. It's not even like we just see Nishi again, like just doing a mission, like watching Boruto or Kawaki or something, just to show that like Shikamaru was just saying like, oh, why is he being bad? It's just like he just mysteriously disappeared, and we still don't know why.
Shikamaru's still wondering.
And it's just like,
what the hell's Nishi?
But if you address it now, it's just too late, bro. You have to address it in part 1. You don't address it in the middle part 2. What Nishi was doing, like, you know, because if it was just Code, again, if Code killed him as part of his like sneaking around to invade strategy, first of all, if that happened in part 1, why didn't he invade part 1? And if it happened in part 2. What the heck was Nishi doing in part 1? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, it doesn't work. Like, I feel like that's just, honestly, as stupid as this is, as small as it is, I just think it's actually really bad writing.
I don't think anyone remembered this but you in Invincible.
I don't care, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry.
It's really bad.
Yeah, that don't mean that they're right. I'm just saying, like, honestly, I forgot all about this dude. Like, I had to Google to make sure I wasn't getting trolled here for a second. I'm like, who like Ichi? I never heard of damn Nishi.
Everything is true. But that line, chapter 76, Shikamaru gets off the phone with someone. He's like, what the heck is Nishi doing?
Nishi.
So, I'm just saying. Because Team E never reported in. To this day, we don't know what Team E was doing and why they didn't report in.
Where is Team E and Boruto 2 Blue Vortex? Why aren't they facing Jura right now?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, did you guys see that you guys got a shout out from Naruto Explains the most recent video?
Udy
Funny you say that, actually.
Yeah. I haven't watched the shout out itself.
Oh, sorry, I don't want to spoil anything. It was just a discussion video. When
Udy told me, yeah.
Oh. Or did you tell Udy? Since they're the same person!
We told each other.
I gotta get that rumor to spread more in the community. I heard it from a reliable source. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it. Let's get back to what really matters.
Nishi. Bro, we have this whole podcast been to derail. Just for reference, the first 2 hours we talked about Bloons tower defense for this chapter 10 predictions. Oh, that reminds me. You went to the bathroom, Udy. So I was thinking about it. I think it would be so fun. I'm sure it's already been done, but unironically, it would be so much fun for us to write a Bloons anime. Like, we actually make a compelling story just using the Bloons world. It would be so much fun.
Balloons?
Funny you say that.
Like a balloon?
Way ahead of you. I did that like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Wait,
a balloon?
Yeah, I made a full-on Bloons visual novel that's basically a Bloons anime. Like, you could just adapt it into an anime.
Wow.
Y'all are...
We could either do a sequel, or I can just help you revise, I guess.
I've already thought of a sequel, I just haven't made it.
I didn't know what you guys wrote.
It's actually pretty good, too.
I thought, I was like, honestly, I was like, I think we could do it. Like, we have the world, so like, it's not, we don't even have to think about like the power scale on the world. We already have the worlds for us. We just have to write the story.
Here, I'll put it in chat too, for anyone wondering.
Hey, bet.
I'll put in the
drop that link.
YouTube chat as well. Here, YouTube chat, you get first priority. There you go.
Boo!
There you go. Put in Discord.
Appreciate you.
That said, this website probably still works, but the creator may or may not, and I'm being serious with this, have schizophrenia, and. So this is like an unreliable source. I will just say, if I would have downloaded this, I already have it downloaded on my end, but...
Man said an unreliable source, but told us about it. I don't know how that works.
So confused.
I gave you the link to it.
Yeah, right?
The website itself is an unreliable website.
So you don't just have like it on your computer, like when you created it, like you only have access to it through this schizophrenic dude.
Alleged.
The alleged schizophrenic dude who might like come to assassinate us is what you're trying to say.
Wait, what? Where do we get violence out of this?
No,
I'm way too scary for violence, y'all. I'll snitch on y'all for like my own safety, not gonna lie. Like oh, Oodie, Kamui. I know their secret identities. No, I'll definitely peep it though. When are we gonna get these Boruto spoilers? Isn't it like I thought that they came out like the 15th of each day or whatever?
Well, good news for you. It's still the 14th. The 15th of each day? That's funny.
Wait, shut up. You know, look, it is like 1 a.m. where I am. I don't even know you guys are on this late. Is this like just the after hours?
We started at 11.
Oh, damn.
It's 1:44 a.m. We haven't even really, we barely started the podcast.
Oh, God. Not the barely started the podcast.
We haven't even got through my intro topics yet.
Yeah, we're still doing intro topics. Well, we actually skipped over some. No, actually, King of Chaos, what are your chapter 10? Actually, first, what percent of the chapter do you think will be recap in chapter 10?
Well, y'all starting off with the heavy questions, huh? The recap. All right. Let me think. I'm gonna say good 14, 15 pages. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Oh my god, it's not just us, okay?
Look, I'm serious, bro. It's just on theme. It always happens that way.
All right, I'm glad we agree.
Like, it's very unfortunate, but I really do think that we're gonna get something similar to that.
So
like
with that
14,
in mind,
15 chapters.
Since you're on the same page as us, which character, if you had to pick one, do you think will do the most recapping in this chapter? Who will be the culprit of the most recap? Okay, Kurama.
Kurama, of course.
Oh boy.
I mean, he's got to explain what the hell he's doing here, right? Like, isn't that what we all been waiting for? Like, Kurama's back, how? You know what's crazy? I just did a video, recorded a video talking about how, like, they bring back old characters, but in different ways because, like, they want to be authentic to the story, but they don't want to, like, break things. It's like Naruto and Sasuke not just walking in and slicing off the villain's head with their strongest attack and things like that. Kind of like how they did, Kashi and Koji. I feel like Kurama's going to be, doing that. Like, just a lot of explaining, like, oh, here's how I survived, and I'm much weaker than I was before. But, I've got all my knowledge to, balance shit out. Because Himawari with a mastered QB that's just going to listen to her, like, that's a little bit much, right? Power-wise.
Well, speaking of Kashi and Koji,
interesting. I think it's going to be backwards.
Let's see.
What?
Speaking of Kashi and Koji, do you think he'll be like Kashi and Koji and just be a different character? Or do you think he'll be like the same Kurama, but simply weaker?
I think it's gonna be like similar to Kashi and Koji. It won't be the same one, but he'll be similar. And because that's what they're doing. They don't want to like change what the OG characters did, but they want to bring a way of like, bringing on the older people, the older cast that really care about that shit. Like that cares about.
The only thing I'll say about this is I completely agree. Okay, so Oodie's either gonna love or hate this. If it is a new Kurama, I don't understand how they can make it make sense. If it's the same Kurama, I can understand how it makes sense. I cannot fathom.
I get what you mean.
Make sense
I honestly get what you mean.
Because any way that they're gonna say it, that Kurama's chakra ties back to Himawari, only makes sense if it's the original Kurama. It just doesn't make sense if it's a new Kurama.
Wait, hold up. No. Here's how they could do it though. Because there's a lot of themes about how like genetics in Boruto, right? What if since Naruto's the first No.
I'm going to the bathroom.
You gotta let me hit you gotta let me do it. What if because Naruto's the first male Jinchuriki of Kurama, what if because of that he was able to pass along some of that genetic data when Himawari was being what's the word? Created? You get what I'm saying, right? I mean, chakra is linked to genetics, right? Like that's what they say. That's a whole thing in Boruto. They say it all the time, your destiny, genetics, your history. You can't escape that and all that thing. I definitely could see this being a thing of like, hey, this is a baby Kurama that she's had since birth type deal, but it was so tiny, so weak, and it's a new Kurama, which is the only way that they wouldn't know about it in the village. Because remember, the village has records of everyone's chakra signature. That Kurama has been in there for a minute. Damon even had a weird sense on it, so it's not like it wasn't there. The only way they could exist without them noticing is if it's a different one. They don't have a chakra signature. Otherwise, it's bullshit.
I'd say it's interesting if you think, because it's unclear whether she always had this or not. But I suppose, even though he still seems like a baby, if he was just like, instead of like, let's just say he's like 5 feet tall right now, if he just was like 1 feet tall in part 1, like he just has been growing day by day, but he was just unnoticeably small before, that could just work, I guess.
Like he was so tiny, kind of like how you can't sense Ishiki and like Kawaki when they shrink themselves type deal, like that.
Yeah, so like, he just like when he was born, he was like 1 inch tall, and he's just like slowly.
Now that's even worse. Man, I feel like mine is the most like fair approach to it. You know, you weakify him. It's a new Kurama, but a different, similar Kurama. It's Kurama light.
But if that's the case, did he just spawn like in part 1, like as that size? Like he just spawned the medium tiny instead of always growing? So do you think he was always
That's what I would think. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I mean, how else do you explain her having him?
But then
you can't say otherwise. It makes sense. And we just have to accept that.
Absolutely, I can say it doesn't make sense. Shit, even if it,
okay,
just because I don't like it.
Agree.
Yeah, just because I don't like it doesn't mean that it has to make sense. But it can still not make sense, even if I don't like it.
I'm glad Kurama's back. I like him as a character. Well, yeah, I think it's good for the story. I don't think it makes sense. I don't like the plot.
You don't like when it happened for the story either, though.
Wait, you like that he's back though?
Yeah, well, I like it for the overall story. Well, regardless of good, I just like it. Well, yeah, I like Kurama as a character. I want to see more of Kurama. I want to see more of Jura as well. If Jura dies next chapter, I'm gonna be sad.
Wow.
Regardless of if it's good or bad, I wouldn't like it.
I don't know. I feel like he could have just waited to return. Like it feels a little too soon, in my opinion.
Yes.
I agree.
We agree on that. The point he's saying is, well, in general, he likes him returning, just not necessarily right now. Which I agree with.
Okay, yeah. If I pick him never coming back, then I'd say he would.
The problem though is I don't know when is ever a good time for Kurama to return. Like really? Like what point of the plot is just a good at what point of the plot is it necessarily a good time? Just plot wise, not story wise, but plot wise.
Into the series.
This is getting into something that I want to discuss for a long time since we've got this reveal. I think the way they should have written it, if you're giving Himawari something, I think you should give her something. Instead of Kurama, you just scrap that idea entirely. You just give Himawari the Tenseigan. I think that works way, way better.
Ooh.
In like all regards.
Well, yeah, sorry, I was talking about this. Well, I like this doesn't address Kurama's return, obviously. That's we still have to ask about that. But in this case, I don't necessarily think it needs to be the Tenseigan yet, because we have this lock-on mode that's yet to be explained, but that could be tied into the Tenseigan. The general point, though, is I agree that it just would have been fine for Himawari to just have a Byakugan related power. So when Boruto and his Jogan. And it's just like the first of the human's kind. Like she just because at the end of the day, she's got like a Otsutsuki-esque tail beast parents. Like
plus she has Hagoromo Himura's.
So it's fine for her to have these mutations,
Hamura, thank you. Yeah, similar path to Hinata, right? The Byakugan princess thing. That would make a lot of sense, actually. I'd like that.
So it doesn't even
and she need a chakra cloak.
Like it doesn't inherently need to be the Tenseigan either. It could just be something similar that's new. But the point is dojutsu related. I do agree that would just would have been better. But then in that case, how would you have done Kurama's return, regardless of when?
Definitely, regardless of when, definitely not have it in Himawari. Himawari doesn't need it, so you could have it just outside in the world, or you can have it in someone else if you want.
Well, who in that case?
Even it depends when they bring Naruto back.
Why not?
Naruto.
I think Kawaki would be the most interesting. It'd be the most compelling for the story, honestly.
Man. Forcing Kurama to actually being strong enough to force Kurama to submit too. So, I think he has the chops to do it. He'd probably be strong enough to tame him internally.
Yeah. Outside in the world would maybe make the most sense. It depends on Kurama's knowledge. If he's under the effect of omnipotence, if he has memories. But I think he did choose Himawari.
Oh, so you think he could well, at what point do you think it happened? You think he reincarnated and was like, hey, I'm just gonna slide, and teleport inside of Himawari and wait until
I think he just jumped inside her when she was sleeping. He just crawled up on her
bed. Like at what point did it happen, I guess?
And he just slid in there.
Well, I don't think Himawari would have been aware of it even if she was awake.
Well,
I'm calling it now.
I was thinking.
I think
like if you see the full beast, he just like opens her mouth and jumps inside like Orochimaru when he's like doing a snake thing.
Oh my god.
Just like
I think
alright.
it probably would have happened soon after Baryon mode. Like I don't know when or even how.
Before
Especially if
Daemon came
Kamui
to
thinks
the
they're in a
village.
different dimension instead of somewhere else on Earth. Yeah, exactly. So it would have been like weeks at most. But like that isn't consistent with how Tail Beasts reincarnate. But it might be if they add more information on how Tail Beasts reincarnate and we just didn't have all the information before.
The worst
Like
case
maybe
scenario.
each Tail Beast has a different reincarnation time and like the Raikage was just wrong saying years.
Oh, based on strength or something like that.
Well,
like,
he
Kurama's
doesn't
the strongest.
say. I don't even know if he says years. I think he just says we'll have some time. I think he says like something.
He definitely
Yeah, that's what he
says
said.
years.
We'll have more time.
He says a couple years.
I don't remember him saying.
I don't
years.
think he says a couple years. I think he literally
I
just
think he
says
gave it
like we'll
time.
have
He says the
more
years.
time.
Oh, he says years. I'm telling you what he says.
I
Show
will
the
look in
clip.
a second.
You know the real worst case scenario
Yeah.
would be if Kurama lost his memory and it's like, little girl, do you know who I am? He's saying it on some, hey, I don't know who I am.
He's like, do you
I
know
don't
who I
believe
am?
that.
Because I don't.
No, people are saying that. It's like, dude, people are taking stuff out of context. He's obviously not saying like he doesn't know who he is, right? Like we all know that he knows who. No one thinks he lost his memory here, do they?
A lot of people are going
Based on
back and
that
forth
line,
saying
I
they
don't think
feel
so.
like it means one or the other. There's nothing you can interpret from that line. It doesn't feel one way or the other. I don't know why anyone's jumping to any conclusions based on that
Nah,
at all.
it's like
you
he's-
can't
nah.
interpret it either way.
Nah, I feel like it could be interpreted, but I feel like it, in my personal opinion, I think it's feels more like he knows he's the Nine Tails versus like
That's what I was
I don't
saying.
know
The
who I
context.
am. Like, do you know who I am? Like, I don't interpret
Well,
it that way.
then again, why
The
didn't he
correct
just say
answer
her
is we
name?
don't know.
Wait, hold up. Why didn't he say her name though? Like, why did he say little girl instead of Himawari? Implying he doesn't either he doesn't know
Why
her.
does Kurama call Naruto brat?
Okay, but
Why
like,
does
come on.
Why does Naruto call Tsunade granny?
He's not super. So Kurama's as familiar with Himawari as Naruto is with those people. I didn't think so.
What?
I
Okay,
don't know
in
her
the
and him ever
anime,
talked.
what does Kurama refer to Himawari as in the first place? Does Kurama ever refer to Himawari as Himawari?
He knows her name. He knows Kawaki's name. He used it.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
he
care if he
also-
knows
he
their
also-
name. What does Kurama say?
No, but yeah, even then,
Oh,
but
correct, I thought.
he knew Kawaki's name and he called him Brat. I'm pretty sure.
What? He did not call him no brat. That's
Yeah.
exclusive for Naruto, isn't
No,
it?
hold on, let me look. I know what chapter.
Okay, yeah. Show me the Carfax.
Why not both? Like, it's not just one or
Why
the
not
other.
both?
Like you said, Carfax.
All right,
Let's
I'm
go.
going.
Does
I'm
anyone
going to get the
remember what that-
Carfax.
I'm pretty sure y'all know what Carfax are, but
Oh yeah, he says hey kid.
Spoilers,
Okay.
there's the
Sorry,
friends
he
we made
says
along the way.
kid, not Brat.
okay. I mean, hey, even that'll count. Okay,
I don't
okay. It looks
mind
like it
if
could lead
he's
more towards
fat,
your favor that he's
as
just
long as
calling
he's
her
not-
like
he-
little
yeah,
girl,
he's
the same way he's calling
Kawaki's not a
kid.
little boy. He's just a kid.
Well, to be
Well,
fair,
even still,
Meridian
though, to your
Kage,
point,
it's not the exact same because at the very least, it's a smaller version.
No,
Not
you
the
got a point
exact
there.
same.
Consider it.
Yeah, no matter what, it's not the exact same.
Is the friends we made? The spoilers is the friends we made along the way.
So, Kamui, I'm guessing you're looking up the second thing because you realize I was right on the first thing.
No, that was just. I'm still looking for the first thing.
Oh, of course you are. Yeah, well, keep me updated on that.
I'm
It's
trying to
Tsunade
find-
and them talking. He's like, you can't make that decision.
Yeah, let me know when your
unilaterally.
Photoshop's done.
Photoshop is crazy.
I'm just gonna show it as a screenshot. I'm just looking for when A mentions.
By the way, beautiful
Yeah.
thumbnail. Who designed this?
Oh, do you really want to know?
Oh, and not sorry, you ain't gotta like give me your secret sauce or anything. I'm just saying it's beautiful, man. Like I'm looking, it's quite nice. Like
well,
I get
the
it. You want to
person-
keep the source
The
secret.
person
I hate
who
it.
designed it definitely thinks all other content creators are not on his level.
Is that the programmer?
Well,
No,
Crap, am I not allowed to say that?
basically.
My bad. Crap.
hard.
Look, I shouldn't be starting shit on someone else's channel. Sorry. That was a joke. Everyone listening, past, present, or
Well,
future.
remember, King of
My
Chaos,
statements are not
you
invoking
gotta-
of Walkie-Talkie Podcast's views. They are my own. Please forgive me.
You can remember you can disassociate the art from the artist. Just keep that.
Oh,
in mind.
yeah. Hold up. I watched Seth for years. Make no mistake. I watched him for years. Just don't like his personality, but he's always been that way. I just don't know everybody else is shocked by it.
Gabo, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
Again, no hate though. I appreciate people who are consistent. That's even better than being nice. If you're consistent, I'll know not to, like, hey, just don't mess with you. Although someone like Seth doesn't like
not saying a word.
Well, whoever made it, good flipping job. Like it's pretty dang good. I like it a lot.
Okay, here's what he says. Oodie, you're just wrong. Okay, so this is.
Well, damn.
If you don't believe me, I will find it in Viz as well. But this is literally Viz translation. In the color manga, they use Viz. So he says, "I will kill you. That will at least buy us some time until Ninetales comes back to life, and our enemy will be forced to delay its plans." Just like I said, some time, not years. And then Tsunade, which is the first part I found, just says, "Even if we have more time." He doesn't say the number of years. I told you
I'll
so.
go find in the anime.
Yeah, they're like, why don't you kill Killer Bee too? It's like, he could use the tail beast bomb. I'm pretty sure somebody said years. I thought at one point we were given some time in the story. I mean, timeline-wise, 3 years is consistent with Three Tails, right?
Well, no, we don't know how long it was. For all we know, it was like literally 2 weeks, but it just was chilling, like in the lake. We don't know when it spawned back. It could have been 15 years. It could have been 5 years. It could have been 1 year. We don't know. Like,
damn, good point. Yeah, just hiding in there, lurking.
Yeah. So it's just we don't have an information to point us in one direction or the other. We just know when Datara went after it.
Have you guys seen the Volume 2's the latest data books or the latest volume release? Have you got a chance to look at those? I'm not sure if there's any information on there or if you guys
actually
read.
Yeah, we never did the alternative translation thing, did we, Oodie? I mean, I looked at it, but yeah, we looked at one translation. It was very goofy. It was definitely not accurate. We don't think anyway.
Was there anything in the alternate that we need to look at in particular?
I was just asking.
Pretty much just like what we would expect it to be, really. It was just like an accurate thing that's made more sense, which isn't anything new, if I remember.
Well, I want to learn more about the fourth Otsutsuki that everyone's been talking about.
Well, there's Kamui Otsutsuki of the Otsutsuki clan.
Yeah, that's not an
joking,
Otsutsuki,
right?
That's the Otsutsuki.
He's a Otsutsuki.
What do you mean?
Wait, hold up. Guys, I was trolling. Like, there's no new Otsutsuki. Everyone online saying like Kamui Otsutsuki, yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's no new Otsutsuki. It's
Kamui, the new Otsutsuki.
It's a Otsutsuki. Yes.
Otsutsuki?
Yes, it's a different clan.
Yeah.
His name is
Kamui.
What?
Are you sure? I thought that.
If you go back and look at it, it says Kamui Otsutsuki, not Kami.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are two different things.
Okay, maybe I'm confusing it. So there's a separate clan. What? Okay, hold up. Ain't no way. I didn't hear about this. No, what? There's another clan, Kamiya Satsuki. Like, what? I need to look at this.
Well, the clan isn't Kamiya.
We were talking to Immortal about it. I don't know if it was his screen he was sharing or where that's posted, but I can look for it. I don't know where it was.
I was referencing like people talking about how there's a new fourth Otsutsuki called Kamui Otsutsuki.
Here, let me see if I can just look it up. What would I search to find that? Boruto 2
I got it.
Vortex data.
I'll put it in chat.
Oh, if you have it, then perfect.
Yeah, there goes in chat.
Okay.
Kamui Otsutsuki used to be a god in a world that no longer exists, etc., etc. So that doesn't apply to the Otsutsuki. That only applies to Kamui Otsutsuki.
Yeah.
Where's different character, different
Where
class.
are we saying this at?
Go to chat. Hold on, I'll share my screen for this. Make sure everyone can see it.
Inbox.
So, Kamui Otsutsuki. So Kamui space Suzuki. Like, Suzuki is the last name. Kamui is the first name.
Why is no one talking about this then?
Well, because most people just misread it, I guess.
I could have sworn that this was. So what I thought it was people are hearing about something like Kamui Otsutsuki, and then like Naruto explain what like because he got access to like the volumes or whatever, and had someone like interpret it, and like he did a breakdown explaining how there was no new fourth Otsutsuki and how people were interpreting.
Well, exactly. So most people thought this is a typo to say Kami Otsutsuki, but clearly that's just an assumption. It says Kamio Sutsuki. So yeah, of course, there isn't a fourth Otsutsuki. It's a Sutsuki.
Okay, which is a whole nother thing that we just haven't heard too much info. Okay, got you. I thought it was gonna be the 401 on it because like Twitter is not a reliable source and they be confusing me sometimes. Yeah, I go on there to hear new theory. Everyone's got a new theory, and some of them are like, I mean, I like crazy theories that are like out of left field, but some of them I gotta be able to follow them, and I'm a smooth brain, so.
Yeah, I don't even know why.
By the way, Kami, you absolutely didn't show this on screen. I was going to say that.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, I thought he was.
You said you were going to show it on screen.
I did it backwards. Oh crap! I was already sharing my thing, and so I undid it. My bad. Here it is. Kaguya Suzuki.
Crazy.
Look, you better show some receipts. That's just fake tea, as they would say in rap.
Yeah, so I don't even know why people thought. So Kami just basically means God.
Yes,
Japanese.
that's exactly what.
I don't know why people would have thought in the first place that they would say God Otsutsuki instead of just saying Shibai when we already know the character's name. That's just silly. So clearly, it also.
Well, Dragon Ball Z
space Otsutsuki, Kamio space Otsutsuki. It's not a one-time typo. It's consistent.
Like we said, the Japanese word for God is Kami. The Japanese word for Kamio doesn't mean God. So it already, like there is a Japanese word for Kamio. It's a different word. And so just like Shibai has its own meaning, this has its own meaning. It's obviously a different word. Like that's why they did it like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it because I kept looking at him like I have not seen nothing about no fourth Otsutsuki. I kept reading and I'm like, I thought I wasn't. I mean, to me, I know Kami means. I mean, you've watched enough anime. Kami equals God. The only exception to that is Dragon Ball Z, where the person's name is Kami, but his title is also Kami. Right? Like that's the only other case where my person's name is like that. But nah, hidden new Otsutsuki.
Even that. A little bit weird.
Yeah,
but definitely
had this mixed up though.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get like the misinterpretation. Like it's the same people that say like Sasuke's emo or whatever. Like this people that are just like, oh well, technically Neji was right.
What?
It's
about what?
Exactly.
Exactly. Neji was right about like the messed up.
No, actually, this is even a better analogy. The same people that say the theme of Naruto is hard work beats talent, when that's not even like controversial or like a hot take. That's literally blatantly not true. That's not in the series anywhere at all.
Yeah,
like, it's not even there.
It's definitely.
I mean, Rock Lee.
It's in the series. It's not
but he loses.
The story of Naruto.
Well, yeah, because Rock Lee loses. You know, his hard work didn't mean anything. If he gets packed up, right? And then that was his hypest moment. Even Lee didn't. I mean, Mike Guy didn't get a chance to finish off his final op. You know, in Madara. So yeah, I don't think Naruto's about hard work beats talent. I mean, Naruto definitely had to work harder than some people give it credit for. But like, nah, he kind of had a little bit of cheat code.
Like Naruto,
he had a little bit of a cheat code. You know,
to some extent, Naruto himself almost disagrees. The reason why I say that is after Naruto's fight with Neji, Naruto heavily emphasized that because Neji is a genius, he can undoubtedly do anything Naruto did. Because if he's a genius and he works hard, he could do even better. Like it's almost like what he's implying. Like
I mean, I think it's as far as like changing people's minds about you, though. I don't think he was talking about physicality. I think he was referencing literally like, if I can change, you know, and prove myself to everyone, so can you. You know, after all, you're a genius. I don't think it was about strength. I mean, not, or at least like pure skill. At least I wouldn't say skill wise. No, maybe strength, but not skill. Because so it doesn't really. That's a hot take. I was gonna say Naruto doesn't really rely too much on skill, in my opinion. I feel like he's more of a brute force type of guy.
He doesn't rely on skill in the sense of like, oh, I'm so skilled, that's how I'm gonna beat you. But he is skilled in his own ways.
Oh yeah, like he's clever. He's
I
he's
don't
smart.
think he
He's got some
is.
tech, but like I mean, he's not skilled though. Like name a
is
Sage Mode is the
now.
most skilled thing he has. Okay,
He
yeah.
is now.
Now. But other than that,
Now,
like Sage Mode
yeah,
was the most skilled thing. And look at that. After 3 years of training Jiraiya, okay. Now if he came back with Sage Mode, I ain't gonna lie. I think everyone would have been.
I think he was
I don't think it's
skilled by.
skill.
I think he was skilled by the Pain arc. I don't. I think Sage Mode Naruto is skilled. HCM Naruto.
Well, yes.
I'm not going to count Sage. No, I'm not going to count Frog Kumite as skill.
No. What? I mean,
I'm
those
not
skills.
saying that Frog Kumite is why he's skilled. I'm just saying everything he does seems skillful by that point. It doesn't seem like
I
he's
agree.
Just spamming. He's just, oh no, I'm losing. Spam more Shadow Clone. It feels like he's putting actual skill into the fight, strategy for everything he's doing.
Tendo
Feels
Pain.
skill.
And the rest. Well, hold up. The fact that he can use the Rasen Shuriken and throw it now is a testament to skill. That's mastery of a skill. You got to give credit to that. Like he was able to up his game through Sage Mode. He also was able to reverse engineer like the tracking from the rods from Pain by stabbing himself. That's I'm giving some credit. But again,
That is not skill, bro. What are you talking about?
That's not skill?
Skill?
What?
Stabbing yourself with the rods is not skill. No, that is not skill.
What?
Absolutely not.
The reverse tracking's not skills?
Oh, it's not skill.
What do you mean?
No,
that was
Naruto
smart as
is
hell.
straight up just a skilled Sage user at that point. Like
I'm talking about that moment particular. I can't let that one. That was a skill moment. Absolutely, him being like, "All right, I'll find you using Sage Mode in reverse" type shit. Come on, no, that's skills. Come on, man. Kun, you ain't giving him no credit. You don't like Naruto, do you?
Smarts
no,
isn't
he hates
skill.
Naruto in every way.
Smarts? That was what?
Are you gonna say Shikamaru is the most skilled character in the series?
Shikamaru has a lot of skills. What do you mean,
bro?
So Shikamaru ain't got skills.
The most skilled charter in the series.
Nope.
Honestly, I believe he is.
I'm gonna say no. Yeah, nah. I don't count as Mata as skillful.
No,
I mean,
Mata is skilled in every way.
Maybe interpersonal
He's the
skills.
most skilled scientist around.
I mean, nah, not a Mata. I gotta see him like. He gotta box a little bit for me.
Bro,
he's the final boss.
One-shot Team Inoshika better than Jura did.
Oh my god, that is look. If we count perception and
Amato's
deception,
literally he's got feats putting him over Jura at this rate.
Oh my god, no, not
really. Team Inoshika Cho's put up more of a fight than they did against Amato.
Oh my god. Well, that's because
they're stronger now. But what did they learn? Inochi learned how to draw the same bird as usual.
They learned not to approach the enemy so casually, probably. Plus, they got snuck last time.
Defeated them before they could even approach him. Amato approached them, in fact. They didn't even approach Amato. And Amato still
but now they're keeping distance. They're calling for backup.
Actually, Oodie, to answer, this isn't Naruto. Amato might just be the objective, only true undefeated character in all of the Naruto franchise. Like, Amato straight up never lost.
What about Shino?
Lost his daughter.
Shino lost to Madara.
No, he didn't.
Was he under the Infinite Tsukuyomi?
That did not mean he lost to Madara. Last I checked, he lost. If that's the case, didn't he lose to Kaguya by your logic? Or Black Zetsu then?
Well, he was never part of the battle against Kaguya. He
never fought Madara.
He was trying to stop Madara.
He was not fighting. Oh my god, we splitting hairs on that one. He was not fighting Madara.
He was trying to stop Madara. It just wasn't getting anywhere.
That's crazy. You show me a panel of Shino even looking at Madara, and I'll concede. I gotta see that.
It's kind of hard to do that when he wears sunglasses, so we don't know where his eyes are looking.
See what I'm saying? Shino's never taken L. I think Shino got the shaft more than anyone else. And then they made him a teacher. Like, Shino doesn't have the social skills to be a teacher.
Actually, that's right. Yeah, Shino got bodied by Mitsuki. I forgot.
Nope, that is a training exercise. If we're counting training exercises.
Took it out. He still got bodied.
Wait, so training exercises count as taking L's now?
Dude, Shino
in the American audience, it does.
Training exercise.
Shino
if a training exercise is an L, I'm dead.
You're stronger than me. I could never be on your level.
Bro, Boruto showing up to the battlefield is considered an L to the American audience in terms of code.
Damn. Y'all messed. Look, Boruto did fine against code. What, you talking about when they're younger?
No. When Boruto appeared on Coat's face, that was the L of the century, of course.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't recover. You can't recover from that, right?
He had no damage.
Legend has it, Coates still feels the shoe on his face to this day.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting memes made about you at that point.
You're getting American memes made about you. That means nothing.
Trippy. Wait, do I know that name? I know someone Trippy.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, do we know that name at this point?
Yeah, do we know him?
Well, I swear I feel like I know him. Are y'all trolling me again? Look, it's been a long week. Your boy's been struggling, so if y'all making fun of me, I don't know what I feel about.
You're supposed to know Trippy. You were supposed to know Trippy.
I was?
Well, yeah, he was supposed to be there on every single stream. He's supposed to be one of the hosts,
Oh, Trippy! I remember him. Yeah, no, I remember him now. Yeah. Wait, is he the one that was trying to like...
What do you remember?
Is he the one who tried to fake argue with me or whatever? Is he that guy? Like he wanted to debate me? Was he that guy? Okay, cool. If it wasn't him, then I think it was on one of your podcasts from before I was on here then.
Okay, yeah, that was Trippy. Trippy did not show up for the podcast you were on.
Wait, what? The one from before? I swear I could have seen. Nah, I thought I saw that guy because I remember his name. Let me see his profile picture in here.
Yeah, Trippy has not been here for a long time.
Is he still in the Discord?
Yeah. He just hasn't answered in a while.
Or been on Discord.
Trippy.
Yeah, actually, let's do our weekly Trippy check. Has he been on Steam lately, or has he still not been on Steam?
Oh, you guys play Steam? I'm also on Steam. I'm a filthy PC gamer now.
See, friends list. Going down to Trippy. Last online 20 days ago. I think we're right, Kamui. I think he died.
Yo! Now, watch it happen. Y'all gonna feel like bastards. You shouldn't say that.
Well, honestly,
it already happened.
We both were thinking it, like, to be honest, because, well, I mean, as it was, Trippy's been, like, a problem for the last, like, 9 months or a year at this point, it feels like. But, like...
It sounds so bad.
Specifically this month, like, we even asked Lightning Snow. Lightning Snow is like, actually, we asked him, like, have you heard from Trippy? And he was like, no, actually, I haven't. He didn't give us a time frame, I don't think. But, like, Trippy, so throughout this whole Trippy shenanigans, okay? Like, even when he wasn't answering us, he was consistently always on Steam. Always. And now... he's just, like, mysteriously just hasn't been on Steam in 20 days. He hasn't responded to a very important message from us. And he hasn't done any YouTube community polls. He hasn't replied to our comments on those community polls. Like, we're just like, bro, did he just, like, die? Because, like, we don't know what happened to him.
Did you guys bully him on the podcast or something on an episode?
No. I mean,
Are you sure?
We teased him in the Discord in our Discord chat, but he also repeatedly put the laugh of reaction emoji to all of our jokes. So I feel like, and then we also, like, said, like, all jokes aside after the fact. So I think we made it pretty clear that we were joking around with them.
I don't know. Sometimes people just fall off the face of the earth. Like, I was busy with work for the past, like, 2 weeks, so I've been...
Yeah, but Trippy, through thick and thin, has been consistently on Steam at all times. Like, if there's one thing he hasn't stopped doing, it was Steam.
Maybe he's on Twitch now. Have you considered that?
Did he have a Twitch?
Mm-hmm, yeah. People go to different platforms. Maybe he's a streamer now. Or he's... what's that new one that people are calling?
Well, if he's a streamer, now we got a bone to pick with him.
I'm kidding, by the way, Trippy. If you're watching this, I got no, bro. Don't.
You're not watching this. You're good.
No, we're just trying to understand, Trippy. No, the funniest thing, Oodie, is if Trippy was genuinely insulted by what we said, that means that the mellow joke about him being, like, mellow is the one tipped over the edge. That would be wild.
Oh, damn.
Can we play Mello in that case?
Mello ruined the podcast. That's a title right there.
Mello ruined the podcast. Ooh, that is a good title. Ooh. By the way, you guys had a theory earlier. I don't remember what it was, but I wanted a Christopher Columbus. It was what was it? It was something to do with Himawari. Oh yeah, will Kurama want Himawari take back the Nine Tails? Are you guys gonna do a video on that? Because if not, dibs.
Will Himawari take back the Nine
Sorry,
Tails?
will Naruto take back the Nine Tails from Himawari? Like, I feel like that deserves its own video.
Technically, me and Kamui already covered that. And we actually did like a serious take on it. We don't think
you
so,
should. No, make a video on it, guys. Like, that's a good
we
topic.
we already talked about it. Yeah.
But
We've
is
Well,
it
not on the live stream.
that.
I'm talking about like condense it into its own like 7-minute video type deal. I don't know. I think it's a hot enough topic that would get people interested. It got me. I was like, would he? Like, imagine, give me back my fucking. Oh, sorry, give me back my flipping pet. Daughter. No. OG Sama. Or whatever it is. Dad is.
I thought they did clip it. How many
Oodie Sama, Lord Dad.
Like, no, Dad.
Oh, actually, that does remind me of something. Okay, I know what you
child support divorces Naruto.
I have a game. If you two want to play it, Kamui, you might want to play this in like a year or two. I'm gonna be honest. So this is a new game, Kamui. You're saying, oh yes, like you know it. You do not know this. I've not told you about this game. No, this is a completely different game. So I thought it would be interesting to see how much Japanese you guys have learned over the course of your life. Sure. Specifically, Japanese that's used primarily in anime. So I have like the 100 most used Japanese words written down. Just curious if you guys want to play like an anime Japanese millionaire type of game.
Run it. Yeah. I'll win.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also want to play your other Jeopardy though. But yes, this is great. We could do it. We could do it now and then just do it again in a year and just see our progress.
Wait, are we doing all 100 questions?
So I did get a little carried away. There's 10 rounds here. Each round has 10 words in it, so there's 100 words. And then there's a bonus round with, I got carried away with another like 50 or 100 words in it as well.
All right,
I haven't gone
bonus round
first at the very least.
Hold up. I ain't gonna lie. I was about to call it in like 9 minutes because I'm an old man and I have to be up in be a wage slave, as they call it. So I definitely don't have time for no 10 sets of 10 questions with a bonus round being 100 more questions.
Well, you do have the option of just answering really fast.
Oh God, no. Well,
do we want to play this game now?
3 seconds per question. You might be able to do it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, look, I'm definitely down to do it. But if you guys want to do it now, don't feel the need to wait on me. But I don't have time to do all 100. So, I hate to start
because I want it to be like a 1v1 type of game, so Kamui versus someone. But I don't know how to do it necessarily. Like, for example, I'll just say the first word. You both know it. This first round's like basically a gimme round. The first word is konnichiwa. You both know what that means. Hello. But like, is it like first come, first serve of like the first person to say the word out loud? Or do I give you guys like 10 seconds to think of it, then like type it in chat or say it at the same time or what?
Is what you do. You roll a coin to see who goes first, and you let us both answer. Like whoever gets the wins a coin flip gets the first question. And then
I could even do it like like Jeopardy, to where it's like one person at a time. If one person gets it wrong, you can steal it. Yeah. How do you guys want to do it?
Well, that's how I would prefer.
I think either the Jeopardy way or like you have 10 seconds to write it in chat and then you just see if you both get it right way.
Well, that's not really versus though, is it? I mean, we can both win by that logic. I'm okay with both winning.
But you could tie.
I intended to win anyway. I'm a Leo at heart. So,
Okay, I think typing in chat could be the more interesting way if you guys want to do it that way.
Well, again, I can't do this now, but if you're down,
yeah, I know.
You know, if you guys are down, like we can set a date for. I would 100% be down. Or if again, if you find someone else, like I won't be sad if you do it without me, but I'd love to, like 100%. I know a lot of words.
I feel like you'd be a fun person to do it with, though. That's the thing. So I want to do it
because I'll win, or because I'll cry if I lose.
Just because you're fun to do it with. I feel like like if there was someone to do it with, it would be you.
Oodkun, you're so damn nice. Everyone, shout out to Oodkun. I know it's on my channel, but everyone, please subscribe to the WalkyTalky podcast for me, for America, for Obama.
But
Shit,
not for any other country. Okay, if you're from Canada.
Oh wait, hold
sorry.
up, pause. Nah. See, look at me getting canceled now. No, I'm losing my Disney Speedstorm race. All right, I won it. Looks like I'll end it on a high note. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna head out now. I gotta go be a boomer. Everyone, thanks for having me.
Thanks for having you too.
Yeah.
Everyone,
thanks for being had.
Shut up. Bye, guys.
Bye. I love him. All right. Well,
no, I'm excited. For that.
Millennium Kage has a lot of words for us. Specifically, Carfax.
I agree.
Invincible says more predictions for Chapter 10 besides the Himawari-Kurama stuff. Any more predictions coming for Chapter 10?
Well, yeah, we didn't even really get into that topic at all, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, actually, first, since we're just jumping all over the place, answer your Shinjuu comment about what Daigo said. I think what Daigo said is interesting because it was surrounded by obvious hatingness of it all, there was also what he said was wrong. Currently in the story, there's no reason to like any of the Shinjuu. They haven't done anything outside of their goofy personality to be good characters or to be liked. And so you need either more with them or more time with them for them to actually do things to care about them. As of right now, there is no reason to care about them. Something specifically, he didn't say, well, the one comment I'm referring to is he said that he doesn't like them. But what he's saying there is he's not saying that he dislikes them. Again, it's surrounded by context implying that he heavily hates them. But like outside of that, he didn't say that he dislikes them. He says that he doesn't like them. And I agree. As of right now, there's no reason to like them. So I don't like them outside of the reasons that I like them. That doesn't count.
Well, that's just Jura, really. Like,
yeah.
Like Matsuri out there. Like I said, no offense to Matsuri, she's the one I'm the least interested in right now. Because for Bug, it's possible I can just get a little bit more from Bug via his Shinjuu clone. And I can basically get what I never got. Is how I'm looking at that. Hidari, they can do a lot with. Jura's obvious. For Matsuri, I just don't care about Moegi. Like, I've never been given a reason to care about Moegi. Plot-wise, she's less interesting because with the Buck clone, I have the potential to see more from Ada and Damon. With the Matsuri clone, oh, whoop-de-doo, I got to see more from Konohamaru, the jobber who hasn't done anything in all of Boruto Part 1. You know, it's just like, I'm not interested in Matsuri. But Jura, I am.
I mean, I care about Matsuri because I care about Moegi because I watched Naruto when I was 3.
But aside from that
in
Naruto, she's just there.
But
Konohamaru is the one being funny, not Moegi.
She was on TV when I was 3.
So?
She's cool. So I was 3. I cared.
Do you care now?
Well, yeah, because I cared when I was 3. So nostalgia.
Bro, I have no nostalgia feelings for freaking Moegi.
Bro, it's OG Naruto. Any OG Naruto fans care about her from 20 years ago.
Bro, I've been an OG Naruto fan, and I don't care about Moegi.
Okay, well, you're in the minority.
I care more about Udon than Moegi. At least Udon is something unique about him. He's got his snot bullshit. But Moegi?
Okay, Moegi has wood style. Hair. Bro, Moegi has wood style.
Oh yeah, in the Borukara databook cards that say she has wood style, yet it's never been addressed once in the story. Yeah,
okay, Boruto is purple lightning. That was never addressed until it was. Exactly.
Bro, it's never been addressed. Exactly. What do you mean? It wasn't addressed yet. It just happened.
It
Yeah, like-
was visually addressed.
Yeah. Is that what you want from Moegi? You want to just use wood style randomly and just not have it addressed?
Bro, if we get Moegi, not Matsuri, but Moegi using wood style anytime soon, that's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, well, first she's got to be untreeified, I guess.
Exactly. There's huge story implications of
crazy,
Moegi's
though?
use of wood.
This would be like the retcon. What if, like, the reason she gets to use wood style is because she became a tree for a while, which would completely contradict the Boruto databook cards from part 1, but... It would
That
also
was just
apply to
retroactive retconning.
Not the manga.
And besides,
but, I mean, it's
Invincible
databook.
agrees with me. Invincible cares about Matsuri too.
Well, that's
So I don't
fine.
wanna hear
I
it.
didn't say you guys
You're in the
can't.
minority.
I'm just saying I don't.
V1.
No, he says I care
Okay.
about Matsuri because she's female, bro.
It doesn't matter. Listen, the reasoning doesn't matter. You take the explanation out, you take the details away. What are you left with? I care about Matsuri.
Yeah,
End
but
of
the reason
sentence,
why
period,
definitely
point
matters.
blank. Well, you know what? Moegi's also female, so it applies to her too. So suck it.
That's why he cares about her, just because she's female. Now,
More predictions for
Delta
chapter 10
Otsutsuki or
besides
6
the-
past
oh,
10-10.
I guess we're just skipping past that to there. Then okay.
Well, these were
Otsutsuki or 6 past 10.
well, Millennium Kage. Well, you know, Chaos. I love their ferocity, but Chaos is gone. Therefore, he can't respond to his comment. That said, oh, this is probably a reference to the Nishi thing. If you look close, you can still see the boot scuffs on his face. Oh, that's not about code. Let's check and see if he's right.
Oh my god. That's crazy. Honestly, I kind of believe it. I can imagine that not even being a meme. That said, Delta Otsutsuki. So, can we just say Delta might be Otsutsuki? Like, if she has Shibai cells, is that enough to make her Otsutsuki?
No.
Or even like
to
if she's
how they talk about
Akabi.
Ada and Damon. I will say at the
like
end
the
of
thing with
chapter 1,
Akabi is
you
she
undoubtedly
might
can see the
become an
boot marks on
Otsutsuki.
Code's face at the end of chapter 1. Like, they are there.
Okay.
But later on, they kind of just disappear in the next chapter, which doesn't actually make sense. That's not how that works. Ikimoto just actually, you can still see it. It looks like here, maybe. I think that's Karma Seal or
Bro, I was watching the Cloud Ninja podcast, and Bara and Mello were debating whether or not Code was still injured when he invaded the Leaf, like in the second half of the Code arc. So, like the next day, like when he was like facing off against like Shikamaru in like that room or whatever when Ada invaded. You know what I'm talking about?
oh yeah, okay.
When Delta's awakened, yeah. So Bara was saying that Code was obviously still injured from like the previous night. And Mello was like, bro, it's been like a whole day. Of course he's not injured anymore. I don't know what kind of body Mello has that just heals all wounds within 12 hours.
So I will say two things on this, and these are very contradictory. Yeah. On one hand, from Code's perspective, it does seem like he's just totally fine. The moment he gets back to the hideout, it just seems like they portray it as though Code is just not injured. It's not portrayed as though he's hindered by any means. On the other hand, Kawaki on that next day is still knocked out and only just awakens from his injuries. And in Kawaki's case, they made a very big emphasis on Kawaki's accelerated special ninja tech healing being the reason why he's fine and where he is right now. Implying that, well, if Code doesn't have Kawaki level healing at least, he's probably not fine. That being said, Code did not get as injured anyway, to be fair. I guess he got the Rasendan. was his main injury.
Some of the arguments that were made was Mello saying, "Oh well, Ko doesn't look injured," and then Bar is saying, "Well, of course he doesn't. He's clothed." Well, the injuries are going to be like beneath the clothing, obviously.
Well,
I think
that's
in
not fair
terms
for
of like damage,
because Resendon went through his clothes.
well,
Which
it
is
could just
weird.
be like new clothes that he got off screen. That's what happens
Well,
to like
actually-
everyone, anyways.
Well, that being said, actually, I kind of want to check this. Did Code's clothes just like heal mid-fight?
Exactly,
did.
bro. That's what I'm saying.
I feel like they did. Because, like, honestly speaking, I don't feel like I remember seeing the whole after the Resendon scene.
Oh my god. Also,
It's on his right
more things with
shoulder-ish
that.
area.
So I think obviously he didn't have like a limb or anything removed, so he could still get around. And it's not like his like freaking spleen was ruptured or anything that would cause him to be unable to walk. But like that doesn't mean he's uninjured. Like he could be walking around and freaking sore, injured, whatever, scuff marks
he
on him.
could still be tired.
And I think that's exactly that's still consistent with part 1 as well, with Shippuden especially, where Sasuke is like tired after every fight. He's tired going into the Itachi fight because he hasn't healed from the Deidara fight yet, and he's tired going into the what fight does he do after that? A Killer Bee fight because he hasn't healed from the Itachi fight yet.
I don't think that they implied he was tired in those fights.
They literally say it.
When do they say going into the Itachi fight that Sasuke is tired from fighting Deidara?
They say it.
That did not answer my question.
You know.
And the last one you said they said was incorrect. So I'm going to ask you again. When do they say that? So that I can look.
Like in the fight.
During
Or
the
before
Itachi
the fight, somewhere.
During the Itachi fight, they say that Sasuke is tired.
I think it's
from
towards the
Deidara
beginning.
fight.
I don't know when exactly. I just know they say it.
No, that does not happen.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
And besides, you literally see it. He's walking into the fight with the bandages on from the fight. He's still injured from the fight.
Well, injured versus tired.
Like it just happened.
You said they
the
said he
same
was
day,
tired.
by the way.
No, it's not.
Bro, it freaking happened.
They don't say tired going to the Itachi fight. I've never seen that. Now you can say he's injured because he's got
I'm not
the
saying
forehead
tired.
bandage.
You're the one that said
way,
tired.
The bandage comes off. There's nothing under there. Sasuke's literally just wearing that to be cool. There's no
Well, then that's the moment he healed.
He healed during the fight? As he's supposedly getting injured and tired is when he did his healing?
Oh, were his cheeks getting injured or tired? His cheeks finished healing during the fight. What's wrong with that?
I said his forehead. That's where the bandages is. I didn't say anything about his cheeks.
Besides, you're going too far. I told you it was near the beginning. I'm pretty sure, anyways.
They haven't even started. I already went to the part where they first walk up to each other.
Then before it happens, then
it's not during the fight.
I said it could be before the fight.
And I went to right before the fight. And guess what? They didn't say anything. And Sasuke didn't walk up to him saying, "Hey, I'm really tired, Itachi." And now they're already fighting.
Didn't.
So if you didn't mean the Genjutsu stuff, then I wasn't far enough. So he just says you've gotten stronger. He doesn't say, "Wow, I'm so tired."
Well, yeah, he has got stronger since part 1. What does it have to do with the Deidara fight?
When does he see Itachi the first time in that random cave? Any idea?
I don't know.
It's real. It's supposed to be Itachi and Sasuke. You look tall. Bro's just saying how freaking strong he is, not how tired he is. Bro, he doesn't say around the Itachi fight that he's tired from the Datara fight. The best you're gonna get is after the Datara fight, them saying something like, You're exhausted. How can you fight Itachi like this or something? Hope we don't get copyrighted for this.
Nah. That said, there is a message board online discussing this.
I've been healing a lot faster since I absorbed Orochimaru's power. Bros say that he's fine because of frickin' Orochimaru. You sure you're all right? Yeah.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm all right because of this. This is the power of the White Snake, huh? He's literally saying Oodie. He says he's implying the opposite of what you're claiming. Sasuke's claiming that he's fine, rather than that he's still tired.
So why doesn't he take the bandages off?
Because they fucking look cool, bro.
Bro, stop that. I need a real reason.
Okay, why does Neji constantly wear a bandage on only his left leg? Do you think Neji has a chronic left leg injury? Why does Sarda wear bandages around her upper thighs like underwear? Does she have chronic injuries there?
Listen, I can't give you a reason because if I do, then you're just going to use that reason against me.
Well,
when it doesn't apply.
If you don't give me a reason, that's just as much of a problem in this conversation. So there you go.
No, because that's just their character design. That's a Japanese thing.
Okay. Guess
Ishimoto
what? This is Sasuke's character design for the Itachi fight.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
you can't say that. No, it isn't.
Character design for the Itachi fight?
You yourself said he changed it. He took off the bandages. So no, it wasn't his character design.
He didn't take them off. They fell off. That's like saying Kakuzu's character design. Well, in this case, you could just say it's a different character design. It's like saying that Kakuzu's character design isn't. Hold on, just so I can just use.
Yeah,
pictures.
Go ahead, make the example. Go ahead, make the Kakuzu analogy since you're so proud of it.
Character design, because at some point
it's a strong
he
comparison.
looks like this.
Oh yeah.
That's like saying this wasn't his character design.
That's what I'm saying. That's analogous to you, is what you're saying? That's what you think.
Well, because Sasuke
he's starting with well. So basically, I'm going to take your well as a no.
Of the Itachi fight, the bandage just comes off at the very end.
It's starting with a filler word. I'm going to take that as a concession.
What filler word? Wait, what?
Well, the word I've been complaining about the past 2 minutes now.
Filler word? Huh?
Yes.
What's the filler word? I'm confused.
That's how American word works.
What is the filler word?
Well,
American words. So so you see this right here? Sasuke's lack of injuries here.
Kamui, you realize that I'm watching on stream and you aren't sharing your screen, and it's gonna take a good 30 seconds for me to see right there what you're talking about right there.
Okay, hold on. I lost track of what was being shown. Because earlier you made it seem like you were seeing what I was seeing that whole time, so I thought I was still sharing it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. See this here? Remember the whole Sasuke, you're not going to get a scratch on my forehead, so I'm not going to wear a headband thing. Yeah, so Sasuke still has no scratches on this forehead. You see, it's pretty clean, no scratches on the cheek either. Clearly not injured. Oh, by the way, they haven't started the actual fight yet. He's literally fine. Oh, you wondering about the arm bandage? Well, guess what? They have a utility. Summoning scrolls.
Okay. So you think he's fully recovered from the Datara fight?
Well, according to Sasuke.
That's your claim?
According to Sasuke.
Okay, why Sasuke rely on narrator?
Because he can feel.
Because he also thinks he can defeat Itachi.
He did defeat Itachi.
Shut up. Oh my god. I hate you so much. I'm not even going to argue against that. You know what? I'll concede on that.
That's awesome.
I give up. You win. Yeah, Sasuke beat Itachi. You're right. Good job, Kamui. You win.
that was awesome. Anyway,
I love how you didn't even question the Killer Bee fight because you know I'm right.
Well, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh my god. Freaking like Jugo says it.
Let's see if he says that.
Bro. It's crazy.
I'm not going to allow you, Oodie, to make up things, so we'll see if Jugo says it.
Whoa, that's good, considering I haven't made up a single thing.
Well, you just made up the other one clearly because
no, I didn't. You just couldn't find it.
Years and just said some time, as I already showed. Sasuke literally, nobody says that Sasuke's tired going to the Itachi fight. In fact, he only mentions how he's fine, or rather all right, and been healing a lot faster since absorbing Orochimaru's power, and being like, huh, this is the power of the white snake. Wow. Like,
Okay, so just because you can't find it, so just because the person I disagree with can't find it, that means it doesn't exist. Okay, Mello.
I asked you when, and I went to the places you mentioned and only found the opposite implication.
Okay, I said it might be there. I didn't know it was there or not.
I've looked in all the places you mentioned. Like, when else is it going to be?
Okay, it could be somewhere else. I don't know exactly where it is. Otherwise, I'll tell you exactly where it is.
It doesn't exist.
Telling you where my best guess is where it is.
So anyway,
doesn't mean it's not
when do you think Jugo says this thing about Sasuke being tired? During the fight?
I don't know. It's somewhere in the fight. I don't know. Probably towards the beginning to middle to end. Somewhere within there. Somewhere in that range.
Okay. Let's go through the entire fight and see if Jugo says it. Because this one, I'll admit, I'm less confident about whether or not Jugo says anything about it. I'll admit. The other one,
he watched freaking Naruto through Instagram Reels. That's why. Yeah, was this on Instagram? Did you see this moment, Kamui?
Oodie, you're the one who freaking said that Naruto absorbed Sage mode live on the podcast. And also,
what are you talking about?
We made it a video. It's on our channel. It's literally where the Instagram reel thing came from when I said, bro, what's Naruto from Instagram Reels? Because you said that Naruto absorbed Sage
I didn't say that, though.
Yes, you did. It's literally on the
video. It may have come out of my mouth. It may have come out of my mouth, but, like, the word order didn't mean anything because it was a mistake in the first place.
No, it's funny. You said Naruto absorbs Sage. You were explaining Sage mode and said that Naruto absorbs Sage mode. I was like, no. I was like, well, no. He absorbs nature energy to enter Sage mode. But anyway, still yet to find this. So hurry up and bite me, Sasuke. That's
all right. Because the person I disagree with can't find it. Therefore, it doesn't exist anywhere.
Well, Oodie, all I'm saying is if I go through the entire fight, of which you say that Jugo says something during the fight, that definitely is making it more likely that he doesn't say it during the fight, as you said. Not only that,
bro, where do you think? Why would I randomly think this?
Why would you randomly think the last three things you thought that you were wrong about? I don't know. You just remember.
I'm not wrong. They do exist. They are right. I'm not the only. You know, you've heard this from freaking everyone. The fact that it takes years for tail beasts to reincarnate.
Oh yeah, everyone says that, and they
people
have no
always
went
to the Raikage thing.
Okay, so the best we've got is after Sasuke's had his chest split open.
Uzumaki have a lot of chakra.
He's hurt really bad. That's the best we've gotten. When Sasuke's like,
he is hurt really bad from the Itachi fight.
The Itachi fight, I've never heard anyone say that a character says Sasuke is tired going into the Itachi fight. People can say it.
Jugo saying it right here.
Characters.
He's literally saying it right there.
That he's hurt really bad from this, is what I said. This is the best you've got.
Why do you think it's all from that?
Because his chest is split open.
How do you think he got that injury in the first place?
Because
the reason he got that injury is because he was hurt from the Itachi fight. Well, yeah, that wouldn't have happened if he wasn't hurt from the Itachi fight.
No, he's commenting on the fact that bro thought he caught him in a genjutsu. That's not the implication at all, Oodie.
He's looking straight at him.
No, He's not.
He lariats his front, his chest, not his back, not his side, his chest. It's where the injury is.
Sasuke is looking. Killer Bee's behind him. Sasuke's looking the other way. You can tell by his cloak.
And then look at the next panel, where he realizes. And then he turns around to look at him.
He could have turned around as Killer Bee hit him. Either way, he was...
So then he was looking at him.
Well, the alternative to Killer Bee just ran around in a circle. Maybe we can't prove either one.
But then he's looking at him. Point is that his head, his eyes are in the direction of Killer Bee. He was looking at him.
Yeah, but he's still off guard.
No, he's not. He's being hit.
That's not how. No, that's not how off guard versus on guard works. You can be if you're hit. That doesn't change
the
whether or not you're on guard or off guard.
Hit. The millisecond before he's hit, he knows he's about to be hit. I don't know what threshold of the
doesn't mean he's on guard. That doesn't mean he's on guard. He could still not be
guarding. He knows it's
guarding.
coming. He just can't dodge out of the way. It's like Sasuke versus Lee.
That doesn't again.
He got blitzed, but not perception blitz.
Regardless, that does not inherently mean he's on guard. He could see it coming without bracing. If he doesn't have time to brace, he's not on guard because he hasn't done anything to guard himself. I don't see
Sasuke on guard.
I don't see his hands in a guarded position. I don't see any implication that he's guarded.
Bro, that's not what on guard means. That's not what on guard means at all.
Prove it.
On guard to the bathroom.
Prepared for any contingency, vigilant. I don't think Sasuke seems prepared for any vigilancy here. He has no contingency for this. He didn't come up with that. That's Juko with the contingency. On duty to protect or defend something. Well, I don't see Sasuke really being on duty to defend anything. He's not defending. There is no defending that was done by Sasuke. So by the definition of on guard, he was not on guard. Thoughts, Uchi? No, as a side note, this art is so much better than Boruto's. Here, let's look at this panel compared to everyone's favorite fight. Okay. So, Uchi, you still there? Hello? Did your Wi-Fi go out, or are you just mad? Um, 2-hour debate on bandages incoming. Well, I don't know if Uchi is gone or if he's just being salty, but in the meantime, yeah, honestly, bro, look at this. These 2 pages versus this. This is not the same level of art, bro. Anyone who tells you otherwise is completely capping. This is not the same. All right, how about the other part of this fight? When he uses the swords.
And I don't want your crappy definitions of, oh, well, Websterian dictionary says this is what on guard means. I mean, in terms of debate.
You came back like mid-sentence. I did not hear anything you said in like the last like 3 minutes. But right now I'm just comparing the art and like...
I went to the bathroom. Did you not hear me say that?
No, bro, you were just
Dang, I hope that was on stream. That was
okay,
funny.
well, now that you're back, I guess
Hopefully
I'll show you what I was showing stream.
Your ears were off.
Whoops.
So you found it?
No. I was showing stream something completely different, just about art related.
Oh, because, of course.
Well, because you just were gone, bro. So, so there's this. Okay, you got this panel.
Yeah, when he's on guard.
This is a different topic. He's off guard, by definition.
Okay.
Versus
Well, by definition, by your definition.
By this bullshit.
Yeah, same thing as Uzumaki not having a lot of chakra. So what am I looking at?
Oh, just art. So you got these 2 pages. Versus fucking this, bro.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Some sequel, huh? What happened?
Okay.
That's crazy, bro. But bro, Sasuke's not even using one of his eyes too. Literally half vision at best.
Yeah, because he injured it in the Itachi fight.
No, he didn't, bro. When did he injure that eye in the Itachi fight? Clearly, it's from this fight.
He used too much of the chakra. He hasn't recovered, which is the point of the Datara fight. He hasn't recovered all his chakra yet.
That's not the point of the Datara fight at all.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not the point of the Datara fight.
So what is the point of the fight going into the Itachi fight?
To showcase how strong Sasuke is compared to the Akatsuki, and then by juxtaposition, how that Itachi compares to that. So the Datara fight basically just shows that like Sasuke is like a Akatsuki, like he is on the level of the Akatsuki. You're like, bro, this guy might be able to take on Itachi. He just beat Datara, and that's going into the Itachi fight. Basically, it really sets the stage for where Sasuke is at.
Oh, so you agree it is going into the Itachi fight. Interesting.
Nobody said it wasn't going into the Itachi fight. But Sasuke's not injured anymore. He's healed, as he says.
We already know how Sasuke scales relative to the Akatsuki.
No, we don't. All we had was him fighting a sick, half-dead Orochimaru.
And then we have Naruto's view of where that Sasuke scales compared to the Akatsuki.
Okay, but Naruto wanted to... Yeah, but that's not the same. Because you don't really know how... You don't have a really true... clear depiction of Sasuke's strength based on him in base fondling Team 7. That doesn't tell us where Sasuke's actually at, because Naruto can't say where full power Sasuke is, because Sasuke didn't try. He can guess,
okay.
But it doesn't mean he was...
He also very quickly defeated Suigetsu and Jugo.
And 2 new characters we had never heard of before those fights, yeah. Telling us
we know where they scale.
No, we don't. How would we? We don't even know who they were until 2 seconds ago.
We basically know where they scale.
Not at that point.
So Kamui, if I asked you if that version of Suigetsu and Jugo also, could defeat Academy Naruto,
also Sasuke didn't fight. Okay, hold on. You're talking about in the Jugo scene. For the Suigetsu part. I was gonna say Sasuke did not fight Suigetsu before anyway. Yeah, the best scaling you got for that is that he's base Kimimaru level, of which we didn't know what full power. Obviously, we know he's omnipotent, but the average viewer does not think Kimimaru is as strong as he is, which would be it's not the best way to scale Sasuke. So I don't think that. Oh my god, why am I sitting down? Oh, you're fucking distracting me. I was eating and then I got distracted. I need to go back to walking. Okay, anyway, let's get back to fucking chapter predictions. I don't even know why we were doing this shit.
Because you decided that I was wrong on something that you don't remember.
Bro, I have the more reliable memory at this point. That's very abundantly clear in this podcast. To our debate on bandages and
very clear.
Sadly, yes. Maybe that's the reason I would Kaguya backstab Ishiki. So they were also debating if Shikamaru's strategy to lure Code was genius or not. What do you go? Wait, hold on. Delta Otsutsuki or 6
Invincible's latest comments.
I'm gonna assume in terms of power. No, honestly, I feel like we started to talk about Delta and derailed really quickly.
This is a wreck. This whole podcast is a mess. It's unsalvageable.
Well, Delta Otsutsuki or 6 past 10-10. I mean, I'm gonna say
Bro, we did talk about that, so
can never lose.
I think Delta already is Otsutsuki if she has Shibai cells, except it's weird.
Oh, yeah. So, well,
'cause,
Ada and Damon are
he isn't,
not
like,
considered Otsutsuki. Well, actually,
Says who?
well, on that note, actually, they are both considered Otsutsuki and not considered Otsutsuki in the exact same arc. Let me explain. Amano implies they are Otsutsuki by saying when Ada flies, he's like, yeah, Boruto and Kawaki, are gonna start flying soon because they're Otsutsuki. You know, this is a run-of-the-mill ability of the Otsutsuki lot, kind of implying that, okay, Ada's Otsutsuki too, because that's why she's also flying. But then Momoshiki, the generational narrator himself, who everybody loves for being accurate, of course, says that Ada is not an Otsutsuki. So, we gotta pick and choose. Neither Amado nor Ada are particularly reliable. Neither Amado nor Momoshiki are particularly reliable narrators for their own reasons. So it's kind of just like, we don't know. That said, Damon, according to Damon himself, cannot fly. If Damon was an Otsutsuki, he should be able to fly. In Ada's case, she could have the flying ability without being an Otsutsuki, the same as Naruto at the end of Shippuden. Like, she could have inherited that Otsutsuki ability without being an Otsutsuki herself. But in Damon's case, if he can't fly, he's not an Otsutsuki. Unless you want to say he just hasn't learned how to fly yet. But then I have to question, okay, why did Ada learn it but not Damon? Like, I don't know. So I feel like it's more implied that they're not Otsutsuki. They just have Otsutsuki powers. But, you know, it's pick and choose. They don't have every Otsutsuki power.
I think Damon could have flight if he wanted to. He just chooses not to.
That's not what he says, though. He says he can't fly.
No, I know. I'm not saying he's choosing not to fly. I'm saying he's choosing not to be able to fly.
I don't think that makes sense in the context of that scene at all.
Okay. I'm sorry you disagree.
Why, when he's upset that Ada's flying off without him, saying like, wait, Big Sis, you know I can't fly. Why would he choose to continue to be unable to fly instead of just flying so that this isn't a problem? He doesn't want to be separated from Ada so he can protect her. So why would he go out of his way to expose Ada to danger just for the sake of not being able to fly?
If only I could. For the same reason that he chose not to be able to fly in the first place, which we don't understand because we're not omnipotent, so we can't relate to omnipotent beings. In the same way, the love charm doesn't make sense. Why does Ada choose to allow everyone in the world to continue? She doesn't want people to love her, but people love her because she wants people to love her.
See, here's the difference. With Ada's case, I think it's very clear, or at the very least, it works and makes sense if her desire is to be loved. No matter whether she likes this charm or not, Ada does desire to be loved. She has not received her desire. That's why it won't go away, because she still desires to be loved. She doesn't desire specifically a love charm magic wand trick, but she desires love. And because of that, this will continue to happen. She needs to fulfill the thing she does, like she wants, or at least she needs to get the thing she needs so that she stops wanting this. Basically, she needs her character need. When she gets that need, whatever it is, no matter what, this will probably go away.
Okay, so apply that to Damon.
Damon is not implied to have the ability known as omnipotence, for one thing, and second of all, that just doesn't make sense for Damon to have this subconscious desire to not be able to fly. Like, huh? It's implied
it doesn't have to be
prefer
subconscious.
to be fly.
Well, he can prefer to have something that that he chose not to have.
But if it's a choice, then it's not the same as Ada then, where it's a desire.
Bro, you don't understand because Bro, let me explain it in a way that will make you understand, okay? So, hypothetically, what if Damon's need is to be able to protect his sister with his own powers? He wants to protect his sister, but he doesn't want to have to rely on the Otsutsuki powers.
So
that would work in every regard in terms of this.
Almost. It wouldn't be the same as Ada, so while that kind of works, the problem is, in Damon's case, though, if this was going to be an actual character thing and relating to the love charm, Damon's need could be to protect Ada with his own powers, but Damon, as a character who's not achieved the end of his character arc, would be in the stage of not knowing that / not fulfilling that. So he would be what his want would be at would be basically he would want the Otsutsuki powers right now without realizing his need was to use his own powers. In this case, if he has Ada's ability, he would be omnipotence, love charming to fly. You know, he would be flying because that's his want, and his omnipotence is granting that want. But he wouldn't be fulfilling his need, and so there'd be some void he needs to fulfill that he hasn't found yet. So this doesn't work.
Why are you confident in that? You're saying that like you know that's the case.
Because that makes sense from story writing.
And why?
Because
what story writing makes it make sense?
Because the point is you need to fulfill, like, why would the character have this backwards thing to where he's already doing his need, wanting and doing his need, but that doesn't work because Damon doesn't do that. Like, he actively relies on his Otsutsuki powers of Shibai, his insane speed and strength, his reflection ability to protect Ada. And he's well aware of what he's got. He's not using his own powers in anything he does. So if he's already fulfilling his need, that these do not work. These do not coincide. It's very weird for him to do it only the one aspect of flying and nothing else.
Not only are you wrong, but this still applies with Ada. Protecting Ada is a thing that constantly requires a thing. Even if there's no active threats in any current moment, there's threats that can appear in the future. Same with Naruto. It's why he got stronger over the time skip. It doesn't matter if it's the era piece. And then this applies with Ada because the world already loves her. So why does she need to keep the love charm on?
Because she desires true love.
Okay.
And so the love charm, it isn't giving her that, so she still desires it regardless. The alternative explanation would be that, well, not everyone loves her. People who haven't met her don't love her before they meet her. Because hearing about her doesn't make them be love charmed, as we've seen, for one thing. And second, well, at the very least, Kawaki hasn't shown any signs of loving her. I hate to say it, but it's true. And Momoshiki doesn't love her. Jigen doesn't love her. There are beings that exist out there that don't love her. And so that would be the alternative option. It's just, well, not everyone loves her.
Well, there's still beings out there that can be a threat to Ada.
None of that has to do with what I've said.
Could be a threat to Ada in the future.
None of that contradicts anything I said about Damon earlier. That's irrelevant.
That's not irrelevant. Just because you say it is doesn't make it is.
Okay, how does that relate to what I said earlier about the character thing with Damon using your hypothetical? Explain it.
I don't need to explain because the audience is a judge. And they know I'm right.
No, they definitely don't agree with you. But at least in character they don't. But
that's not a thing that you can say because you're not the audience. And so you don't know how the audience thinks.
I have a pretty good idea. But regardless,
yes, so do I.
I'm okay, but
and we disagree.
In that case, I'm going to tell you it's irrelevant. And what's the point of this discussion? If we're just going to not elaborate and just say, "Oh, we'll let the audience decide." The audience probably doesn't understand what you're saying, to be honest, how that relates. And if you don't elaborate, that's worse for you because they're not going to understand what you're even saying.
Yeah, but you're doing the debate tactic thing to where you're suggesting that you're right and that I'm wrong, and that you're trying to convince the audience of something without actually.
I genuinely don't think what you said has any relevance to what I said about Damon, because everything would still apply regardless if there's threats still out there or not. That has no bearing on Damon's want versus need in this context. He would still
I'm sorry,
want
you disagree?
to protect Ada, and his need would still be to use his own powers. Whether there's threats or not, that continues. If anything, that just serves the point, because there's still something to protect her from.
That's okay if you disagree, because you aren't the audience.
But I'm right. You're
Exactly.
right.
You're not just suggesting it. You're blatantly, outright, directly saying it now. So I don't want to hear it.
All right. Anyway,
bro, that's a freaking clip right there. But I'm right. God, can we just agree to use that in future debates, just against anyone?
Yeah. If they say you're not the audience, you're like, I might not be the audience, but I'm right. Or they say you're not the author, I'm not the author, but I'm right. It works in any case. All right, anyway. Shinjuu writes, absolutely, specifically Jura. Oh, that reminds me of a oh, that's right, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. This is why I shouldn't stream. All right.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you finally caught up to Invincible's latest comments?
Wait, hold on. This reminded me of something
I pointed out an hour ago.
So this is kind of random. So we were just making some jokes about Gruffer said, oh, I guess he changed his name to G ... now. Juro will write he said, what do you think will happen in this upcoming chapter? Juro will write his best-selling novel, A Tale of Tales. Hidari will become Sarana's stepdad, and Kawaki will continue to play tag with his brother. Then Inochino tried to ask him on a date, but mid-riz, our new Kurama will beat you, bomb him in the face, protecting the legacy. Code will get a tan. Damon will get sick of waiting for a challenge and throw hands with Twitter. Locke will show up, and Mitsuki's new son will be his relationship with his brother. Koji will knock on Tsunani's door. Relentless debauchery between the elderly will ensue. Kawaki will make Hinata/Naruto hold hands in frozen time. And then, the thing I want to mention was the titles of Jura's books here. I was thinking instead of Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, Jura's would be Tales of a Curious Tree. That's Jura. And then instead of Makeout Paradise and Makeout Tactics, he's got Reading Paradise in. I could have done Reading Tactics, but I thought Eating Tactics because they're always trying to devour people, so he's got to write tactics for them. Thoughts?
So, is this in reference to Invincible's comment at 1:59 a.m. that we've read twice and haven't addressed since the Himawari-Kurama stuff?
It was in reference to Shinjuu writes.
Okay, well, it's also technically in reference to Invincible's comment at 1:59 a.m. that we've read 3 times and twice have it addressed. And the first time we only addressed one aspect of it, and then he commented again, asked us to again. And we read that comment, and then we almost did before we immediately derailed before starting that.
Look, we're working on it, bro. We're gonna get to the predictions.
Listen, I refuse to go back and clip this out. I'm gonna have to clip it out from like 8 different parts of the podcast.
We're gonna get into chapter questions. Or predictions. It's the title of the video.
I don't even know what we're.
But before that, Invincible asks, do you think Kaguya let Ishiki hit while they were traveled together? Huh?
Of course, it's before that.
Does he mean like, like smash bang, or does he mean like maybe that's the reason how Kaguya backstabbed Ishiki? So, well, it's a possibility. But see, this is why I want to wait on the prediction. Okay, so we have so many small things. These are chats. Millennium Kage asks, they were also debating if Shikamaru's strategy to lure Koba's genius or not. What do you guys think? I feel like that would be shorter than going back to the chapter 10 predictions. But what do you think?
You think our conversation on anything's gonna be short?
No, I didn't say short. Shorter than the other conversation.
I knew you were gonna correct me with that exact thing. I knew you couldn't resist the urge.
Well, I have to correct
I could
you
feel it dwelling inside of you. Bubbling over, okay? That pot is boiling hot. It was ready to pounce on its prey.
See, the only problem here is the one making the mistakes in the first place. Cough you.
At this point, it's a test to see whether or not you're going to act on it. And 100% of the time, it's consistent, Kamui. I'll give you that. You're a consistent character.
Yes, and I've always been the consistent character of this story known as the WalkyTalky podcast.
You're just born this way.
Yeah, I was just born, right?
So yeah, do you think Shikamaru's strategy to lure code was genius or not? What do you guys think?
So ironically, when I read that chapter, it felt like Shikamaru was capping about it being like his plan. Like, bro was there to interrogate Amato, not to draw code out. Like, it just happened, and he just was like, perfect.
Yeah, I think it's like this is gonna sound funny. One of those moments where something completely unexpected happens, and then the guy that it doesn't want to be embarrassed is like, all according to plan. That happens in like Spy X Family a lot.
That's just how it
just
felt.
Just a gag moment. Yeah. If it wasn't presented as a gag moment is the only problem. So the problem with this plan is he didn't intend on this to be a plan in the first place. Like, he didn't go into the fight letting himself get captured by code. I refuse to believe that.
Oh yeah, well no,
so
exactly.
Shikamaru.
So in that one's case, though, that's not really what the plan would be. The plan would be in I know what they talked about on the podcast. To be fair, if they mentioned that podcast, that's different. From my interpretation of the question, would be they just meant Shikamaru noticed it on his neck afterwards, and then was like, "I'm gonna draw him out by talking to Amato."
No, I know. I just think that's relevant to discuss, at least in terms of the Cloud and Jet podcast conversation. That said, I'm sure they would have said the same thing. So, because they were talking about what like big brain plays count in Naruto. In fact, they're funny enough, they were discussing Naruto's big brain plays. So like Bara was saying that like Sakura, or no, it was Kido, I think. It was Bara, I think. Bara was saying that like Sakura cutting off her hair was a big brain play, but like Shikamaru, name one big brain play. Can't say that right. Big brain play Shikamaru's done in all of Boruto. And so they mentioned that.
Nah, bro, Shikamaru hasn't done any big brain plays in Boruto.
I agree. Because, it drew code out. It presented code the opportunity, except it was terrible because nobody was ready for it. I guess Delta was there, if you want to count that as Shikamaru's big brain play. I feel like that was more coincidence than anything. I don't think it was that was not part of his calculations. Like, Naruto couldn't get through the door. That's bad in his play. And, like, Shikamaru's plan was what? The Shadow Possession Juice? I don't think that was his plan. I think he was knocked off his feet, and that's just something he managed to do. Just throw in something against the window, hoping it sticks. I don't think he planned that out in advance. That wasn't, what's the word, premeditated? That was not part of the plan.
Like a
and it didn't
strategy.
Work anyways. Yeah, like, if assuming Ada doesn't show up, Code's like, yeah, bro, it doesn't matter. I can still, like, move my fingertips and torture Amato. So, like, it doesn't matter if you have me in shadow paralysis. So even then, this plan just sucks.
Bro could still just slit Shikamaru's neck with that finger at any time if he wanted. Actually,
like, a better plan would have been to do the same thing outside of Konoha, and that's just a slightly better plan. It doesn't make the plan good, it just makes it less bad.
Let's just think about this, actually. This makes Code look stupid, but, like, he says at the end of that, like, I'm gonna kill you, Shikamaru. Bro could have just stuck his finger through the claw mark and done it real quick. Like, Yeah, had all the ability to. Still on Shikamaru's finale.
Kawaki hadn't shrunk it yet. That's hilarious.
Yeah, literally, like he could have done it instantly. He didn't need any time. He could have done it in the hideout. Still.
Oh my god.
That was stupid of him.
Was he able to do that in front of Ada? I feel like yes, but like maybe part of him couldn't have.
No, he can do it. It's just not.
I know you're gonna
it's not
disagree because
to
that sounds ridiculous.
So he's not doing it to Ada. That's all that matters.
But could Obito have killed an innocent person in front of Rin?
A little bit different in that case because Obito would be concerned with Rin's view of him, for one thing, and second, yeah, pretty sure. Well, innocent.
Who cares about
Obito
that?
wouldn't do that in the first place, unless you mean like the later
Code does
Obito.
care.
But that Obito, the murder Obito, doesn't exist if Rin's alive. So it just that situation does not exist. Basically,
I disagree with that.
No, we're not gonna get to this right now. No.
Oh no, I know, but I think Code cares.
Okay, but Code openly stabs Amato and tortures him in front of Ada. Not a care.
That's not killing. Plus, Ada hates Amato. Ada told him that directly.
Code tried to kill Amato against Ada's will in front of Ada's eyes.
But could he have actually done it? Because he can say he's going to do it. He can try to do it. He can think he's going to do it. But that doesn't mean he can do it. The same way he thought he could have killed Ada, but then he just couldn't have done it. He wasn't expecting not to be able to do it, but then he couldn't.
That goes into the care part. He doesn't care. He just can't do it because of the ability. He still doesn't care what Ada thinks in that regard.
Well, no. Again, when he leaves Ada, he's going to be like, well, I'm going to become an Otsutsuki to see whether or not this love is genuine or not. He's doing it because he doesn't know. There's a part of him that thinks it could actually be real love.
Yeah. But he still doesn't
And it could
care.
be for us.
Just to make sense. He doesn't care like in that regard though. Like he'll do what he'll kill someone if he wants to.
Bro, if you think you might love someone, you freaking care how they view you.
Yeah, but Code doesn't care.
As of now, especially because he doesn't know, he wouldn't want to ruin that just in case.
Code's already ruined it, for one thing. And second of all, I'm referencing the killing in front of Ada part because Ada never expressed don't you dare kill in front of me.
He said fighting's disgusting.
And Code has no qualms with fighting in front of Ada, as we've blatantly seen.
Okay. No, that's knight defending nobleness. That's different. Killing is dirty and gross, and that's different.
Ada didn't say anything about killing. In fact, the only thing he's got to work with is that Ada wants to kill someone for herself.
What did Ada say about why she doesn't like fighting?
It's barbaric.
Exactly.
Yeah. Killing would be equally as barbaric. And she doesn't like fighting. Code doesn't care about doing that in front of her.
Dirty and messy. And being a noble knight isn't barbaric.
Koba's not being a noble knight when he's fucking fighting her little brother. Nor was stabbing Amato being a noble knight.
That's self-defense.
No, stabbing Amato was not self-defense. He was straight up on the attack.
Amato could have done anything at that moment. Amato's a loose cannon. You never know what that guy's gonna do.
Bro, I really wish that Amato did do something. So anyway, back to chat. Nicolay is just tuning in, but his biggest gripe with Boruto is that it doesn't feel like a monthly release when 90% of each chapter is just dialogue. I see no reason why it can't be released weekly or bi-weekly. Well, you see, that's because let me look for it. Ikimoto needs a month to draw this hair. Am I sharing my screen? Oh, sorry. Whoops, I was sorry. Ikimoto needs a month to draw this this thing, this hair, this. He's a month to draw that hair. This low quality hair. He's a month for
That's
that.
so disingenuous, but I'm not going to be the one to correct you.
Yeah, that's why it's monthly though.
So Kamui, why are you lying when you're saying he's just tuning in when he said that an hour and 10 minutes ago?
I'm trying to segue to his comment in a way. Well, I mean, he did say verbatim, he is just tuning in. I didn't lie. I never said when he was just tuning in.
You got me there. Bro, by the way, don't look in chat of the Discord.
How can you
I will say, that's a good fan art, though.
Oh, that's how Ishiki got off guard.
Wait.
At Cam.
So
Is Cam in the Discord?
you should send that to Cam right now. No context. Be like, oh my god, chapter spoilers are out. Look, someone fan colored it.
Cam's not in the Discord, huh? Well, actually, this will be a great way. Hold on, I have an idea. To get her to join the Discord, I'm going to take a screenshot that includes the WalkyTalky podcast.
This is diabolical. Just like Toad's aura after getting his limbers off.
That's right. I'm not in the Discord.
I was talking to her earlier today, by the way. We probably shouldn't be messing with her at this current moment in time.
This isn't messing with her. I'm not going to call this messing.
Fair enough.
Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sharing screen with you. I was worried for a second. I was like, I just turned that off for stream.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, she's going through it, but she's staying strong. Shout out Cam.
Like I said, I don't consider this messing with her. We're sending her the Ishiki and Kaguya image.
Are you gonna say anything about it? Or are you just gonna leave it at that?
Thoughts?
Love it. Bro, that might be one of my favorite things that have come from the WalkyTalky podcast. Just that single.
Immortal thoughts. That was so funny.
Whenever anyone asks us, like, what did we mean by that? Or, like, what were you just talking about? Or just anything, just thoughts.
I know. I'm like it's slipping into my everyday life where I use like the thoughts like at work. I'm like
my favorite thing is we don't even capitalize it as if it's like the continuation of something else. It's so good.
It's good. Anyway, what's the topic I've been gaming? Arashi Kage. What game were you playing? Was it on Steam with Trippy? Okay,
Bro,
so
I already
think
answered him in chat.
now we could probably return to more predictions for Chapter 10 besides the Himawari-Kurama stuff.
I'm not clipping this part.
Oh yeah, if it's will flirt with Sarah. I'm surprised you had nothing to say about that. I guess you agree. So anyway, yeah, I guess Juro would be the other okay, so what other predictions do you have besides Himawari and Kurama, Oodie?
This isn't a prediction for this chapter, which entirely goes against the point, but I think the direction the story is heading in is at the end of this arc. I don't think Juro is going to be defeated, but he can't go back. I know. Well, he can't be killed, obviously. It's way too early for that. He can't go back defeated, so he can't be defeated because, like, that'd be just the worst. Well, I guess with these writers, you never know. But
yeah, whoever.
As far as we know, for all we know, last chapter ended the arc, and we're moving on to a new arc based on the track record. You never know.
No. End of the chapter. It's just another time skip. It's Boruto 3 Blue Vortex.
3 green vortex.
Yeah, 3 green vortex.
But I think at least in the next like 5, 6 chapters, maybe 7, 8, I don't know. Whenever the arc ends, they're gonna have a new objective or long-term goal that they're going to be driven towards, and that's probably gonna coincide with like the fate of the Leaf Village and all that. But they're gonna go back on their own free will to go accomplish some other task. Because if they go back now, whether it's defeated or not, there's no like they have nothing else to do, and so they would just return. I don't think someone's going to be stronger than them right now either. So they have to leave of their own free will, and it's going to be some new goal they find. What that new goal is, I'm not sure exactly, but that's probably the interesting part of this conversation anyways.
Kind of feel you on that. So with that in mind, do you think, assuming for a moment, Hidari is going to switch sides and be like on the Leaf Village's side in the future, do you think that will happen? Do you think that'll be exposed? Like you said yourself, you think Hidari is kind of like just putting up an act right now. Do you think, even if he doesn't switch sides necessarily, do you think he'll get exposed in any shape, form, or fashion sooner rather than later? Or do you think that's not going to be for a while?
So first of all, I don't think it's going to happen at all soon at this arc at all. I think they're not done setting the seeds. I think the real catalyst for this is going to be his confrontation with Sarada. He's going to leave that confrontation and be thinking about it in the aftermath, and that's where he's going to start officially beginning the process of change.
That's what I hope, anyway. Completely agree.
Yeah. So, that said, Jura and Hidari obviously aren't done with their character arc. They're still in the middle of it. Their story's not done, so they can't be killed. The same goes with, like, Sarada, obviously, but more specifically with Sumire as well as Ada. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, no, Ada's not going to be consumed or whatever by a bug, whatever.
Yeah,
She's not going to be
like,
killed.
She could be consumed, but not yet.
She's in the middle of her character arc, so we would need her character arc finished.
Yeah.
So even if she's consumed, that means she would be coming back at some point.
Yeah, but I've had enough of that.
So I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So I think for now she's definitely like just safe, obviously.
Like she can be attacked and Bug could just fail. Like I said, I think it's totally good if Bug attacks and Damon just beats him. I don't have any problem with that. Like
Invincible says, I wonder if Damon would join the fight. Not unless he feels the need to. Like he hasn't.
But if Ada just doesn't want to fight back, I think that's enough of a reason for Damon. Like,
yeah. Naruto explained in a recent video, brought up an interesting point. So before Jura goes to Leaf Village, he says to Hidari, "It's about time." And this was what I was saying too. That I thought he was controlling the claw grime. In this case, he's not saying that he's controlling the claw grime, but like in a way, it kind of is. So he's saying it's about time because the claw grime's at a certain location. So that's when he's going through. I think that claw grime is like going around the village towards the Ada Damon house, which is how you can get Bug and Matsuri later on, because that's where that claw grime could be going. And like Jura's choosing here because it's close to the Leaf Village's entrance. I think it'll be really interesting.
Because in that case, that just kind of gets in like well then the only question I have is why didn't he call Matsuri too? Because Matsuri's target would also be in the Leaf Village. Because Konohamaru's not watching Ada and Damon anymore. He's supposed to be Shikamaru's advisor. So he should be in the Hokage office.
Yeah,
but actually,
I don't know.
to think about it, where the hell has he been?
I don't know, but like that doesn't really debunk the theory because you can just say that with the canon lore anyways. Why isn't Matsuri with them right now? Her target's in Leaf Village.
Yeah.
But Hidari isn't there for his target. Hidari's there with Jura.
Well, yeah,
Hidari's just tagging along with Jura.
But I still like the idea.
So you could say they're like... Yeah, I think it's a reference to the Akatsuki to where it's like a two-man cell.
Yeah, that's how it feels. It also feels like it could be we've already talked about this before. It could be somewhat of a Jigen Kashin Koji thing where he's also testing Hidari, but yeah, we have to wait and see if that's actually the case or not. I hope it is. I like the idea, but anyway, I like the circle
the thing
thing.
with the the circle thing is interesting because if they pop out, because the house is away from the Leaf Village, like that was the point of the house.
Yeah.
And so they could technically just invade the house, and like I guess they would remove the guard, or they would write the guard out of the story, however way. The point is that they would be able to get to a minimal. I mean, that's a guard. What do you mean?
I don't want Mitsuki getting written
I guess
out
you
of the
could
story by the bug.
I would hate this. They would just forget Mitsuki is supposed to exist during these chapters, and like there's just no guard. Like they're just not one there.
No,
they just don't write him out. They just don't write him in to write him out in the first place.
Mitsuki realized he needs to self-affirm. That's it. He's dead. End of his arc.
Oh, no. Oh my god.
That'd be wild.
Not this right.
No, I mean Mitsuki, they could easily just write in a thing to where like he runs away to go see Boruto or Kawaki because of something he senses going on or whatever. Like I think Mitsuki's capable of. I mean, he's already shown like when before it was out of rage, but he left his post for the sake of tracking out Boruto before, so he could just leave his post for whatever reason he wants. They could write something in.
I don't think he's allowed to leave his post for whatever reason he wants.
No,
like
he's
the
not
reason
supposed to, but like he's shown the ability to be willing to. He generally does his job without leaving. Like, ironically, he didn't leave during the whole code invasion, funnily enough, but he did leave when Boruto showed up. So they can just.
I mean, Boruto did show up in the code invasion, and I assume he knows that as well.
Yeah, which is
so
weird because on one hand, you would think he'd want to protect his son during the code invasion, because it's the reason he left for Boruto. But I guess in Boruto's case, it's more of a rage.
Yeah,
it's a rage thing.
That he would,
but then again, Boruto
he would more likely want to go in because he was already with Kawaki protecting him. In this first case, Kawaki was out there literally fighting actively, and then Boruto shows up.
That's like actually he shouldn't know that Boruto showed up the first time anyway. So like, yeah, I don't know why he didn't leave the first time.
Yeah, Kawaki's not only in more danger from Boruto, but also from the Clawgrimes. In addition to code, unlimited code.
Yeah, I don't
Where was
know.
freaking Mitsuki? Why wasn't he there for that?
Well, I was thinking the anger perspective. Mitsuki had a specific anger towards Boruto, but like. Boruto was there the first time, so I don't know why that didn't apply in chapter 1. Like,
maybe all that stuff of like Kawaki bullying him or whatever that he's thinking about happened in like the past like 2 days. It hasn't happened in the first 3 years at all.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say maybe you could say Mitsuki was like low key, like, let's just let Kawaki die, but then for some reason that changed. Like, that doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't. See, the problem is. They could write in whatever reason they want, but they didn't do that. So as it stands, it doesn't make sense why Mitsuki didn't go there in chapter 1. Like, because in character, he's mad at Boruto, and it consumes him with enough rage to break his post, which he's not supposed to do. He ignores Shikamaru. He doesn't care. Why didn't he do that the first time? Like,
and Ada and Damon are outwardly just acknowledging the fact that this is all going on too. Like the entire village knows about it. There's no way Mitsuki just doesn't know.
Yeah. And again,
if anything, it'd be irresponsible.
He's fine with leaving them unattended in chapter 6. So, like, again, he's okay with the prospect. So what the hell happened? Like, at first you would just say Mitsuki was being strict about his job, and that's fine. But then that goes against what he does later in the arc. Or I guess the new arc, whatever. You get the point. Yeah, it's a new arc, new Mitsuki. I guess that's it.
Okay. I have a really small but really interesting conversation we can start. It goes along the lines of chapter predictions, but I don't think this counts as chapter predictions. So, like, first of all, the end of the chapter is like Himawari telling Ino Shikacho, let me off, let me go by myself so you guys can get away. Ino Shikacho disagrees. No, we're not going to do that. You're going to stay with us so we can protect you, blah, blah. And then Himawari goes in the Mindscape to talk with Kurama. So I think next chapter we're going to get continuing that conversation. And this isn't about that conversation. Regardless of what Kurama tells Himawari, I think that's going to change the game. Himawari is going to get out of the Mindscape and then recap to Ino Shikacho what Kurama told her, the fact that happened at all. And that's going to, like I said, change the game completely. It's going to shift the story into a completely new direction, like the midpoint. So I don't think that conflict's going to be relevant anymore. I think they're just going to go on a new task or new mission or new whatever that Kurama tells them to do. Directive, endpoint, whatever. New direction. So, but assuming that didn't happen, or assuming that doesn't happen, what do you think would be the result of this conflict between Himawari and Ino Shikacho? Would Himawari outsmart them, outtrick them, get away skillfully or something? Or would she go along with Ino Shikacho? Would she be convinced? Would Ino Shikacho be able to convince her? Would Ino Shikacho be convinced to let her go? Who would win in the end? Or would Jiro eventually catch up?
Assuming Kurama doesn't like say something to spin them in a new direction.
I think that's the best way to think about this. Yeah. If she just never goes in the Mindscape in this case.
So imagine like they just never went in the Mindscape. In that case, I think that they wouldn't get the choice. Jiro would just go to them before they make a decision. Would be my alternative.
I think so too.
I don't think they would ever write a situation where Team Ino Shikacho willingly lets Himawari go by herself. That's not going to happen.
I know.
So the only way she would get away is if she just jumped off on her own.
Yeah.
The problem is they're on a bird, and the bird will just fly and catch her again. So I don't think that really is effective.
Or Jojo would reach her arms out. That's why I'm saying she has to do something like ninja tactic, outsmart them, probably through something she learned through her training. So that ironically enough, which would work.
I could see that one. That wouldn't be a convincing situation. That would be like Himawari. Yeah. I want to say like I feel like there's an example of this in Naruto. I'm just not thinking of it, but.
It's when Sakura 5 Kage Summit knocks everyone out to go to Sasuke.
Yeah.
Alone.
Like, something like that, where she just like does whatever she wants to do to escape. That I could see.
In this case, I don't think knocking them out in the middle of the air would be a good idea, but hey, whatever.
Yeah, I think it would be more like somehow she disappears in a way that they can't find her type of thing. Whatever
like if it's somehow a shadow clone or transformation jutsu or etc.
Yeah, she does something. So if I had to pick an order of any of those three, honestly, could be like Kurama could give some new information that makes, in this case, I think Shikadai will come up with a plan. If it's the Kurama thing, Kurama says something, Himawari repeats it, and Shikadai says, "Oh, I have an idea. Let's do blank." That's one option. Mm-hmm. The other option is Jiro and Hidari just like show up, and then it's like he just flies in front of them, and it's like, all right, what you gonna do? I'm leaning against that specific scenario. In that case, I think Shikadai will have come up with a plan before then, which could either be because like Kurama's information, or he just comes up with a plan. I don't like that though, so I'm gonna say I don't want Jiro to just show up. I want him to show up, but only if Himawari either escaped with some ninja tactics or Shikadai comes up with a plan based off of some new Kurama info, whatever the hell it is. It doesn't really matter what. And then
they could also do... They could do a common storytelling tactic to where it seems like one side's about to convince the other side of something. Then they cut away, and then they eventually cut back too with the bad guy showing up. And then it seems like that convincing went through and they're going through with that plan. But then the audience, as well as the bad guy, surprise, surprise, learn at the same time. It was a trick all along, and they were convinced the other way the entire time. And this has all been a ploy to fool the bad guy, and they walked right into their trap.
Yeah. So in that case, I think they could either do it to where they actually are gonna let Himawari escape, but like they tricked him into thinking they wouldn't, or the reverse.
But I don't see how that would work because, like, if, like, say Cho transforms into Himawari, that's not going to trick Jura because the way he's sensing her is through the chakra. Like, he's not visually tracking them down right now.
It's like if they did something to where they let Himawari fake escape, so that they could surprise Jura. I could see that. The problem is it just seems so goofy. It's just like, you really think this dude
Plus
can't
the fact
just, like,
that, again, he'd be able to trap her chakra. So, like, if she fake escapes, Jura's just gonna go to her rather than them.
Well, so the point would be to have Team Shikacho, off guard Jura or something. But it's just like, bro, Jura could just like kill Himawari before they have a chance to do anything. That's like,
so this is gonna be completely goofy, and I'm gonna say this not to ask if you're gonna hate it, but to ask how much you're going to hate it. In fact, I'm going to pause midway through to get your assessment and then go all the way with it. So what if Kurama gives Himawari a plan to which he reciprocates to Shikacho and they agree? The plan is that Himawari is going to use Kurama's tailed beast bomb to fight against Jura's tailed beast bomb. Okay, I'm going to pause right there. Thoughts?
Well, the only thing with that is they're gonna need Himawari to like already have like KCM 2 level mastery. Like they've already got to have Himawari. Yeah. So I.
Okay, so again, how much would you hate it? Because I'm not done yet.
I like the idea of Kurama saying like, "This is what we're gonna do." Like, I'll match him, but I don't like Himawari having that at all, meaning I hate it a lot.
Okay. Here's the rest of it. So, this scene happens. Himawari's tailed beast bomb is stronger and wins. And defeats Jura. So how much do you hate it now?
So wait. You could have done 3 layers. You could have had defeats Jura's Biju bomb, but not Jura. But you skipped to all the way to 3. It just defeats Jura.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to go all the way this time. Yeah.
Well, Jura will be the biggest disappointment ever. Like that's even, that's just bad. It's very, very bad.
Okay, but Kamui, the bad thing is, unironically, with the track record, it's possible. It's a dreadful possibility how we could actually get that.
Yeah, no, like they say. Yeah, actually, you know what? Better yet, Boruto just shows up, does a Biju bomb, beats Jura. Yeah, I'm stronger than you. Have you been training at all, Jura?
This is pathetic, Jura, and you call yourself a Ten Tails?
And you call yourself a Divine Tree? Actually, speaking of Boruto, I mean, do you think Boruto's going to actually make an appearance in this fight? Or will he be like Sarada and Sumire and just never get there?
I commented on this last time. It depends. It depends on 2 factors. Depends if Boruto is aware of his current chakra level, which I believe to be low. And then it depends on how much he's considering that over the emotional weight of needing to protect Himawari, which we see into Blue Vortex he cares about. That's when he like softens up when he sees Himawari for the first time. Yeah, and so I think Boruto, he would go there.
Yeah, I do not see Boruto saying, I'm low on chakra, I'm gonna ignore Himawari. I don't see he's
but
going
that
to protect Himawari.
That said, they've already done this route to where Boruto made a mistake staying to fight Hidari when the toe is telling him to go because he can't win. So would they repeat that in concept through this?
Well,
would Boruto make the same mistake
knowing their
again, or has he
history-
already learned? Or is
knowing-
this where he
knowing their
faces
history,
the consequences?
absolutely. Knowing this writing history, absolutely, they will make the same mistake. In fact, you made it even more likely now that you mentioned that. But the problem is, first of all, in the first case, it was a 4v1, not 2v1, or really not 2v1 because there's also Team Inoshika. So it's more fair, I guess you could say. Like Boruto's at less of a disadvantage. He may or may not think Kawaki will follow him. And in this case, it's not about himself versus the world. It's about protecting his little sister. You know what I mean? Like, the problem is,
if
yeah,
the world
they
goes
just
down,
did
the
this
sister goes
mistake.
down
So
too.
if they make it a mistake again, it's like you just did that 5 chapters ago. And if they don't make it a mistake, it's like, so what happened to that mistake 5 chapters ago? That's the issue. So,
Well, I think it's okay for them to repeat it in this context. It would just make the first mistake worse in comparison.
yes, I
Because
agree.
this mistake would have the consequences in it because the first mistake didn't. The flaw was there and he actively pursued the flaw, but he didn't have to suffer any repercussions from it. So in this context, he has no reason to not do the same thing again.
Yeah, but the problem is there's 2 problems with this. One, I guess it's really the same problem. The flaw doesn't exist because, first of all, Boruto's not going to get devoured right now. Like, we can just assume that from the fact that it's only 10 chapters into the story. And second, Jura is literally avoiding devouring Boruto and Kawaki right now in favor of Himawari. So actually, the flaw isn't even there. It doesn't exist now. They're just not going to eat him. The most they're going to do is knock him out. Well, what's the harm? All he did was knock Kawaki out and ditch him. It's not like he captured Kawaki. If he just knocks Boruto out, at least he tried. Jura's not going to do anything with him right now. He's just going to ignore him. So the unfortunate reality is, I guess it just doesn't matter. So then with that in mind, originally I was going to say the best way to avoid it would just have Boruto just not get there. But at this point, I don't know. Would it be better for Boruto to just not... I don't fucking know what they want. I don't know what I want. I don't know if I want Boruto to show up and not beat Jura, or if I want Boruto to just not get there in time before Jura leaves.
It depends where you think Boruto's going, because it also depends, like, if Kawaki's following him right now. Would he have to flying Raijin away, or could he actually escape in time now that his chakra's disrupted because of the Karma Seal or Momoshiki, whatever you want to say? And because it's disrupted, is it like the Hulk or like Jugo to where he's inevitably going to transform, or is he able to get it back under control
So to some extent,
before that happens?
This is another thing I was going to say. This doesn't fully work. I mean, it could work, but I feel like the way they made it seem was like Boruto escaped before he transformed. I almost wonder if it'd just be better if Boruto just transforms, just add another layer. Like, or maybe Boruto escapes so that he doesn't transform, but then Kawaki goes back and makes him transform, or some bullshit. The point is Boruto he gets taken over by Momoshiki, because I think that works as a good Momoshiki debut to Super Vortex. It's just like Momoshiki's entrance to time skip is going ham, and the reason I honestly almost hope that is the case now, because then it puts Boruto back into a corner a little bit. A lot of the progress he's made is not necessarily null and void, but because people like Shikamaru might understand, this is the role reversal. Boruto has Momoshiki, but to some extent, Shikamaru's going to be thinking, he is a liability, and he's proven that. And then people like Team Shikanai, regardless if he's the enemy of Konoha, he's also a liability. So that makes that even more difficult. Himawari's obviously not going to break. Saren and Samurai aren't going to break in that regard. But I think it just adds better tension, and it makes it seem like Boruto's not going to win everyone over immediately, because Kawaki can just leverage that against them. Like he should have done anyway.
But I don't think Mitsuki is gonna see it, because I think he's gonna stay with Ada and Damon, and if Matsuri comes, I think Mitsuki would be a very cool narrative leverage against Matsuri and Bug, but that's another conversation for another day whenever we get that scene, hypothetically if we do. But I think for Ino Shikacho, if they see Borushiki, the fact that they see that, and in the future, if they choose to defy omnipotence and to defy the world and to side with Boruto because of Himawari, that's going to make that all the more meaningful, because they know that this happens now, and they're still choosing to side with Boruto in spite of it all.
Yeah, and I also think it'd be good for... I also think it would be very good for Himawari to finally see Borushiki for once as well, because that hasn't happened yet. Regardless of what they do with the scene, you know, for all we know, I don't think this would be enough of a reason for Jura to leave, but it could be intertwined with Jura leaving if something about Borushiki, whatever happens with Borushiki shenanigans, you know, it just relates to... I think Jura seeing it would be cool too.
That could work.
But it could just...
Man, you're gonna make me cry though with my Himawari rewrite. Imagine if this is the first time Himawari sees Borushiki, either since Omnipotence or since like the last time where in my rewrite Borushiki kills Himawari.
No.
The first, bro, it would have been so better. Oh my god.
No, what I was gonna say is actually maybe I should hurry up with my Mitsuki rewrite. What if? Just imagine. What if half of our or the Momoshiki rewrite, I guess I should say. What if the Momoshiki rewrite I do just ends up being in this arc? Like all the things we've been talking about, like we just get that Boruto versus that Kawaki versus Borushiki fight again. Like we just get all the things we mentioned. I guess we don't get the Mitsuki versus Borushiki fight, most likely anyway. But we get like half of it. I'm gonna hurry up because that would actually be wild.
I will say I'm confident we're not gonna get Borushiki next chapter. Yeah, I don't think we're getting Borushiki next chapter. I'm pretty confident in that. I will say if we're getting him, it's gonna be towards the end of the arc. I think that would work.
Yeah. But still, I wonder, okay, under the hypothetical that like Borushiki just does manifest in this arc and he goes ham, would it be better if I already had my rewrite videos done, or would it not matter? Because either way, I agree, it should be at the end of part 1, but I almost feel like it's better to have said it before it shows up. I don't know, because on the other hand, people might be like, oh, we'll see it still happen, but...
Well, no, that's what I was saying, is that you should do it soon, because I think it'll probably come by the end of the first arc, but not quite yet, so you're still good to make it.
I'm really gonna hurry then.
Yeah.
Shit. I have too many videos.
Yeah, you do.
Fuck, bro, I have too many videos I'm supposed to do, and I fucking distracted with Bloons.
Oh my god, it's freaking nuts.
That's a problem.
God. Himawari can knock out Ino Shikacho for real, but they will regroup with Sarada and Sumire and Boruto too. But but just hear me out, Josiah. Hypothetically, right now, Himawari knocks out Ino Shikacho. Immediately, what's going to happen to them? I want you to think about that. Think about no. I don't want Kamui's answer. I want Josiah's answer. Think about where they are right now. Think about what they're doing right now. If those three fell unconscious, what would happen to them at this current moment in time? Go ahead, Josiah. Please give me your answer.
Meanwhile, Shikacho versus Jura 2.0. I mean, yeah, we're probably going to get somewhat of that in this chapter. We haven't seen both Matsuri and Konohamaru in the last couple of chapters, just saying. I agree. They could show up at any point, but I do feel to some extent to do it right now would be a little bit like in this chapter. They could show them, but for Matsuri to just randomly invade just feels very random. Like this is right now focusing on Jura and Hinari. So like Like, I feel like it's just not the right chapter for
Be
them to
wait-
just show up like now. Like, we haven't even finished
like
resolved this at all.
It's like if we got the Sasuke versus Itachi fight starting in the middle of Sasuke still recruiting Jugo and like Suigetsu and Kari.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's just it's like one thing at a time, bro.
I will say it'd be fine if they started setting the seeds for that, like showing Matsuri getting ready to invade, or showing
like
Konohamaru
in the hideout, and
or
she's
something.
like watching. She's like, okay, hey Bug, you know, it's about time we invaded too, isn't it? And then he says like, you're right, let's get moving, and like that's it. That's fine, but like it shouldn't be like them popping up talking to Konohamaru. It's like, bro, like it's just like, imagine when Itachi and Kisame showed up in part 1, all of a sudden, like, you know, we just see Datara nuking the sand village. It's just like, what?
Now I hate to say it, but when it happens, it'll be hype, but I don't think anyone's gonna care because it's still gonna be the B story.
Yeah. I mean, like,
it'll be like me or whatever. It'll be Bug and Matsuri. No one cares about them. It'll be Ada and Damon. They'll be cool, but like, are we gonna care to see them versus Matsuri and Bug outside of superficial hype? Like, are we narratively gonna care?
No, that's my thing. I want to see Bug versus Damon mainly for either just the Damon fighting aspect, just the fighting aspect, and my glimmer of hope of just somehow getting more info on Bug, because I just wanted more than we got. You know, like Bug just became a guy drinking liquor was like all he was. I was hoping for a little bit more about him and Boruto's cult and like their scientific research and development behind Jigen's back that Sasuke spoke of. Like, what the hell was that about? Why are we throwing in lines like that and just having it be nothing? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like, what the heck is Nishi doing? It's like, you're going too far with this dialogue to just not address that, in my opinion.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Like, if
but the anime, like, Kamui, the anime will fix it.
It's just like, bro, I don't know why so many people. I think it was Invincible in the Discord earlier. I was like, thank you. I was like, I don't know why so many people are just like cool with the idea of like the manga sucking because the anime will fix it. I'm like, the manga it's a form of art. It's supposed to be on its own good. It's supposed to stand on its own. Like, it's not supposed to rely on the anime. It should just be complete on its own. It's not how that works.
I also wanted to look at Invincible's Twitter post that he made about, do y'all think the ending of the Prophecy arc from Boruto, Naruto Next Generation was rushed? Especially Boruto Chapter 80. Posts a lot of pictures. And we have got a lot of comments here we could go through if you wanted to.
Okay. So the Twitter comments, you mean? Or do you mean the, imagine every Shinjuu matchup just happens all in the current arc. That's funny. So am I still sharing my screen? Okay.
Yeah. What I think would be really cool, I know it's a meme, but like it would actually be cool, is if we got, at the end of the arc, a lot more Shinjuu started to pop up based on everyone who was eaten, such as like Soegi.
Wait,
if we just got like 6 more, for example.
Oh, yeah.
If at the end of the arc, we got a ton more Shinjuu popping up.
So, honestly,
it's weird because on one hand, I feel like that should just be the case. But it feels like they're not going that route because they haven't shown them. I don't see why they wouldn't have been born yet, because all of those people were turned into trees the same time Moegi was. So it's not a time thing. So I don't know. I would like an explanation, though, for why no one else turned into a tree. But Boruto says this involves everyone who turned into a tree. Well, so far I've yet to see the evidence of that.
Now, as a
the explanation for me is the least necessary part. You could just say the roots were still making them be born, and now they're all here or whatever. And you just get a cool like cinematic wide panning shot or whatever of all the Shinjuu just popping out and be like, and we're here now.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a really cool shot. And they would exist to be both naturally strong opponents as well as existing as essentially cannon fodder for our main characters to show their growth over time and how they can combat these threats in the future. Essentially taking the role of like Hidan and Kakuzu. I hate to say them because like they're not fodder, but like they exist as components of the Akatsuki as like basically stepping stones for the characters to go up rungs of the ladder in tiers of power so you can see how they can combat future threats, especially characters that aren't Naruto.
Yeah. No, I get that.
And could serve the same function. Yeah. Basically,
It's
like the same
like
concept
Boro.
as the Outers from Kara. Yeah, exactly.
So what Boro became. But anyway, before we get to the Twitter thing,
I think Deepa Works is a better example. But
yeah, but Deepa was actually good.
No, I know.
Invincible says, wait a minute,
serving the same role,
saw
but
someone saying
okay.
Delta / Akebi might be the mother of Kawaki, which means this guy was a lucky one. What the fuck? They just thought it was funny. He said, at Ood, what do you all think? I just thought it was funny that he didn't tag me because I am objectively the creator of that theory. Like, I never heard a single person say it before me. And I've had people ask me if they can mention it in a video or whatever. I was like, sure. But like, so it was funny. I was like, well, this has been there. This has been there for a while.
I've heard a ton of people saying that Amado could be Kawaki's grandfather, but that's more so leaning on the fact that like Amado would be this guy's dad rather than being Akabi's.
Well, also
dad.
the grandfather thing, yeah, I'm also taking credit for that because I never heard anyone say it before me when I made a video on it. But in that video though, my theory wasn't about Amado being this guy's dad. It was that Akebi was Kawaki's mom, and then Akebi is obviously Amado's daughter. That was my version of it, anyway. Was that not that Delta is Kawaki's mom, but that Delta's a clone of Kawaki's mom. That was my theory. But
By the way, stream, I see that like both Kamui and I are constantly peaking, maxing out in the red. Has the audio been unlistenable to for the past couple hours? Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity.
I know I've been seeing.
It's like, you know, like I'm just saying like basic words, not loud at all.
Maybe I just like loud
And,
things.
uh,
I have you at 200%, to be fair. Let's try this.
Oh my god! You scrolled way too far up. I'm just gonna send you the link.
This one? Oh, here it is.
I've had it open for the past like 20 minutes or something.
I found it. All right, I guess I have to send.
Okay, well I'm sending it to you anyways, just
so that
to
stream
fulfill
can see
my
it with
active
me.
duty. There you go.
This is the problem with streaming. I have to freaking sit at the time. Especially Boruto chapter. Yeah, of course. Boruto chapter 80, the official worst chapter of Boruto.
Okay, cool.
No, I would love to just say how all the scenes that were rushed in this arc. There's a lot of them. The prophecy arc had its peak moment. No, you know what? They had what should have been peak moments, is my correction.
Yeah. Because I feel like what people are doing is they're
not peak.
They're taking
not peak.
Hype moments.
They're
taking
concepts.
Hype concepts. Yes, bro. Oh my god, we saw this freaking same time. Exactly. Yeah, bad execution of what should have been good. Like, and they don't recognize the fact that it isn't good. Because it conceptually should have been.
Like this is okay, I guess. But this should have been more impactful. This again,
but like the point I was
it
getting
should have been more. This I borderline sucks. This
I think they're also
and nothing more. This is the best moment out of these. This one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the best chapter of the arc, in my opinion. Chapter 7.
For sure. I think what people are doing,
but
Jesus Christ.
You know, I have to ask you guys, like, what time zones you're in? Because why do we have the most viewers at 4:30 a.m.? Like, what time zones are you guys in? Troy says the ending was good because it's realistic. Basically saying there was no time to slow the pace. I disagree with that. That doesn't make sense. That would mean there's no time to slow the pace. Just make it take more chapters. There's no time limit. Like the there, like, unless Shueisha said finish part 1 by April 20th, 2023. That doesn't exist. There's no time limit. And I don't know why they would have said that if they did, hypothetically. But I mean, Troy also said that Momoshiki was a generational narrator, so that would when he said that stuff, it felt trolly. I'm not gonna lie. He was gassing it up so much that I couldn't believe it. I don't know if he actually like really loves it to the extent he was saying, or if that was like a little bit of like a troll, because like, yeah, it wasn't believable. Whatever post I saw anyway. Could be referring to a different one. But yeah, I don't agree that there wasn't time. Just make time, then. It's your own series.
All right, what's the current conversation?
I was just reading chat.
Oh my God, Kamui, we never went over Invincible's Twitter post.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro. Wait, is the Sarda thing what we derailed away from that immediately from?
That's one of the things, yeah.
Oh, right, because we were looking at the pictures. We never got to the actual comments. That was it. The thing that isn't relevant to the post at all. Oh my God.
And now I'm upstairs.
Okay, did we want to get back to that?
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom while you entertain chat.
Okay, I'm assuming you caught up to chat.
Yeah, but it's your turn to entertain it.
I guess I'll answer the same questions. All right. Completely different perspective, Chad. Oh, you thought you're going to get one answer to your question? Nah, you get two completely different people answering it. We haven't seen both Matsuri and Konohamaru in the last couple chapters. Okay, we already got that. Nah, it's good. Yeah, true. Troy says the ending was good because it's realistic. Yeah, Troy says everything in Boruto's the best peak pinnacle of all of fiction ever. So we want to get Troy on the podcast, by the way. He's literally in the server.
Anyway, back to Twitter. Now I will say I did like chapter 70. I like chapter 75 purely for the info dump, and chapter 77 I think is like the actual best chapter of the arc. You know, I'm not gonna say it was peak fiction, but I liked chapter 77. So you know, if there's one chapter I'm not gonna if there's two chapters I'm not gonna complain about, it's those two chapters. But the rest of them I have complaints about. I guess chapter 72 is fine.
Yeah, you know, for me, I have the complete opposite perspective. I think chapter 80 is the best chapter in the entire Naruto franchise.
Well, Invincible says the prophecy arc had its peak moments, but it felt more like a quick prologue for Two Blue Vortex in the end than an actual arc, which shouldn't be the case. Yeah, it felt like a prologue for the prologue. Yeah. Ren says,
I remember. I looked up Simply Troy's
Awakening. Absolutely.
That's interesting. Okay.
I'm surprised by these.
So Troy joined. I guess you just don't want to hear my choice story.
Oh, well, I didn't realize that's what you were going for at first. Okay, Troy.
Now I feel bad.
Troy?
Okay.
Troy?
No, for you.
Troy?
No, for the fact I interrupted whatever you were. Okay, so freaking Troy joined. I DM him saying, "Goated mans, LMAO out of curiosity, how did you hear about WalkyTalky?" He waves. He says, "Somebody in my server sent me a link in general," and I was like, "Let me join, see what it is."
Huh.
And it was just a rando. And so him and some of his staff joined.
Interesting. So he joined us. So he
I
came
said,
to
like,
us, technically.
Yeah, exactly. So I said stuff about him. Then he said to me, "King status for real, for real." So in his eyes, I am royalty status, Kamui. I hope you realize that.
King's eyes.
He worships me as a god.
Until he realizes you're not king size because you go out of your way to be as small as possible. But that's besides the point. I guess we should just like, ironically, we should just like ask everybody to come on this week. It might be that simple.
I think so, honestly, yeah. I guess so. Okay.
I mean, plus we've also had 6 on.
When do you think? Yeah, at this point, it's be easier than it would have been months ago.
The problem is, I would like to try a live read for Viz to see if it would be better or worse for views, because I know Meek does it, and he's at least like 6 months ago allegedly got crazy views on those.
Really?
So I don't know if it'd be better. The problem is, I don't see myself being able to resist reading the early translation at this point. Because more than anything, I want to read both translations for one thing, and it's just like, I don't know, bro, I can't resist it. Like, I just want to read it. So
are you gonna cover the spoilers in general this month?
Huh?
Are you gonna cover the spoilers in general?
Well, I would do the spoilers anyway. So that's the other thing. It's like, I'm already gonna do
well,
the
then
spoilers.
It doesn't matter. Exactly, yeah.
But then, and like, and
There's
that's
no
the
point
case,
of doing
I'm like,
that.
I don't want to wait until Viz to do my live chapter reaction, which is still like what I'm doing it. I haven't seen all of it at that point. Because I usually do the spoilers before I get too many of them anyway, because I'm just trying to do it as quickly as possible.
No, bro.
But I'm probably
you can't.
just gonna do it,
No, we can't be saying that about spoilers in 2024. Spoilers are notorious for showing 90% of the chapter. Okay, and it's the important 90%. Like, you're missing like 2 random, unimportant pages. Like, you get the full chapter in spoilers. I don't care what you say.
Nah, because you're missing too much context usually. I mean, you get a good bulk of it though. To be fair, either way. Yeah, I'll probably
Even if
just
it's out of order, it's usually so simple to follow regardless.
I'll probably just do the Ragnarok scans live read thing again, see how that does. Anyway.
Okay. The thing with the Boruto chapter, I don't know if you've noticed, I tend to read it the night after the full spoilers come out. So not the same day, the night after, which means we would have to podcast 2 days after the official spoilers come out. So hypothetically, if they come out on the 18th, either way, we probably wouldn't be podding till the 20th. So I guess we're good in that aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when I'll do my live read. Anyway, back to the Twitter post. I'll let you read some of these.
Which we haven't started.
Well, I started the first few.
Comments?
Yeah.
Well, Invincible's comments. I meant other people's comments.
Yeah, I read Ren's. Now we're on Sheerboats.
Okay. Agreed. Okay, so with the concept we have right now from Ghoul, I don't think it's rushed. I don't find it necessary to have more chapters setting up Mitsuki for guard duty, Kawaki being a bum, and Sarada complaining about omnipotence for the next 3 years. Anything that happened. So your problem isn't the fact that it's set up, it's the fact that Boruto Tubu Vortex is just bad, regardless.
So what he's saying is, The time skip is so bad that we don't need any setup for what happened in the time skip.
It's so bad. I want to get through it as fast as possible. Please, no.
Here's about this thread.
Okay, so you got it all wrong. Should we read all of Invincible's comments, or since we're replying to? I guess I'll read all of Invincible's comments. You put the time in. We do it. Or what if? Okay, this could be fun. Kamui, we pretend this is like a conversation to where I read all the bad comments, you read all of Invincible's replies, as if you're replying directly to me.
I was gonna say, or I don't care which order, because I was ready. We could. That's a good idea, but I don't know which side I want to take, because I like that. I see. Well, in that case, my answer is still the same. I don't know which who I want to be. All right, do you have a preference on who you want to be? Do you want to be Goal or the anti-invincible people?
I think it'd be fun to be the hater. I already started off reading that one. In fact, do you want me to just restart with that context in mind?
Yeah, let's restart. Oh, we can skip.
All right, that would be fun. All right. Okay. You know, Kamui, with the context we have right now, I really don't think it's rushed. I don't find it necessary to have more chapters setting up Mitsuki for guard duty, Kawaki being a bum, and Sarada complaining about omnipotence for like the next 3 years. Anything that happened, really.
No. You got it all wrong, man. You're referring to the time period during the time skip. I'm talking about the time period during chapter 79 to 80, not after that. LOL.
I see. Well, Kamui, in that case, my answer is still the same due to how the arc is structured. Drawn out battles can fit in the arc due to context. Dragging out the Mangekyo Sharingan Awakening doesn't add much value to it, considering Green Apple Field doesn't do anything with it, etc.
I hate that, what he just said.
If that's green.
What? I hate what he just said, but in my opinion, the arc is decently paced till chapter 79. The issues start in chapter 80, when we get a whole lot of plot points included in a single chapter, which could have been extended a bit longer, thus rushed.
No, but Kamui, what plot points do you think should have been extended? It felt pretty straightforward to me, but I don't want to see from your perspective.
Well, first of all, there's Sarada's Mangekyo reveal. There's second of all, there's Boruto's dynamics with Momoshiki. Third, Boruto's reaction to omnipotence. And fourth, omnipotence's effect.
Yeah, okay. Well, Kamui, I guess thanks for sharing your opinion. I feel like that was the best way I could have read that last one.
All right. Do you want to switch? Since there's a new person?
Sure.
Not really, Oodie. All I would say is there's maybe room for one more chapter, somewhere between 79 to 80 to flesh things out a bit, but that's normal with the manga since at least this kind of thing to the anime.
What? But Kamui, that's the point. The manga shouldn't push it on the anime every time.
See, I disagree, because the thing is, the Boruto series was made for the anime. The manga is literally just a storyboard. I think there's also the fact that this was planned out already, and Two Blue Vortex was set to be published by a certain time, so they have to end Naruto Next Generations within a certain amount of chapters.
I'll be honest, I don't even know where you're reading that from.
Huh? Just watch my shared screen.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works for me.
Because I hit, like, replies to show more. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have that on mine. If Boruto series was made for the anime, then I rarely see Boruto fans actually practicing the anime or praising the anime. That's crazy, right?
Just because something was made for something doesn't mean that thing is good. What are you talking about?
Bro. Oh, wait, that's all I think.
I know, we're just going in order. So that's what makes this even more fun. We're just going to go in order regardless of who's the take is, because I just disagree with my guy.
Okay. For me, it's kind of rushed, but I still like it, not gonna lie.
Well, of course we all liked it, but it could have been even more better if it was not rushed. Tier.
Bro, you can do only 44 pages. If you could have more than 44 pages, Kishimoto would be glad, but the anime will expand on it more. Same thing with a Naruto story.
Could have just ended it. First of all, this is not true, and I'm going to prove it right now for stream. Okay?
Oh, I know.
Very
simple. Are you going to pull up Samurai 8?
Very simple. Very simple. You don't need to have a Viz
subscription.
Oh,
that works even better.
So, 59. Isn't this little number here? 59? Now, in case you thought, oh, it's just a fluke, right? It's just a fluke. It could never happen again, right? Could never happen again. 51. also, I'm very interested in where you got 44 pages from. Because they usually only do 41. You're right. I would
Isn't the last page like not a real page
at this point? Oh,
like
and
aren't the last and first? Well, I guess the last page is a real page. But like the first page is never a real page.
Yeah, so it's really 40.
Really, first 2 or 3 pages, I think.
But also, bi-weekly manga.
Oh no.
Bi-weekly, 30 pages. Make that monthly. That's 60. What's the excuse? And also, the first chapter
how many pages did Kishimoto do per month on Naruto?
But yeah, we could have also just ended it in chapter 81 to 82. All right, I need to go pull my potato out of the oven. So let me try to pull this up on my phone so that I can multitask.
Oh my god. Okay, well. No, Kamui, because you need to create another volume 21 to include chapters 81 through 84. All that the anime can expand it more.
Wait, hold on.
Shout out Jonathan Oliver. Or is it Olivier?
Well, actually, funny you say that. I recognize him from my comment section. But
I do too, funny enough. Like I don't know I didn't know it was from your comment section, but I recognize the name.
Yeah,
I think he's like everywhere. Anyways, I guess I'll read out the comments.
yeah, do that for a
minute. Okay. So Invincible says in this Twitter post, I'll just keep reading Twitter post till I'm out of Twitter post things to read. The anime can expand it more, sure. Still doesn't change the fact that it was rushed in the manga. Which, exactly, that's the point. And Jonathan says, yes, but... Oh, Cowboy, I want you to guess what Jonathan's reply is.
But they leave it to the anime.
Jonathan's reply is yes, but it is what it is. Oh, actually, that's not even his reply. His reply was just wrong. His reply is yes, but it is... What is it? It's just the wrong word order there.
So he's asking us, what is it?
Then Ace says, the anime was rushed more than the manga. See, that's the problem. They have all these anime-only arcs with the excuse that the anime community likes to say of, oh, it's to build up for the manga, gives them more time, it lets the manga get ahead. And then they freaking rush the canon-only arcs. Well, I guess the canon arcs. Like, what's up with that? What do you mean? Like... I don't know if you were, like, listening, but, like, on the Cloud Pod, like, freaking 5 years ago, whenever it was at this point. It was probably 3 years ago. Yeah, I was freaking complaining, like, in the middle of the Kara arc of how fast-paced the anime is taking this arc. When they should have been slowing it down more than ever. Like, it was, like, right after the Kashi and Koji fight, before the Ishiki stuff. I think is when I was on complaining about that. Yeah, like, what are they doing? This arc should have been like another 5 episodes up to this point. Like, why? Like, I broke it down. All 5 of the episodes is crazy.
I remember I liked Bar's theory that it's because it was Kodachi's writing and they were salty.
So funny, bro.
Me. Seeps My Gender says, bro wanted them to. Oh, sorry. Just say how.
Oh?
Bro wanted them to create a whole new volume of Boruto running through the forest.
Not really.
No, it was. We didn't see how other people reacted about the greatest shinobi's death and Sasuke going rogue. LOL.
No. Many more plot points too, but that's true. I don't know what ICL means.
Oh shit! I thought that said LOL.
I care a lot.
I could. I can't lie. I can't lie.
I can't lie. That must be it.
I've never seen that, but that makes.
I was gonna say I could Larry. Yeah.
Man, I just want to see how others villages reacted. FFS. It was so rushed. For free.
Showing other villages is not. Showing other villages is not really possible when the only time we saw them in the manga was the Kage meetings for like 2 to 3 times. LOL.
Yeah, but the Shippuden ended. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but the Shippuden ended with all villages being a unit and Naruto getting acknowledged by all of them. I hope we get to see at least. I hope we get to see at least a flashback.
I like how he says the Shippuden, but it's villages, not the villages.
I love when people say the Shippuden. Like what? I don't. The way people say it's funny.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down for the abridged. We're gonna have every episode of the abridged be called Naruto the Shippuden. Or do you like that better, or do you like Naruto and the Shippuden? As if it's like some secondary thing. Or some other character.
I like both. Oh, shoot. Naruto, the Shippuden. Naruto and the Shippuden. Both have a good ring to it, honestly. Write them both down.
Okay.
Naruto, the Shippuden. Naruto and the Shippuden. I don't know, they're both funny. I almost want to say I'm leaning towards Naruto, the Shippuden. But I like both. Also, like it's like Naruto, the thing, like Naruto, the cool guy, Naruto, the basketball players, Naruto, the Shippuden.
I was thinking like something that they would say in like the Naruto games, like Naruto, Ninja Clash in the land of whatever. I don't know.
Naruto, the Shippuden.
Ultimate Ninja Storm. It's like the same thing, yeah. Ninja Voltage. The Shippuden.
Yeah. Boruto,
We ever get Naruto's voice actor on the pod? That's what we're getting ready to say. We're gonna request the one voice line.
Do you ask her Naruto the Shippuden or Naruto and the Shippuden?
Anyways, that's Shippuden though. The shit was weekly, and Naruto is quite different or diff than Boruto. Cause in Boruto manga, side teams and most Jonin don't exist for some reason. So sad.
Understandable, but the point of Boruto is it's the continuation of Naruto because many things were left open at the end of Naruto. So the point of Boruto is only that it's the continuation of Naruto. It is because many things were left open at the end of Naruto. No other reasons.
Yeah, such as...
Such as?
Sorry, that's a new thing I want to start doing. No, that was it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's something I want to start doing more. I saw someone else do it. I was like, oh, that's genius. Understandable, but the we been knew that And the Boruto anime did a lot for the issues you mentioned, but people are going to disregard it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if they confirm that Kishimoto helps with that extra scenes, in the anime, I am fine.
Yes, Kishimoto, the world-class renowned anime producer who excels at making anime scenes. Yes, that Kishimoto. Yes, I want his help.
With that extra scenes. Oh, by the way, I am fine. So my name is not Absolute Tronny. My name is fine. I am fine.
Chapter 80, yeah. They wanted to go on hiatus so badly. I guess it's so funny that they say that.
Sadly, yeah.
Sadly, yeah. The last chapter was really rushed, but I still like it.
If Percy broke Kawaki's jaws from If Soda Follow took places during Boruto Naruto Next Generation's Omnipotence arc.
So by the way, I probably don't show that picture on screen, but it's a dope picture, and cause I don't know if like YouTube would allow it, but I kind of want to use it as a thumbnail if like Kawaki ever gets memed on again. That could be your Kawaki thumbnail right there. I was already being shown anyways. I guess it's fine to show it on stream. Did you want to do the next one?
Well, I did the last one.
Okay. It seemed so fast, but it did get good, then went back down at the start of 2 Blue Vortex. I find it boring, but it has potential to be as good as the end of part 1.
The prophecy arc was not
rushed.
Many had been waiting for a very, very extremely, ridiculously, insanely long time. The point is, it had a much bigger impact than many expected. This twist surprised us. As for the development of other characters, I think we were all aware that it would remain the anime job.
I love the way you took that. Really went all in. A heavy heart. It think we needed a final fight between Boruto and Kawaki like in Naruto Classic. Yes, we had a fast fight with Boruto Scar, but it was too fast.
The anime
Not too fast, but
gaps.
Too fast.
I ain't worried. So I'm a little bit unsure though. I'm a little bit hurt. He's calling us an it. It think. Not us. Not I. Not we. It. But yeah, the narcissist
sure
himself
says but
the anime will fill in the gaps. I ain't worried.
Yeah, spoken like a true narcissist.
I was gonna make a joke, but
what makes him so confident in that?
You can probably guess what I was gonna do.
I'm curious why he's so sure. So I wanted another setup chapter after chapter 80, but that worked too. What's that? Oh, I guess he's replying to the narcissist.
Either that or the post or what we actually got.
Well, it wasn't say the freaking reply, dude. Twitter sucks.
I know. It's so confusing sometimes. But yeah.
The anime gonna save it.
Hell no.
Nah, Kawaki was just on the verge of snapping free. He got that second karma.
I'm him.
Bro, what is that comment even talking about, by the way?
What? The second
above,
karma?
Yeah. Nah, Kawaki was just on the verge of snapping free. He got... That's the freaking code arc, by the way. It's not even a prophecy arc.
Well,
like, who is he responding to, if anything?
I thought maybe he meant like when Kawaki was trapped in Mitsuki's snake and Shikamaru's shadow possession, chapter 78.
No, by second karma.
Okay.
He just means stage 2.
Yeah, he just means in general.
No.
Not that he got it, but that he has it. It just got is just slang.
Yeah.
By the way, how many more Twitter comments did you want to read? Because I still do want to do the Himawari stuff. I don't want to end after this.
It looks like this is the last one. Yeah, Naruto Next Generation should have had
perfect.
extra 10 chapters before starting to Blue Vortex.
So is this something else?
Pointless. Tomorrow, spoilers according to Howl.
I'm glad we got the reliable Howl to give his input.
Well, anyway. Now the Himawari stuff.
Invincible, I hope you're happy that we did that.
Let's read chat first, I guess.
Okay. Oh, God.
It's 2 p.m. for them. Yeah,
but before we do that, promise we aren't going to derail.
Now. I said, what time zone are you guys in? Considering we have our most viewers 5 hours into the stream at 5:30 a.m. Like, is this when we should be streaming?
Hell no. Yeah, we got to wake up at 5:30 now.
Should we be starting at 5:30? Should we be waking up bright and early to do the podcast?
I would fix our sleep schedules for sure.
Yeah.
Military style. So, this is 2 p.m. Is that like New Zealand?
Listening through the entire thing. So 2 p.m.
Invincible, like where generally do you live?
Yeah.
I'm looking it up. What time zone is 2 p.m.?
This was at 4:40, so it'd probably be more like 3 p.m. now.
Okay. Look up 3 p.m. World clock. I don't know how this works, but I'm going to freaking figure it out. Around the world, okay. So, Kolkata. Invincible, are you near Kolkata? That's all I'm saying for even close to anywhere near that time. 2:55 p.m. That's like the only thing I see. That's even like within like hours of that.
India.
It's the only place he could be apparently in the whole world.
Right now. Oh, at 2:20. Okay. At 5:25. It is 2:55 p.m. in India, so it might not be too far from India.
Oh, it just changed another minute. 2:56. That's interesting. Time zones around the world go in half-hour increments. Since when? I thought it was a full hour everywhere.
I guess not.
But like you thought that too, right?
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's like in all the first world countries, because like Tokyo, London, New York, whatever Winder is, freaking United States. Like, what is Winder?
New Delhi, 2:56. There's even a 15-minute increment.
Looks like it's right on top.
Kathmandu, 3:11 p.m.
It's in Georgia? It's in North. What do you mean Winder's in North? I don't know what freaking Winder is. I've never heard this a day in my life. Why is this on the world clock as one of the 4 major times ever, apparently?
What about Krasnoyarsk?
So confused. Anyway.
Or Novosibirsk. Oh shoot, where's my other headphones?
Invincible said sob emoji, sob emoji. This is the first stream I've been listening through the entire thing. LOL, crazy. So you're here from the very beginning. Well, yeah, that makes sense considering you were commenting at the very beginning. So.
All right, hold on.
Well,
I need to
it's
get my
12:35 anyways.
I need to get my other headphones.
Well, okay. I can tell.
Hold on.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
All right, I should be back.
Okay, so I read. Okay, I got a whole bit scheduled in advance while you were doing that, Kamui. Okay, so just let me cook for a second, all right?
Okay.
So Invincible says doxing on stream is crazy, but yeah, not Kolkata, but somewhere near. LOL. So first of all, that's funny because you know where Kolkata is. But okay, so doxing on stream is crazy. Well, Invincible, welcome to the WalkyTalky Podcast. Which that reminds me, we haven't done our intro yet. So welcome to the WalkyTalky Podcast, the podcast where we doxy while we walkie.
We doxy while we talky.
On this episode, we're talking about Himawari genetics. And where Immortal lives. All right. So, or not Immortal, freaking Invincible. I ruined it. Okay, it's freaking Himawari. Let's do this thing.
Oh, but we could get a free online clock for your website or blog. Anyway.
Okay, so if you want to go to podcast topics really quick. I guess you don't have to, but I guess for sure. I don't know. Whatever you think visually works the best. I'm going to show a freaking picture of Himawari. I don't care. So the very bottom one doesn't have to do with anything regarding Himawari. It's just completely irrelevant. I think it's going to be quick.
The one
on the Himawari's genetic. Oh, what's up?
Say, is this Ada love charm thing with the cloud pod a quick topic or a long topic?
Nah, plus, like it says, featuring them, we would need at least one of them. And in order of most wanted to least wanted, so Keto's most wanted, Free Game's least wanted. No offense to Free Game, he just didn't add much to that conversation in particular.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Bar would be good to have on with that.
We should have Bar on anyway.
No,
we'll save that
yeah,
one
exactly.
Then.
Yeah. It's a conversation we kind of already talked about with Keto as well, so yeah.
I already forgot.
Anyway.
I remember the context behind the 2021 stream topic thing, but I forgot exactly what I said, although I read it out loud too so I could find it. But it's funny.
Well, you wrote it down, yeah. Exactly. Just find it. But anyways, listen, you're looking at things, you stop looking at things. Just scroll up to above the Itachi panel, and that's all, and you just stay there. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Before we even get to that, okay. On previous conversations we've had about the genetics, so even like Inojin and Naruto, they don't have the same genetics. Hypothetically, they have the same color hair. They don't have the same genetics.
Well, so you agree.
I agreed from the beginning. This was your argument.
No, it's not my argument. You're the one who argued that they had the same genetics for the sake of an argument that I didn't have.
You literally don't understand the point of that argument. Anyways.
No, because you're saying it's my
even
argument.
If they have the exact same hair color. The point is, even if they have the exact same hair color, they have the blonde hair color gene, but they don't have the same genetics.
Yeah, and nowhere did I ever say that Himawari had the same genetics as Kurama. In fact, I'm the one who debated you on the fact that Himawari does not have the same genetics as Boruto. You're the one who said they had the same genetics, not me. So I don't know why you're acting like I have this take that Himawari is the same genetics as Naruto, as Boruto, or as Kurama. I've never said that. I've vehemently said that they don't. Because that's not how genetics work.
Yeah, well, I wasn't done with my point yet. Freaking genetics are way more complicated than that. It's the genetic data that you have to look at. The freaking alleles, the DNA, the written encoding on it all.
That's why I said they don't have the same genetic.
That's the important part. Okay. Well, I agree. So then Boruto doesn't have Naruto's genetics.
That's what I've been saying. He inherited genes from Naruto. He doesn't have Naruto's literal genetics. It's the same with Boruto and...
Well, no, that's what I've been saying.
You literally said that. I don't care if it's a troll. I debated you on it on a 1 or 2 streams ago, because that is what you said.
What did I say that you're referencing?
That Boruto and Himawari have the same genetics, and you carried it on to Naruto as
well. That's not what I'm referencing.
I know, but I'm saying you
what I'm referencing is saying that, okay, well, that's not what I'm referencing. That's irrelevant.
But...
And they do have the same genetic.
My point... No, they don't. How can you just say...
The point being that they have the same genetic information. The gene doesn't matter.
Boruto and Himawari do not have the same genetic information.
That's what they inherited from their parents. What makes you say that?
Are we really going to do this? Oodie! First of all, you already just admitted it.
The information that matters.
Like 5 seconds ago.
How? Well, that makes my point stand. I'm more consistent with that now.
No, like a few minutes ago,
which I was.
You were clearly indicating the opposite.
Also,
they don't have the same genes or the same genetics.
Who? Boruto and Inojin.
Never mind. I don't want to get into it anymore.
Okay, it's concession accepted.
No, I don't agree with it. Boruto does not have the same genetic information as Himawari. He has the same parents, but they do not have the same genetic information, also known as DNA.
Why wouldn't it pass down the same?
I'm just going to say you need to take a class in genetics.
I've taken multiple. So why wouldn't it pass down the same?
So, here.
Punnett squares, I feel like, really solidify the point.
So
go ahead.
This is not the same genetic information. Oops. These are not identical DNA. The gene for, in this case, we're going to make up something, are round versus wrinkled. The fact, like, these do not have the same genotype. So in the case of these two, they have the same phenotype. In this case, round, big R is, okay, round, wrinkled is little r. Same phenotype, different genotype. Different genotype means they do not have the same genetic information, despite the fact that they express the same phenotype. Their genetic information is technically different, based off one of them being heterogeneous and the other one being homogeneous. This one is both a different genotype and different phenotype. It's wrinkled versus that. Are you following so far?
Okay.
So Boruto could be this, while Himawari's this. Different genes. Unless they were identical in every single gene possible to be the same genotype, they would not have the same genetic information. And if they were identical in every single genotype, they would just be identical twins, which they're not.
Because that's not my argument. That's not my argument.
You said they had the same.
I'm arguing they have the same. They have the same set of genetic information. Yes. What they have is, I'm arguing for what's outside of the Punnett square. You're arguing for what's inside of it.
Yeah, but again,
they both have the same.
Is that their parents supplied the same genes as parents? That is not the same as Himawari and Boruto having the same genetic information. What you're saying is technically wrong, regardless of what you mean behind it, which is why I argued with you in the first place. Boruto and Himawari do not have the same genetic information. You need to modify your sentence if you want it to be a true sentence.
Well, we don't argue in technicalities now, do we, Mr. Real World?
Yes, we do. That's the reason we're arguing, and the reason we're continuing to argue, because you set
okay,
firm.
Well, you can continue to be lost in your delusional little world of semantics over there, while me and the big men go out in the big wig world of business, and we go do our businessy things.
Yeah, you say things wrong, and try to get away with it. Yeah,
that was a simple sentence. You say things wrong. Okay, now.
Are you making fun of accents?
We can move on if you want. No, I was making fun of the basic kidity of the sentence.
But also, you mentioned business there. You know, I'm starting to get a vibe that you're reminding me of someone with this business talk. So you only do things for business, eh?
Oh, was I reminding you of Kamui? Because it seems to me like I was very being Kamui-esque there.
Well, there's only two options that you could have picked. You could have either picked Trippy.
I love how the fact you're showing this all on screen, by the way. Oh, unless you aren't, because I'm watching your share screen.
What am I doing? Good. Oh, I thought I was sharing it because I was trying to find it so I could show everyone. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not showing it. That's it. Let me move it out of the bottom message. That one we're not showing on screen. So wait a minute. This whole time I was showing the podcast
you
topics.
Muted me on stream.
Huh?
Dragged it all the way down. Me. On the talking part. On the OBS.
Oh. Well,
yes. How long has that been like that? Kamui.
I don't think it's been that long.
How long has that been like that? Kamui.
I didn't even do it. I don't know.
Well, Invincible commented a normal comment at 5:41 saying, see y'all. And I'm assuming it was fine then, otherwise he would have said something. So I'm assuming it's only been 5 minutes.
Let's see. I'm gonna play.
Also, to Blue Vortex.
That's all I'm saying for even close to anywhere near that time.
Well, that's true, but like he says it. So.
2:55 p.m. That's like the only thing I see. That's even like within like hours of that.
Well, hold on.
India.
It's the only place he could be apparently in the whole
right
world.
Now. Oh, at 2:20. Okay. At 5:25,
I try to listen to the stream.
5 p.m. in India, so it might not be too far from India.
Wait, why am I listening to something from like what feels like an hour ago? For this minus
2:56.
Let me refresh.
Holding on the whole
right
world.
now.
Okay, let's try.
No, it's live.
At 2:20. Okay.
Wait, maybe it isn't.
At 5:25.
Yeah. Is it? I don't know.
I try to listen to the stream.
5 p.m.
So it's still live.
So it might not be too far from India.
Wait,
it looks like it's good. I don't know. I don't get it. Okay. Is that what you want me to say? I don't get it. I'll just assume it's good.
I'm confused. What's this India talk?
Not like started stream 6 hours ago. Are we past the 6 hour mark? Why wouldn't we pass down the same? We did. We screwed ourselves. We can't cut this out very easily, anyways.
Well,
I might be able to if I get lucky.
I will long story short. I have no clue. I completely forgot streaming, so they probably heard me eating the whole time. Well.
Is this officially the worst podcast we've ever done?
this all our podcasts are fiction.
This might be one of our most
definitely the most scuffed.
genetics.
But yeah, so that's been my argument the entire time. They have the same genotype and nothing
phenotype.
Oh no. But you agree they have the same genotype and not the same phenotype? Which is my argument the entire time?
They do not
have
either. Himawari has blue hair. Boruto's blonde hair. They do not have the same phenotype.
I agree.
They don't have the same genetics.
They have the same genotype.
No. They can't have the same genotype and just have a different outside of maybe a potential type of mutation, oftentimes not related to actual genes, but like external factors. No, you're not just gonna have the same genotype and have a different phenotype. You could have the same phenotype with a different genotype. You're not gonna have different genotypes with the same phenotype. At least in this context of like hair color.
It's literally the genetic composition of an organism. It's possessed within the cells.
And they do not have the same information in each of their cells between Boruto and Himawari, I mean. Boruto's information is different from Himawari's information. Ignoring Mushiki stuff.
Where did they get their information from?
They get information from even saying from their parents would be almost odd to say, but also like the obvious way to put it. But the thing here,
in the same source. Which information chooses to become visible is determined elsewhere, but they still have the same information.
No.
Boruto still has black-haired information, even if he's blonde. Because his kids could be black-haired.
So the problem with what you're saying is that isn't inherently true. That you're talking about a gene expression situation. Now, this can happen in certain things where it's a difference in whether a gene is expressed or not.
I don't remember any off the top of my head as an example.
What's the
what a coincidence.
I thought it was splicing. This is a different word. I think it begins with the letter S. I can't think of what the word is. I'm trying to think of the chromosome, but anyway.
How convenient.
No, it's a term for what I was trying to search for you, but I guess I can't think of what the word is. Typing out the letter S, but it's not splicing. That's like RNA. But anyway, so some genes will be different whether your gene is being expressed or not, and that can lead to a visible difference in whatever you're seeing with the person. But I
don't know why you're so clung up on visible difference.
So that's what phenotype would be. So my point though is in the case of something like hair color that's not or eye color that's not what we're talking about here. It's straight up just a different genotype. But even then, like I said, Oodie, if they're not identical twins or a literal clone, they don't have all of the same genes and genetic information. They don't.
Why?
Because
I disagree.
Gosh. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out the you disagree like science, bro.
It's not true because you're not quoting science. You're quoting Kamui science. That's different from real science.
You're just wrong on this.
No. They have the same template, is the point. They have the same Punnett square.
So you can say that, but the point is which of the four corners of that 2x2 Punnett square are they? If they aren't the same, so let's say bottom right. If they're not the bottom right for every single Punnett square, then they don't have the same genetics. As long as they're different in at least one, they have different genetics.
They have the same genetic information to have the same template. That's how the templates are decided. The templates are passed down. Then within those templates, you can get more specific. But the templates are what's passed down from the parent.
So what I wanted to find was the like the
You're
combination genes thing, but it's just a matter of biology, bro.
I agree.
Different set of DNA from each parent. Because I'm trying to think of like specific word, but the point is there's a specific word for what the thing with the chromosomes when you have I thought splicing was the word. It's a different word. For example, think of the shape of an X for the standard chromosome shape. I know it's not perfect X we can talk about. And within each corner, something like the little flip-flop thing where like the top right corner one side mixes with the bottom left corner of the other one. And I don't. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'm sorry. You just don't remember enough. But like
Strand.
No, it's the freaking the word for freaking the chromosome. Oh my god! Like,
Why don't you just look up exactly what you just said to me?
I know what chromosomes are, but I'm just thinking like if I can see if they'll just say the thing that I'm thinking of. Nope. Okay. How do
recombination, crossing over, sexual reproduction.
Hold on.
What is it crossing over? Is it chromatids you're looking for?
Over the fucking thing I was trying to say. I'm pretty sure it is.
Now that you say it. By the way, I got an A in biology, by the way.
Okay, and I got an S for S tier.
Shut up.
I think crossing over was what I was trying to think of. But this isn't the only reason, but it's one of the reasons. But the point is genomic variation in offspring. It's like a literal like evolutionary biological thing that keeps offspring from being genetically varied. It's the stuff that happens. It's one of the points. Like genetic diversity. You're not supposed to have the same genetics as your siblings. It's literally advantageous.
Well, yeah, that's why they look different. Yeah, they look different.
So you agree with me?
No, they look different. I know that.
They have literally different genes. If they just look different, that wouldn't serve the purpose.
Kamui, I can look different and have the same genes. I could have looked different than I do now.
Well, what you just said at face value, yes, but you need to elaborate on why you're saying that. Because for example, if I work out and you don't, identical twins. One works out, one doesn't.
I mean naturally. I mean from birth.
Car accident, one didn't. Boom. They look completely different now.
No, I mean from birth.
That could be a result of a gene expression situation. Whether one gene is being expressed or not. But that is not the reason why the average sibling looks different from the average sibling. Case in point, Oodie, I don't know why didn't just jump to this. Boruto has XY chromosomes. You know what Himawari has? XX chromosomes. Literally fucking different chromosomes. You know what chromosomes are?
a bunch of genetics pulled together into a shape. Basically. They literally have it's clear cut as it gets. The fact that one's a man and one's a woman.
Okay, you still haven't answered this question. Why would it pass down differently? Why does it do that?
There's a lot of reasons. Crossing over is just one of them.
Yeah. Go back to the Google search for you. Why do siblings have different DNA? Because that's doing X. Right?
Parts of the chromosome can be switched, which isn't different. That's switching. The two chromosomes contain the same genes, but may have different forms of the genes. So they do contain the same genes, by the way. They just have different forms of the genes, which is what you're talking about, but it's the same genes.
Yeah, but that's different from the same genetics. So you have to be careful with your choice. The gene is like the gene for eye color. The gene for hair color. But your genetics is determining do you have blue eyes or brown eyes or green eyes or whatever.
Yeah, the phenotype.
Yes, which is determined by the genotype.
Yep.
And genotype is basically the genetics in this case.
So, by the way, this is sort of moving on to like the next point I wanted to get to before we start the Himawari discussion that I've written down.
The point is, this could be Boruto, well, that's Himawari. If they were the same, like they don't have the same genetics. That is first of all, do you realize how ridiculously, insanely, absurdly, basically impossible it would be? Not saying it is impossible. It could theoretically be possible, but how ridiculously absurd it would be for these two non-twins to miraculously have the same genetics. Exactly is just like unheard of. Like I don't think it's
those chromosomes don't have to be in the same pattern. They don't have to look the same. The top part of that top red chromosome is the same red as the bottom part of that bottom red chromosome.
Yeah,
it's the same red.
That's what determines the fact that these offspring have different genetics. That's what that means. These are different genetics. Same parents. Different genetics. Same input, different output.
It's a different pattern. It's a different phenotype.
No, it's also a different genotype.
I feel like it's wrong on this.
No. They have different DNA, bro. They have different DNA. Unless they're identical twins.
I feel like it doesn't define what I said at all.
What was your question?
Hey, but we can move on.
What was your question?
We can move on.
What was your question?
So the chromosomes thing, like we're saying, since you were saying this, Kurama's like a third dad. That's not how that's not how chromosomes work. The fucking chromosomes are one from the dad, one from the mom. It's two. You have the two.
So when I say Kurama's like a third dad, I don't mean he is literally a third dad.
You mean it alters Naruto's chromosome? Yeah, it alters Naruto's half of that, right?
It just means that his chakra is so for example, if in Naruto there's probably like a gene related to chakra in some shape, form, or fashion. However,
I don't know if
if it has to do with your soul, it has to do with your physical energy for your body. Regardless, there's some genes that pertain to your chakra at the end of the day. And if the presence of Kurama's chakra influences Naruto's chakra in a way, and it just passes even if, like I said, if it's not a genetic thing, even if it's as simple as Kurama's chakra passes down to Himawari, or Himawari's the sperm of Naruto being bathed in Kurama's chakra influencing that sperm cell. I don't care what the mechanism is. Just the presence of Kurama could have an influence on Boruto and Himawari. But just because it could have an influence on both doesn't mean it has an equal influence on both because their genetics are different. Everything that happens with us is effectively not equal. And Himawari could just be more affected. That's a possibility. That's all I'm saying.
So you realize that Kushina's chromosomes would have to have been altered during conception, because that's when the two chromosomes from the mother and the father come together. So it couldn't have been during Naruto's development inside of Kushina's body, couldn't have been at birth. It had to have been during conception. Kushina had to have already been altered.
Well, that just depends on how.
But then why wouldn't she have whiskers?
Kushina doesn't have whiskers.
That's why it said, why wouldn't she? If she was already affected. Because otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have had whiskers.
Why would she have been affected at birth?
I said Naruto. I said Naruto.
You said Kushina before.
Kushina wasn't affected during conception. During her conception of Naruto.
Why would Kushina be affected?
That's what I'm saying. Well, because she has 9 tails inside of her. At that point.
Yeah, but Kushina wasn't born in a way for her to have been genetically modified. Her
I'm not talking about Kushina's birth, bro. I'm not talking about Kushina's birth.
Again. But she wouldn't have whiskers because there's no reason for her to have been born with whiskers. So stop saying Kushina.
You don't. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. I've said my names correctly and consistent. You just misunderstood. I'm gonna say it again.
Then you misunderstood
in a way that you're gonna say it. First, no, I didn't. First thing that happened, Kushina's born. Second thing that happened, Kushina got the 9 tails later in life. Third thing that happened, frickin' Kushina banged Minato. Fourth thing that happened is Naruto was conceived. And the fifth thing that happened, Naruto was developed in the baby, in the wound. And then the sixth thing that happened, Naruto's born.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. When Kushina was banging Minato, Kushina had the 9 tails inside of her. At that point in time, the 9 tails had not altered Kushina's chromosomes.
Yes, she wouldn't have, but she the most she should have done is modify her chakra. It depends on how the chakra bullshit works with them. Because again,
is your argument that chakra is in chromosome?
But by that logic again, no, it's not my argument. I'm saying it's the chromosome thing. It's only one of many possibilities. I don't want to say that's my argument. I made it so fucking abundantly clear that I am not saying that the only explanation ever is that Himawari has 9 tails genetics. She's a fucking fox. What I'm saying is the presence of Kurama's chakra could have had an influence on Himawari in one of like 5 different ways. I don't care which one. That's all.
Okay, argument in this case in reference to the chromosomes, obviously.
And in the case of Kushina, her chromosomes probably were not altered by Kurama in any way. So the question would be whether in her case, either the egg, her eggs being soaked in Kurama's chakra, or the literal growing embryo of Naruto being soaked in Kurama's chakra. Basically the same thing at that point.
And so then you agree that it has nothing to do with the chromosomes.
Well, it depends. On whether
how could it have something to do with the chromosomes?
So
like, what is your argument for this?
Hypothetically, if you know, in Kushina's ovaries, she's got her egg cells, and if those not Kushina's base genetics, but the actual egg cells which contain genetic information are just coded in Kurama's chakra, and that in turn modifies the egg cells. Let's just hypothetically say they grow whiskers. Okay, that's a funny way to think about it. So all Kushina's eggs have whiskers. Now those then interact with Minato's sperm. Kushina's genetics didn't change, but her egg cells did. And therefore the genetics passed on effectively are almost not Kushina's, but instead a modified Kushina's. The same would apply for Naruto's sperm as one possibility.
Okay. So I'm not asking this as a retaliation, but as a genuine question. Do you think being like coated or surrounded or covered in someone else's chakra like alters you in any way?
Yeah, we've seen it. And some for example, when Kushina releases her Biju chakra, she starts to grow her whiskers. It's only when it's like released.
Yeah, but those whiskers might just be chakra themselves. So I'm thinking something along the lines of like, I don't know why, but like Zabuza and Haku get in like a bad situation, and then instead of a blood transfer, they just do a chakra transfer. Like a Hyuga just hits the chakra network vein and just transfers Zabuza's chakra to Haku.
So in some of these instances, like, I don't think you're gonna like these because like for example, are you gonna count Naruto healing Shikamaru with Naito's chakra as a affecting Shikamaru effect? Because that would effectively be coding Shikamaru chakra and affecting him.
Yeah. Or in both Naruto's case and Shikamaru's case, I think it's the chakra healing them, not the chakra altering their body to heal faster.
Yeah, I agree. The chakra healing. So now my other one would be Kabuto with Orochimaru's chakra turning into a snake, basically.
Kabuto took in his DNA, really. Because otherwise, like, Sasuke would have had the same thing. Yeah.
But even in Sasuke's case, he had effect. He gained healing through the chakra. The problem is some of the like, there's not a lot of examples. Like, I don't know what example you're looking for.
I'm not looking for an example. Like the like chakra transfusion. That's not an example in the series. I'm asking you, like, what do you think would happen as a byproduct of that?
I think it just depends on the context. Like it's a hypothetical, maybe. If Naruto just gave Choji like half the Knight's chakra and just threw it on him, Choji might just grow some whiskers and diversion too. Like I don't know. He might just get like a similar thing to that. Or I guess actually, if you do have a filler example, that's literally what a Sora's dad did to Sora. Just grabs some chakra out of the air, put it on Sora.
Yeah. That chakra is a little bit different, though, especially if it's nature energy. That could just be, like, Senjutsu shenanigans, which alters you in a different way.
It was just
I feel like blue chakra is the only one you can really use, but...
Yeah, but in the case of blue chakra, I don't think it's like it's not gonna manifest anything noteworthy because the bottom line is probably the quantity and the quality and the difference from normal. So effectively, Choji's chakra compared to Naruto's chakra is not as different as Kurama's to Naruto. One's a fox, a tail-beast fox, and whereas the other two are just both humans. So the difference is drastic. Not to mention the quantity of difference with Kurama having a ridiculous buttload insane chakra reserves, and it's different chakra because it's tail-beast chakra, red chakra instead of blue chakra, and he's also a fox, so he's noteworthy different non-human features that you can see. It is you're not gonna notice a Choji chakra transfusion, but a Kurama one, it's more reasonable.
It sounds like you agree with like the blue versus red chakra differences though. But like I'm thinking like replace Kurama with a human. I don't care how ridiculous the scenarios you have to make. So let's just say like hypothetically Karine is an Uzumaki. She knows Uzumaki sealing techniques. Karine just seals herself inside of Kushina before Kushina bangs Minato. And then, like, let's just say Karine's chakra coats or soaks Kushina's eggs.
The best example I think we could actually do that actually somewhat makes sense. It's just imagine if Sasuke never lost to Orochimaru, or if he actually bangs Karine before the Itachi fight. That's who Sakura is. And the question would be, would Sakura theoretically have some snake traits? The answer she might. Like Orochimaru level of snake traits anyway. Orochimaru doesn't have a lot of chakra, so like he doesn't have as much as Kurama, but I could if theoretically it's possible.
With Orochimaru, it's a little bit different because I don't know exactly what happened with the absorption. Like, I know what we said earlier, but Sasuke didn't just purely absorb Orochimaru's chakra, and that was it.
He absorbed Orochimaru.
But that doesn't make sense. Like, I think just off screen
because Orochimaru was also on the floor. I don't.
Exactly. So I think what really happened is off screen something happened to where Orochimaru injected something inside of Sasuke, like something out of freaking a demonic movie where like they put like a snake in someone else's mouth from their own mouth or something. Like that happens in the Wreck series. I'm thinking something like that, and it just got absorbed into Sasuke's system from inside of him.
I don't know how. It's weird because on one hand, you would think like what Orochimaru did is he either like swallowed Sasuke or jumped in Sasuke's mouth as far as how the jutsu works. The problem though is we have Sasuke standing with Orochimaru's snake form on the ground, implying that like he's not in Sasuke or vice versa. So then it's like, how does this jutsu work? like it's not
and killed, by the way. How did it die?
Well,
last we saw, like we just cut away from Sasuke being paralyzed. Well, no, but Sasuke was paralyzed. He couldn't finish cutting it up, which is how Orochimaru entered into him in the first place. What he cut up was the snake surrounding the true body.
But that snake was supposed to be the true body.
I don't know. I don't get it. There's multiple snakes. I don't know what to tell you.
The scene doesn't make sense. I'll admit. I don't really know how the jutsu works in that regard. So that is kind of weird. It could just be like a soul thing to where they almost just enter like the same mind space. Almost like Naruto Sasuke's Shinjuu clash or Naruto Obito's Ninshin tug of war thing. To where like,
but also they just like Orochimaru already had his soul in it through the curse mark, because even in the Itachi fight, it wasn't the fact that he was absorbed, it's because of the curse mark that he came out in that moment, which was his soul.
Yeah, but he also it seemed like it was both. Like both of them in that case. It was weird.
I don't know how that came out. I don't know either. So I have a theory for this. I don't know if you like this, but I think
they indicated that Sasuke was suppressing Orochimaru, the one he absorbed. Like not just curse mark. It was like the one he absorbed, and then Itachi just sucked away both that and the curse mark.
Yeah. So my theory for Orochimaru's true body, it's not actually that snake we got, or like the side snake, small snake surrounding it. I think of that big snake as like the Susanoo for the small snake hidden inside of it that is Orochimaru's true form. Or if you want to say, a smaller body of, like, human body of Orochimaru.
Like one.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Like the Hydra scaled down to where you have like Orochimaru's actual body inside the mouth of the Hydra, but like smaller.
My question is why does the Hydra lose like the Orochimaru hair? Like where's the small one keeps it?
It's the strongest jutsu. It's a jutsu, by the way. Let's keep that in mind.
and you know what's also the weirdest thing to me? The weirdest part. Itachi just like knew about this. Who and when was Orochimaru using this jutsu on? Like, for Itachi to just know about it.
Like, who got away?
Like was Itachi? Like was this like when Orochimaru or Itachi just watched Orochimaru just decimate some of this jutsu real quick? Like he knew the feeling. Like he was blind. He just knew the feeling. It's like bro was like up close and personal with this jutsu. Did Orochimaru use this on Itachi off screen? Like was the Genjutsu thing just not the end of the fight? Or just the Hydra afterwards?
That's hilarious, bro. I love that. That is so funny. Yeah. Bro, I kind of want to add that to the bridge.
And then like,
it is a light outside my
because Itachi just left. Actually, he did Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru didn't know about the Tosuke blade, so Itachi definitely didn't use that on him. So Itachi just left. Orochimaru was like, all right, well, I'm gonna beat you this time then.
When Orochimaru fought Itachi, afterwards, he pulls out the full Hydra. Got it. Okay.
Yo, good morning, guys. Well, it's morning for me, actually.
Oh, thanks. Good morning to you, too.
Yeah, it's morning for us, too. Just we haven't gone
11 a.m. for me. 11 a.m., yeah.
Okay, really quick, Mrs. Spowing. We want to end soon, so we can't stay for long, but I want you to give your take on the Naruto Inojin same genetic thing.
Yeah.
Say that again. From the beginning, so Kamui knows the context, because he doesn't know anything. That's the first he's hearing of it.
According to genetics, it's not possible for Inojin to have blonde hair because blonde is a recessive gene, and both parents have to have blonde hair or have blonde in genetics. Sai has black hair, so in that case, it could potentially be Naruto. Also, Ino states in the pain arc she could almost fall for Naruto, meaning over time she could potentially fall for Naruto. And yeah, Naruto is Naruto's son. So that's the reason.
Now I actually have a question then, based on what you just said. Does that apply to dirty blonde hair?
Yes. Blonde hair is blonde hair.
But I have dirty blonde hair, or at least I've been told by many people.
Yes, that does. Blonde hair is blonde hair.
But neither of my parents have blonde or dirty blonde hair.
It's recessive.
In chat, by the way.
It's about being in your family. If it's in your family, it's different. But then Sai, we don't know Sai's parents, but it's the best assumption to make that he doesn't have blonde hair, because the only people that have blonde hair in the Narutoverse are Kumo, right? The hidden Clouds Village, or Minato, Naruto, and then the Yamanaka clan. So the best assumption is to say that Ino cheated. Yeah.
Well.
It was said
someone else with blonde hair out there.
Nah, bro. Ino cheat, bro. She's a whore.
Yeah. So, Kamui, look in the chat really quick. WalkyTalky general chat.
Okay.
You too, Mrs. Spelling, if you want.
Yeah,
so this is you're on podcast topics. You gotta look at general chat. This is in the anime, and people have used the scene and made literal fan animations, if you catch my drift, of this scene.
I have never fan animation.
This scene has spiraled out of control to use this to ship Naruto and Ino in the craziest kinds of ways.
Wait, fan animation?
The cam type of ways.
Wait.
Yeah, the cam type of fan animation.
I've never seen that before. Is there actually fan animations of this? Are you actually serious?
I don't know myself. That's just what I was told, yeah. You should look
because
it up first,
I know there is so on Instagram it blew up like a couple months ago last year on Instagram it blew up because there's a fan animation of Naruto and Sakura that's very weird. I'll say that and it got really big on Instagram a couple months ago, and there was memes. You know the song is what's that song? You know the song where when there's stuff happening. I don't know the exact word for it. It's a song. It's in my head, but there's a song.
I watched the scene.
Yeah, the scene was.
I can understand where people are coming from based on what Naruto does, and in context, it makes sense because Naruto's trying to like find a cure to something or whatever, and like the gag is he accidentally eats all the poison flowers.
Wait.
Yeah, he eats all the poison flowers and like it destroys his stomach and has to go to the bathroom.
Who told you about this?
I don't know. I think it was just on YouTube recommendations.
What?
Not the scene. No, like the meme.
Oh, so there's a meme that there's a scene of it.
In the comments. Yeah.
I don't know how someone must be good at animating then to do that. That's actually pretty good animation skills.
Bro.
But then Zahor, wait, let me switch to.
Okay, wait, Mrs. Spyling. So this argument that Ino and Naruto must have had Ino gene, is this our argument, or is this to make fun of people that have the Himawari make sense argument?
Oodie, that's not the argument we're having. All right, actually, Mrs. Spyling, let me ask you this. Do Boruto and Himawari have identical genetics? The same exact DNA? Yes or no?
Something tells me he's having a little bit of technical difficulties at the moment.
I think he's just
a random theory I came to.
By the question.
Gut instinct. This is my intuition on that one.
He's just baffled by the question. Although his thing is green as if he's talking.
Oh, you can't hear that? That's crazy. No, it's the worst, most awful noise you've ever heard. I'm gonna move into the audience.
Oh, yeah.
I can all listen to that. Okay, like good. Are you good, Mrs. Spyling? Okay, he's not good. I'm just gonna server mute him first. Okay, well, I guess we can move on to the. Okay, but like, I know. I just wanted to freaking finish the Himawari because we're not going to. We don't. So really quick. So forget Orochimaru because he's too complicated and confusing. Hypothetically, Karin seals herself inside of Kushina, and then Karin kills
what happened because Karin's not different enough.
Oh, Mrs. Spyling, you cannot right now. Okay, I'm gonna mute you on my end. Let me know when he's good, I guess. Why is he freaking doing that? That's crazy. No, so what'd you say, Kamui?
I said the problem is Karin's not like
Sunbeam different enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like Orochimaru, I can see there being something noteworthy because well, he looks like a snake. so I can see like enough of a difference to notice it. But for like Karin, it's like she's just a girl. Like Sarah already possesses traits that kind of look like that. So it's just like I don't think you would notice anything.
Then what about Ashina? Ashina Uzumaki. He's a boy. Is that different enough? Why does it need to be enough? Why can't it just be different?
Because
and then Naruto would have those different genetics.
I feel like it's just like
well, but like the point of this hypothetical is that it would be a thing that we would see. Like Naruto would come out with red hair, for example.
Yeah,
like, would that be a possibility?
If it would do that. Because for example, it's not like Naruto comes out with orange fur all over him. You know, it's a small thing, very small thing that happened. He's got a couple, not whiskers, but whisker marks where the whiskers go. That's it. He doesn't have like. He doesn't
like
look
okay,
like
if Karin's eye color, then how about that? That's small. Or it's Karin can roll her tongue, and Minato and Kushina can't. Could Naruto roll his tongue?
Theoretically,
maybe.
But that also depends on whether it's a chakra. Probably in the case of this, depends on whether it's a chakra trait. Because in Kurama's case, we've seen the whiskers being related to the chakra. And Orochimaru's case, I know there's a little bit of DNA with Sasuke, but we've seen like effects of Orochimaru's chakra. You know, with the card stuff. We've seen things. And in the case of Karin, I don't think any. There's something we've seen with her chakra to amount to a physical characteristic. So like there's no visual characteristic of Karin's chakra.
Keep in mind, we're still on the chromosome argument, though. This is you explaining your side of the chromosome argument.
No, I'm just explaining a side of the chromosome. I'm not even saying my argument. I'm just saying something could be happening. I'm just saying something's afoot.
But you said it was possible based on the chromosomes.
Sure. I gave you the whole
thing. One exploring possibility through someone that isn't Kurama.
Yeah, but there's no visual. It needs to be a visual characteristic of that chakra. Like that chakra needs to do something, and we don't. The average person, as far as we've seen, like Naruto's hair is yellow because of his chakra. The same way that he grows whisker marks because of Kurama's chakra.
Yellow because of Minato.
Yeah, but you were also saying that there should be. But you said there should be a gene chakra, like in everyone. And so, sure, even if you want to say the Nine Tails is pure chakra, you're assuming that the whiskers are a chakra gene rather than any other gene.
I'm not saying that it's a chakra gene. What I'm saying is we've seen that the being surrounded by Kurama's chakra, at least enough of it, has shown the effect of things like whiskers.
Yo, Kamui, why is your mic echoing, man?
My mic's echoing?
Yes, it is.
Bro, just mute Mr. Spider.
No, shut up, man. Shut up. Ood, you know his mic's echoing on your side as well. Ood.
Is it being on stream? And nobody said anything about it?
Probably, you hear it. Well, I muted Mr. Spiraling, which is why I'm not going to be like... Well, no, it probably just started because he left and rejoined as soon as you said that. Kamui, I guarantee you it's Mr. Spiraling. Just mute Mr. Spiraling. No, it is Mr. Spiraling. Just having technical difficulties.
Well, anyway.
Plus, we're almost freaking done.
Anyway, yeah. So what I'm saying is, at least with enough of chakra, we've seen it do things like make Naruto claws, make it grow actual whiskers. But in the case of like anyone else, we've never seen Naruto being bathed in Karin's chakra inherently do something. So we don't know if that would apply.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think being bathed in the chakra would alter the genetics. At least not on a genetic level, and definitely not permanently.
It would just be a matter of affecting
anything would be
like
yo, I'm not gonna lie, you guys are so annoying.
Permanent. It'd be like Sage mode, to where it would just run out as soon as chakra's gone, and you'd go back to normal.
Well, the point. Maybe. I mean, it just depends though, because like again, I know it's filler, but Sora. like if it's just the Sora equivalent, like you know, it's going for.
Ood, can you hear me now?
I didn't hear you, Miss Ryan.
Yeah, it's good now. It was just your stream was on, and it was echoing through the stream. It's kind of weird.
Oh my god,
bro! It was 10 times more than that. It was freaking crazy.
I never realized that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the problem. Okay.
No. Yeah, you know what it is? Is that Himawari is gonna have 9 tails. She's gonna have infinite barrier mode. She's gonna be able to switch that barrier mode off and on. She's gonna be overpowered. She's gonna be so strong, and that's the reason, man. That's why she's gonna have mini barrier mode.
So you forgot one key detail. I'm gonna see if you can figure out what that detail is.
Who are you asking this to?
You, Mr. Spiraling. Or Oodie can give an answer if you need help. What do you think you're missing? I wonder if Oodie knows what I'm going for. But with everything you said, there's just something important that would need to happen.
Bro, I'm trolling. I'm not actually serious. I'm not serious that's gonna happen. I'm not.
That's fine. Go the troll. What did you forget to include?
He's the one trolling you.
What do I forget to include?
Yeah, imagine a chapter. I'll give you some hints. Imagine a chapter that's for infinite burial mode. What should happen in that chapter? I'll give you another hint. It should be like knowing Boruto around 70% of the chapter.
Sure. Wait, say again. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Imagine a chapter when Himawari reveals her infinite burial mode. What do you think is the most prominent thing that will happen in that chapter? Probably a good 50%.
She'll beat up the tree guys. She's gonna beat up the evolved tree guys.
Tree guys, bro, we're done.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Well, that's not the
correct Can we move on to the last?
What is the correct answer then?
Himawari topic.
There'd just be a lot of recap.
Yeah, and then guess what? Actually banged Naruto, so that's what I mean. So yeah, that's life. I mean, it's always weird. Or is it the other way around? I mean, it depends. I'm wondering. So Kamui, are you the real Kamui or not?
Huh?
Are you simply Kamui or are you the real Kamui? Which is the real Kamui?
We've literally had simply Kamui on stream for two different people.
No, both have Kamui. Simply Kamui is just simply a Kamui. So is it a simple version or the Kamui?
He's simply.
So do you call him simply? Do you call him simply or do you call him Kamui?
For that stream, we call him Kamui.
And that's kind of confusing.
We were talking to, but. I would just call him
Dude, what is Jorah saying? They might explain it how Kawaki-Karma is Himawari is in the house.
Let Kamui read it out loud since he's.
Kamui, read out loud. Go, General. Read it. Your chat. Read this.
Okay.
Read that screenshot.
Next Himawari topic. I was curious on your thoughts on this. This isn't like a point or argument. It's speculation, but I think it could be an interesting idea to talk about.
Talk about read it, Kamui. Read it out loud.
This Kurama shit. Finna have a bullshit explanation.
No, not that one. The Jura one.
I get the context first.
No, you don't. Go ahead.
It how WalkyTalkyPod is Himawari is the house chakra resides in. And when Kurama died, the new TV Tailbeast goes to that house. Just like when Ishiki died, he went to Code's Karma.
So ignoring punctuation and grammatics and spelling.
I'm not gonna lie, that was great, man. That was a novel level of grammar. That was amazing. That was amazing. I want to just say that was actually incredible. That was incredible.
So what do you think of the idea? Like the idea itself? Do you like the idea? Dislike it? Thoughts?
Yeah, they were actually amazing. Actually, I'm clapping right now. Actually amazing. I'm actually so excited because that was amazing, and I need to get grammar lessons from this man. Honestly, absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Well, I don't know. Well, the house of Himawari is weird because are we saying that Code's house is better or Ishiki's house? Like, that's a real question.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the house wasn't really the right way to talk about it. I don't think that's just. I mean, I get what he's trying to go for, but I mean, the point is just like he just went to another place where he's like chakra reside. Is the point? Like in that case. So the second half would just be Kurama went to any of the places where
on a serious note, he says. Okay, the part at the end where he says, just like when Ishiki died, he went to Code's Karma. Sure, that's true, right? And he says, how Kawaki-Karma is Himawari, is the house his chakra resides in when Kurama... What?
So I don't mean like in terms of
no,
explanation.
he means
I mean in terms of like connecting it in terms of the story, like just connecting like Himawari
No, but then he
and Kawaki or
says,
whatever,
what does
connecting
TB mean?
Himawari to, like,
Wait,
Kawaki,
dude, what does
or the
TB mean?
Karma
TB?
boy.
What's TB?
Tail beast.
Oh, tail beast. Okay. No, but Kawaki Karma is Himawari is this house of chocolate. Yo, this guy's a what? Okay, this took me a minute to understand.
I mean, it would be interesting if they went the route of explaining it like Amato did with the house thing. I don't know if I expect them to do that in this case, but it would be interesting if they went with the house explanation again. Like to say like, but like. The point of the house thing was about the whole door aspect. In this case, I don't think that the door is necessarily like the point. It would just be like, oh, everyone who has my chakra is my house, and I don't go to any of my houses. So like, it's okay. Like, you don't really need the house at that point.
Well, again, it's not necessarily using the house explanation it's the point isn't the explanation. It's like the connective tissues, the threads left behind.
Shut up, connective tissue.
I really don't think there's much connective tissuing to do with Himawari-Kawaki, like in that regard.
Yeah.
Because I just hate the relationship between Kawaki and Himawari. I see how it is.
No, but it wouldn't be the same because in this case, Himawari would be the vessel of Kurama. Kawaki is no longer a vessel, at least allegedly. Boruto, and that would just be the better connection because he has the regular karma seal like Kawaki had. I mean, I don't know. I don't really. So really,
I agree. Should have gave it to someone else.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a question. Let's move it on before I go. I'm gonna send something. Do you like? What is your guys' opinion on Naruto's haircut? Do you think Naruto's haircut should have been different? Like, what do you think of his haircut in Boruto?
I don't know. I'm just used to it. The problem. I like his Naruto and Naruto hair better. I will say. The manga is better than the anime. I think at least. The anime I just like it more. I mean, I'm just used to it. But I don't think
Naruto looks like a goblin in the anime. No. Naruto, there's a scene. I know you guys probably know what I'm talking about, but there's a scene where Naruto looks like a freaking goblin.
Yeah,
have you seen? Oh my, it's so bad. Say again. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the best scene in all Boruto. Yeah. Goblin arc.
Oh no. Whoever animated that, man, Japanese people are so creative at the end of the day, man. So amazing, such amazing creative skills, honestly. Oh, I was gonna show something. Wait, let me send this to Kamui because you're streaming Kamui, right?
Yeah.
We're doing the stream. Let me send this to you then, because I think you can show this on stream, and I think a lot of the viewers will like it. Be very nice. And this is just showing. I wanna viewers to see this because we might have seen this ourselves, and Naruto. If I can find this, if I can't find it, then okay, yeah, this is the one. Give me a sec. I'm gonna send you this link, and you're gonna see this.
Really solidified.
Do you like? So do you remember? You know Jiraiya's story.
This is not
the
same. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing the comments were saying that it was echoing. Wait a minute. Was I playing? Oh my god. Was I playing the stream that entire time? Is that why?
Yeah, you're playing on the. Yeah. I think you're playing on your. Yeah, you're messing.
I forgot to stop it. It's actually funny.
Yeah. You see, and you guys never look at the chat, man. You guys sometimes just go on rant and completely forget. So many times, man. You do that. I'm not gonna lie. You do that too many times. You guys just go on rant and completely forget.
Ruined the past hour of stream. That means.
I don't know, man. You should have.
Oh my god.
You guys waffle too much. Anyways, I'm gonna send you this. Look at this. Come on. Look at this. What I said in general. What I said in chat. Yeah. What do you think? One or two? Show it in general, and then one or two. This one or the other one?
See, the problem is on one hand, the one on the left I like more, but it does look less adulty for Naruto. I don't think that specific design is what they would have gone for. At least in the way that they draw the rest of them. It looks almost off, even though it looks better. If that makes sense.
Well, he doesn't look too young. He just looks like a guy in no, he doesn't look too young. He just looks like a guy in his 20s. I'm not gonna lie. I think, you know how I think wasn't it in Naruto's last? Wait. You know, in Naruto's last, did he have the same hairstyle as Boruto, or no?
It's a little bit different.
Not quite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would rather Naruto. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather Naruto have like a flap jacket on. You know, the Jonin flap jacket kind of thing. I know obviously it's different in Boruto because they got rid of the Uzumaki swirl and stuff, and the flap jacket looks a bit different. The Jonin and Chunin one. I would like if Naruto had a version of the Boruto one along with a headband. Like Minato had a headband as well. Like I'd rather Naruto with a headband. Like seeing him without a headband just feels weird. And yeah, that's just my opinion on it. Realistically, I just think like it looks cooler. If you get what I mean, like.
I prefer like the hair and headband, like stuff with shipping part.
You know what I also want? You know what I also think? You know what I also think? I think it's actual crap that they got rid of the Sage Mode cloak. Or the coat, yeah. Bro, like can someone tell me, how does the Sage Mode cloak burn and get away in the pain arc, but then all his clothes are intact Naruto's? That makes no sense. Like, bro, I don't know why they didn't. Bro, stop laughing like that. I don't know why they got rid of the Sage Mode coat, because I think the Sage Mode coat was pretty cool, in my opinion.
What
do you guys think?
I think the Sage Mode cloak just glows when he goes into Sage Mode.
It's more of a coat.
I think the Sage Mode cloak is actually just chakra. That just looks like a cloak.
It's not a chakra.
Yeah, but then why would it not appear every time you Sage Mode?
It actually does in one of the movies. In one of the movies, it actually does. In one of the movies, it actually does. But that's the Blood Prison movie.
There you go.
Really?
But it's not. It's weird because the coat I think was Minato's or someone's, because that's one who gives it to. Like that's what the that's the what's it called, the Toad gives it to Naruto. So I don't know. I just think Naruto should have had another one. It just shouldn't have done. You know what I mean?
It was the only one they ever had. like Naruto, this is the only Sage Cloak in all Don't lose it.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Let me see I mean, did you show on stream the hair color? The thing.
It should have been shown.
I mean, yeah, but what do you guys think of Naruto's haircut? I wanna hear the chat talk. I wanna hear what the chat thinks.
I mean, I don't think
this is finally we want to end.
Why does it still echoing? I don't understand.
Wait, let me mute.
I'm an idiot, Oodie. Oodie, this is all your fault. You want to know why?
Yo, turn off. No.
Is it because you turned that one thing off?
Kamui, turn off your stream on. Turn it off.
No, hold on.
Turn it off. Turn your stream off. Turn your stream on Discord off.
It's been fixed. So you know.
Turn it off.
Is it because that one setting?
Remember when you said, Oodie, that I turned you down? Look, when you saw this.
Yeah.
Turn your stream off.
I figured.
It's because this is
why.
Turn your stream off.
God.
Everyone is so
honestly,
loud,
that's not my fault. That's the fault that you have freaking 10 settings on there apparently for some reason.
It's just how it is. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, I forgot. Yeah, if we do this, it screws it up.
Can't believe it.
Yo, Kamui, turn me down from Discord. It's so loud.
Amazing.
I did turn you down already.
You turn me down more. Turn me down very much, bro. It's so loud. Like, no, on OBS, turn down the volume. I think that's why as well. Like, I'm very loud
down here.
No, OBS is fine. We already checked it.
See, guys, I should be doing these streams, not these guys. These guys are so silly. You don't even know how to run a YouTube channel. You don't even know how to run a podcast.
You can go talk to the freaking Jonin quote.
Okay, I'm sorry. The whole time, it's because I thought, Oodie and I thought I accidentally muted him in the middle of the stream.
Okay, guys.
That never happened. I accidentally doubled it. But
okay,
that's
show it
going for so long.
Show it now. Turn me down even more. No, actually, turn me down even more. Get me to like 40%.
I wonder how
It's
terrible
very
it
loud.
Way
sounds.
quieter than Oodie.
Bro, I told you, Kamui. None of this. I'm not gonna be able to clip any of this stream. It's gonna make my job easier.
No, that's true. I'm gonna lose my. Show the Jonin cloak. The Jonin. No, sorry, the heck style. I want to see what chat thinks. Show it one more time.
No.
Show it one more time.
Answer.
Maybe. Show it one more time and let's see what everyone thinks. I would like to get everyone's opinion
Naruto's
on
not the
this.
main problem, bro. Rock Lee and especially Gaara are the people I got the most bone to pick
Rock
with.
Lee's hairstyle's always been the same, bro. Just leave him alone.
Bro, Rock Lee doesn't even have hair in Boruto. What do you mean? He's literally bald. Bro's wearing
He's
a freaking
not.
wig.
He's not, but bro. Gaara's hairstyle is a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, that was gay as hell.
I don't like Gaara's hairstyle in Boruto. I mean, I've gotten used to it, but I much prefer his older version.
Definitely, 100% without a doubt. I like his older version. I actually recently got a haircut, and it looks pretty dead. I'm not gonna lie. To me personally, my parents think it looks good, but I think it looks dead. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really care for. I've gotten used to Kawaki's time skip hairstyle. I don't really care for that one either. I don't
Kawaki honestly has the. Who do you think has the least Riz in all the series? You know what? I think. You know, a second, who?
Jirobo.
No, I think it's. I think Karin has the most failed Riz in the series. Bro, Karin. No, listen. Karin fails to get Sasuke so many times. She can't even act normal. She's autistic, honestly.
Bro, that doesn't count as failed Riz.
Yeah, it's 50-50 right now. Yeah, guys, forgive us, guys.
Let's go. Forgive us.
Question. Why are you being over 7 hours? What?
Yeah, it'd be great if we could end soon, wouldn't it be, Mr. Spiraling?
You guys have
Oodie,
no
I was
life.
thinking about this too. Why did we have so many viewers sticking through the echo earlier?
Yeah, that's
when we had like 19 viewers for like 2 hours.
But the thing is, you guys
you know why?
No, this is the problem. You guys can't think for a second. I'm not going to look at my chat, even though I can fix my stream. This is the issue with you guys. You consistently do this. You're honestly so annoying with this part. Look at your chat. You never do that. You don't know how to run a stream. Please
That's not
go
true.
read their YouTube handbook
we
and
have answered most of the chat's questions.
Nah, you don't know how to do stuff, man. You have to look at each question as it comes up. That's the issue, you guys. See, every time I'm on stream, I actually read other questions.
Okay, Mr. Spiraling, tell me
honestly.
how to
Always
look at
crazy
chat
rants.
when I'm
Always
showing them
rants.
your Discord image in Discord
Always going
that is
on crazy
not on the
rants.
YouTube page.
So silly, going crazy
Which you
rants.
want
lack
to
of
show
sleep.
multiple times,
This is the reason you guys
again and
fail.
again.
Hail this
Mr.
YouTube,
Spiraling,
bros.
your
On
instructions
1,000
prevented me
subscribers.
from looking at chat.
You know what? You guys should set up. You guys should set up. Just set up like a freaking iTunes or a Spotify podcast thing. Like make this podcast proper. Honestly,
You set it
go
up
like
for
so
us.
many routes
I
every
have a
single day.
million voices on YouTube. Is what he said.
No, I'm not gonna lie. This is the most
million voices.
wackiest podcast ever. It's not even a podcast. It's just guys
So
live
funny.
streaming and talk about crap.
Oh,
Every-
no,
every-
bad
just
it
literally what
sounds.
we're doing.
But
So
speaking
funny.
of chat,
I hope it
Bushmaster asks,
continually
question,
echoed
if a
more
Madara
and
is
more.
shit by his body / DNA, isn't it easier to use Edo Tensei and obtain a Rinnegan to revive his daughter than go through the hassle of karma? I mean, bro can just clone Granny Chio and just have her revive a Kebi. That would be easier.
No, he wouldn't.
Why not?
He would not clone Granny Chio.
Bro, I'm gonna wish you that. Why are we
Bro's
still
cloned Jiraiya out of the bottom of the ocean. What's wrong with Granny Chio?
I wonder. I'm not. Wait, how does cloning even work in Naruto? Do we know? Like, is it based off your DNA, your hair, your blood? Like, I'm actually
through the
curious.
bloodline?
Wow.
It's done through the
Because-
bloodline. Only bloodline. That's the only thing. Only bloodline. That's how.
What do you mean only
Okay,
bloodline?
Yeah,
What?
Kekkei Genkai's the answer to everything. It's the only thing that's relevant in terms of all of Naruto. Just the
In terms
Kekkei
of-
Genkai.
I don't. In
Well, I
terms
was
of
thinking
what?
recap.
In terms of what?
Everything.
You guys are so confusing.
Yeah, that's the answer to cloning.
I'm not gonna lie.
Technically, that's thematically relevant. Like Edo Tensei is basically recap in a weird way.
Yeah, the Shinobi history repeating the cycle of hatred. It's a recap. We just didn't see it yet. Okay, yeah, we need to fucking go to bed, dude. It's 6:54 a.m.
Bro, I know. Mrs. Firling, go away. We need to finish. Please, please go away. Please, we need to finish. Bye, Mrs. Firling. Okay, so Kamui, the point of saying Kushina, I'm just going to finish reading these out loud. The point of saying Kushina didn't have Nine Tails genetics is because genetics passed down from the two parents. Kurama didn't contribute anything. If he isn't one of the two, he can't be a third. That's not how genetics work. Mr. Genetic Scientist God Kamui over here.
Yeah, so I've already explained that.
I know. I really just wanted that last part. The Mr. Genetic Scientist God Kamui over here.
I'd love to see bold Naruto, man. That'd be amazing. Just end the stream. Your guys are not normal. End the stream. You have
the easiest way. He can't undo my personal mute. Privileges. Yes. Okay. So the next is Boruto has whiskers and base. Where's Boruto's nine tails? Even outside of his soul, if you think there can only be one, despite there being multiple, like Minato/Naruto in the war, he should have his chakra, right? Do you think so?
So two things. I feel like we've already addressed all of Oodie. I'm not gonna lie. This isn't new. You haven't been saving this. We've already discussed all of this since the first time. You do realize that, right? Before I answer.
Yeah, but not the second part here, no.
Okay. Again, Boruto could. He could just have less. It could be a thing to where Momoshiki's overwrote pretty much all of the Kurama that mattered. There's a lot of things it could be.
They're not going to explain away that.
No, they're not.
But you agree that there are going to be multiple souls of Kurama?
I never said I'm expecting a wonderful explanation.
Okay, well, I agree. I'm not expecting one either. But you agree there's multiple souls of Kurama, or there can be, or there probably still should be?
Well, no. I don't know if there should still be, because again, I've also explained this, that there can be multiple souls if it's, not even really multiple souls, but like the point is, he can be multiple places. But the point is, his soul was split. His soul would need to have been split. Kurama's soul wasn't in Choji, in Shikamaru and all them, when he just had his chakra. His soul wasn't split.
It was inside Minato and Naruto, which is the point I'm pointing out.
Because he split it with the Reaper Death Seal.
Yeah. Yes.
In this case, there's no indication that his soul was inherently split. First of all, we don't even know. For all we know, it was split, and Kurama's always been inside Himawari. But if it wasn't always inside Himawari, then it could just be that it wasn't split. It's not like Naruto used the Reaper Death Seal when they gave birth to Himawari.
That's not the argument I was making. So the argument I'm making is that at the end of the war, when Naruto gets both halves of the Nine Tails, I don't think he has one full Nine Tails. I think he still has both halves of the Nine Tails that are conjoined together.
So
they're not unsplit.
Yeah, so theoretically, is that possible? Sure. There is zero indication of that. All we have is...
Oh, I think it's way more likely than otherwise. I think you'd have to prove the other case, whereas I don't have to prove mine.
I don't think so.
Because it required... Well, because it required a jutsu such as, was it the Reaper Death Seal, to split the soul, and then Kurama would need to have some way to fuse the soul back together. Not to just conjoin himself, but to unsplit the soul.
So the problem with this, though,
there
is
needs
that...
to be indication of that to exist.
Like, when the you're gonna say it's because they were absorbed in the Ghetto statue, but like when all the 9-tailed beasts are combined, we just get the 10 tails. Like it can be.
That's not necessarily true because like we have the 10 tails, but that doesn't unsplit the 9 tails within it because creation of all things wasn't used on the 10 tails. The 9-tailed beasts were still in there by themselves individually.
That's where it's just fucking weird. But the moral of the story is, I think either could be true, but there's no indication of there being two. And so, I mean, like, it's up in the air. Like, it's more so depicted as though there's just one now. But you can argue that doesn't make sense.
That means there's indication of there being one either.
We only see one.
I think he just split into two whenever he wants. Well, that doesn't indicate that there's only one. I think the best answer is it's like yin and yang, to where yin and yang, the circle, is made of both halves, yin and yang. Those are two individual halves, which is how it's shown in the war arc.
But even when Minato and Naruto. But with yin and yang, you can see the black and the white. With the war arc, you can see the dark and the light Kurama. In this case, we just see one shade of Kurama. We don't see a darker half and a lighter half. Like, it's just, you see the one thing.
So, again, he can absorb or reintegrate the soul into himself, so there's only one body in that case, but he can at any point spit it back out. In the same way, Obito spit out the God Tree.
But, okay, and that's fine. In that case, he can theoretically, on command, split in half, spit it back out, do a Mu, whatever the word is, the thing that Mu does, fission, whatever. My point, though, is that he didn't necessarily do that with Himawari birth shenanigans. You know, maybe it's revealed that he secretly did that to make sure he would be inside Himawari. But he didn't inherently do that. We don't know. Like I said, but if that's the case, then he was just always there. So the question is, are we assuming he was always there for this hypothetical? Or are we assuming he appeared after the fact?
Because that wasn't the argument that I was making here. No, I'm not saying it had anything to do with the birth. I don't think that happened. I think that Naruto, when he used Baryon mode, still had both souls or both halves of the soul within him, and then whenever that soul extinguished or whatever, one went into Himawari. We don't know where the other one went. It might have also gone into Himawari. Himawari could have both halves of the soul. But the point is that there still should be two halves of the soul, rather than one whole soul, as far as we're aware.
So, theoretically, just operating with that, what's the point of the whole two souls thing in that case? Because in that case, that's just kind of irrelevant. He would just, your hypothetical is he just went to Himawari then. Like, the two souls doesn't matter.
Well, it's not an argument, it's just something to point out in general.
Okay, but it almost feels like...
Okay.
It almost feels like you use the two souls thing to discredit the situation and when the two souls would have mattered, ironically. Like,
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Your point of the two
that was
souls
the yang
thing,
half of your soul coming out.
Well, it just feels like your point of bringing up the two souls would lead credence to the idea of, oh, maybe Kurama was always in Himawari because, he can have two souls thing. But then you just mentioned going to Himawari.
That was never the point. You just misinterpreted that one from the beginning, and I just never interrupted you. I think there was at least an indication, whether or not you choose to believe it to be the case. In Naruto the Last, when Naruto spit out like half the Nine Tails or whatever, but he still had half the Nine Tails within himself, and then that half the Nine Tails went to go fight the Golem and then draw on the moon. It seemed like Naruto wasn't controlling that. Did it say he had half? It doesn't matter now. The point is that he did it. Like, you could say Naruto did it, or that it was just the Kurama controlling it somehow.
No, but it seemed like, ironically, it seemed like Naruto didn't have Kurama's soul inside his body when he did that. He only had some of his chakra, while the soul was outside the body.
either that was the chakra, or you agree with me that Naruto is an exception and that he can have a tailed beast extracted.
Well, no, he still had the chakra. In that case, he still had some of its chakra. Because, for example, that's how Beast survived Madara extracting the Eight Tails. He kept, essentially, some of his chakra via an Eight Tails tentacle, while the actual Eight Tails soul went inside the Geto statue. So Naruto,
why
in this
do you
case,
think
would be doing something similar.
Kills a Jinchuriki?
Huh?
Why do you think tailed beast extraction kills a Jinchuriki?
It doesn't really matter why. The point is, we've seen from the Killer Bee on more than one occasion, and the way Kurama explains saving Naruto, that if you just keep some of the chakra, you don't die. Or if you put it back, some of it back in them, you don't die. Because
no, it matters. So why do you think it happens?
The point is, you're going to say it's the shock of losing all that chakra. But if that's the case, two things. Two things. One, putting the chakra back in Naruto wouldn't undo the shock that's supposed to have killed you. Second, if your body dies of shock from losing chakra, being an Uzumaki with powerful life force doesn't make sense to just keep you alive for a little while and then die. That's not how dying of shock works. You don't die of shock just to survive for another 2 hours before you die. Like, that's after the shock. Like, it's not how dying of shock works. You just die of shock. You don't. So,
Uzumaki
like, Kushina
are tenacious.
But that doesn't make sense. It could just be a thing where it just doesn't make sense, but that doesn't make any sense in that case.
The first point does make sense. It doesn't. It's not that it undoes the shock. It's the same as blood loss. You can have a blood transfusion. You were going to die, but you didn't because you had blood put back into you.
But that doesn't work. But it's not. That's different from dying of shock. Then you died of blood loss, not of shock. So which is it?
Okay, then in this case, you died of chakra loss.
But that's not shock. Then dying of shock.
But in the blood loss case, you don't die once you hit absolute zero blood, and in the Jinchuriki case, you don't die when you hit absolute zero chakra, because you still have your own chakra.
Yeah. Well, it depends on whether you want to.
As far as we're aware, it only
extracted. It gets extracted with it. If you want to argue that's the real reason, it's never actually explained why in the story.
It's not, so it's possible, but it's not how it's shown. It's not how it's explained.
It's not explained. It's just they said that you just die. It's just all. That's all they give you. Because I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it makes sense because in that case, well, why does Kushina have the chakra in the first place if she got Kurama extracted? So it can't be because of you lose your chakra. Otherwise, Kushina just makes beyond no sense. But
so I think the blood loss thing works.
But that wouldn't be dying of shock. Is all I'm saying.
It dies of whatever you die of from blood loss. Because they don't write death from blood loss on the death report. It's the internal organ shutting down if you want to go that route.
Okay, well, the blood loss one, okay, but then in this case, as long as you keep enough of your blood, you don't die of blood loss, right? If you just don't lose too much blood. So keeping enough of that chakra inside of you, if that keeps you from dying of, it's basically like you didn't die of blood loss. So Killer Beast keeping a tentacle clone basically means he had just enough blood to stay alive. In the case of Naruto last with Toneri, if Naruto just has just enough chakra to stay alive and beat up Toneri, he's fine. Or if you put
the Toneri instance is probably the biggest argument against my case, because don't they say Naruto lost like next to all of his chakra? Like he was drained down to nearly absolute zero chakra when Toneri did the thing and like knocked Naruto out for a couple days.
I don't remember the wording.
Well, he could just be an exception by that point, but I don't know.
It just depends on. I don't know.
Anyways, freaking moving on. Blitzing through this at the slowest speed ever. So that's that. So if Naruto's genetic chakra information or whatever from Kurama passed down, and since Boruto does have whiskers, why doesn't Boruto have Nine-Tails chakra at least? You already answered that, I guess, technically. That's what Kurama gave him. So we know Boruto can't heal extra fast and base because he can with Karma. We already talked about that. So I don't think Momoshiki could override that. I know you disagree, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, half the Karma Seal doesn't make sense, so, I mean, that's not anything new.
Because Boruto, first of all, Boruto doesn't lose the whiskers. And, like, he's genetically being changed. His blonde hair doesn't change into white hair, etc., etc. His skin doesn't turn more pale.
And that's where I think, like, you know, I can come up with an explanation, like I've done it before. I don't think it's the best artistic. The problem is they didn't want to draw Boruto looking Otsutsuki-like, but, like, it's also not the best artistic depiction of what you're trying to explain. You know, I think it would just almost just make more sense if Boruto is just walking around looking more Otsutsuki-like. You know, you can keep the Boruto design without changing it too much. For example, give him white hair. Have that horn become permanent. You know, and so on. Just give him more Otsutsuki-like features, and it doesn't need to be like for example, Boroshiki's appearance. You know, that might not tactically look like 80% Momoshiki, but the point is, like, you're making him look more Otsutsuki-like. You know, just do that. Like, really hammer it home that they're Otsutsuki by making him look Otsutsuki. Imagine if, when Amato's telling Kawaki, yeah, you're still Ishiki's vessel. Imagine if Kawaki just looks like Ishiki's vessel. You know, that really hammers it home. Like,
yeah. Really, it's the thing of to where it's like downloading a file on a computer to where if you're like 60% downloaded a game, that doesn't mean you can play 60% of the game. You have to wait for it to download 100% before you can even launch the game at all. With the Karma Seal, it waits. It basically prepares the body without actually altering it until it hits 100%. Then it alters it all at once in a weird way.
Yeah, it's weird the way they explain it. Like, I feel like the problem is they want to set up the plot line about the Otsutsuki data being permanent.
Yeah.
But now this is, I was gonna say, hold on, how I want to bring this up. So similar to like Kurama with the whisker stuff, like I think that the Karma Seal's chakra functions similarly. Like, you know, Naruto uses more Kurama's chakra. He starts to grow whiskers, the claws, the fangs, and so on. You know, as the Karma Seal releases Ishiki's chakra, Kawaki sprouts Ishiki's horn. Like, I think there's a relation there, pretty clear. So I don't know where I'm going with this.
But then he undoes it after and goes back to normal.
Yeah, cause it gets resealed away.
Be able to.
It gets resealed.
It'd be cool if it just. How cool would that be?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, as he gets overridden, if he just kept his horn, like, that really cements.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I was saying by, like, he doesn't need to look like Ishiki. It could just be like the horn, for example, just the telltale thing. But, like, if that just stayed, it just really better cements the fact that they're Otsutsuki. But
not only does it visually work better, but from a storytelling perspective, it's just way, way better in terms of the ticking clock as a constant reminder. And this goes back to what I was talking about menacing earlier. You can say, oh, well, Boruto with the horn is just standing there. But the fact that he has the horn at all, that's foreshadowing ominous, sinister, demented demianness.
Yeah, the problem is with Boruto, it's a good Momoshiki versus Boruto indication, but they already do that with the Byakugan that Boruto never uses, so I mean, you still have that. And
and then the eye closing.
It's not about what it looks like. It's about what it can do.
Yeah. But
what it can
be. I agree though. I mean, I'm the first one who said it. I think the horn thing just would make more sense with the storytelling if they just always had the horns. Maybe give them white hair too. It doesn't need to be more than that. That's plenty.
Really quick on that, do you think, like, hypothetically, instead of like 83%, if Boruto was at like 99.99999% extracted, I don't care how far many nines you want to do, and then like just they have peace for the next 10 years, 20 years, and then Boruto has a child, do you think that child, based on Boruto's chromosome specifically, would be like 99.99% of Momoshiki's genetics? Would it come out with like white hair and like pale skin, or would it possibly be Boruto? Like normal?
I mean, it should be like Momoshiki based off what they're saying. Like if it's not, then
it's so weird.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
because it feels like it's affecting his genotype but not his phenotype, or like I was saying, the template of the Punnett square, but not the Punnett square itself.
The way I like to think of it is like Boruto has the genes, but they're not being expressed yet until all of them are overwritten. But at 99.9%, he still has the genes. Even if they weren't being expressed in Boruto's case, he would pass those genes on to his kids. And then the question is, would those kids express the Momoshiki genes? At the moment, I don't see why they wouldn't. There's nothing, unless there's just something I don't know. Like they should just express. But if they don't express, then I guess what are those genes in that case? He would just look like the mom then, the kid, because the genes are useless.
But in that, exactly.
So,
like, how do you just not express any genes from your father? Like, is that even possible? You just only look like your mom.
I mean, you could. I'm sure there's a case where you can look pretty much almost like your mom, but I doubt there's a case where it was literally identical. But
yeah, because like that might be more of like a defect. Because it might be like you look half like your mom and half like just a blob of nothingness or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. It might just turn out weird.
So like because if it passes on the genes and they're just I don't know, but then it's also but then it also doesn't make sense because in this case, well then what is Boruto? Because if Boruto's just genes are just turned off basically because they're not expressing Momoshikis, then Boruto would just turn into a blob. Like half of his cells would just stop functioning. His heart would stop working. His eyes would stop working. All this shit like doesn't make sense. Like,
nah, bro. He has the template, but the inside is blank. That's my explanation. It works. It's all fine.
I think it would have made more sense though if it was just a matter of like Momoshiki, all of him is just slowly releasing from extracting from the seal, and once the seal is open, it's like Kurama's gate being opened. Now Momoshiki can just come out and take over, like resurrect. They just as simple as that. None of this overwriting the DNA bullshit. Just have it extract from the seal and stop there. That just works better. The problem is, well, then Boruto and Kawaki aren't Otsutsuki. Just have them become Otsutsuki when they use karma. Just have it be a chakra thing. When they use the karma seal, they are effectively Otsutsuki.
What do you think about that, Immortal?
Immortal's here at this hour.
Yeah, I know you guys were still streaming. I wanted to get on last night, but I got so tired.
I saw you starting to type something, but you never posted it. I was so eagerly awaiting for hours.
Oh yeah, my bad. I had this thing where I was asleep. I accidentally my fingers I accidentally pressed off without realizing it.
You were sleep texting? That's impressive.
In a way, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is part of his job, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but Immortal, Himawari's genetics. We're talking that again. Thoughts?
Ooh. Okay, genetics. So are we talking about the fact that she
doesn't make sense? All that.
It's weird. Shouldn't she also have Otsutsuki genetics as well? Like 6 paths chakra in a sense.
Six paths chakra. Certainly not gonna like the sound of that.
I mean, it's just Naruto
Well, we see they
is-
don't have 6 chakra, so no, that doesn't pass on. No, their parent chakra does not pass on.
That's strange. But the Nine Tails, I'm not gonna lie. When it was revealed in chapter 9 that she had Kurama, I had mixed feelings with that. I don't know. I thought it was gonna be like some other tail beast because like from chapter 8 they kept saying tail beast chakra. They're following tail beast chakra, and then chapter 9 boils it down to Nine Tails chakra, and I was like, okay, it's in Himawari. And then the Nine Tails is pretty small. I think she should have like a tiny sliver bit of Nine Tails chakra, maybe not so small where it isn't visible, but it's like small enough for them to follow it. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably what that is, like a small tiny bit of Nine Tails chakra in Himawari.
We should be getting spoilers soon. I'm assuming those are going to have the explanations.
We have a sneak peek. I really wanted to tell you we have a sneak peek of chapter 10.
Perfect.
Wait, so now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it juicy? Is it what we need to answer this all?
Should I go ahead and spoil the sneak peek?
It's not about this from what I'm seeing. It's something else.
No.
But it's definitely I think we'll all be happy about it.
Okay.
Okay.
So what you're saying, it isn't Himawari blowing Jura away with a tail beast bomb?
No, but I will say one of our memes will have to end. Is the most important to say.
Well, it's definitely not the recap one. That's not ending anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, that goes without saying.
Good. Well, interesting. Okay, that's all we'll say on that, I guess. So, Immortal, the current question is, in 10 years from now, basically, if Boruto has a baby, will it be like Boruto or be like Momoshiki in terms of, like, looks?
I would assume that because of the fact that they're linked together in consciousness, that if he ended up having a baby with Sarada, will it look like an Otsutsuki, or will it just look like a human being?
It doesn't matter with who he has it with. I don't know why you default to Sarada, but sure, if that floats your boat, go for it.
I mean, that's
Whatever
pretty much what the.
canon.
I mean, I went to Sarada because there's fanfic, there's shipping Sarada with Boruto. I mean, it could be Sumire.
And how do you know that, Immortal?
Because I pay attention. Okay.
A little bit too much attention, I think.
I'm not look. Pre-time skip was a little bit weird, but post-time skip is not as weird.
Don't say that around Mello.
I'm not. Never around.
Yeah, only talk about Kaguya banging her son Hamura around Mello, because that's the one that's okay for him to talk about.
And if you say it's not okay, you'll be instantly banned.
Wow, that's crazy.
So definitely don't say it's not okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to make a video on these spoilers, because the problem is, if I was going to do it, I should do it right now. But the problem with that is, it's 7:23 a.m. and I haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh man,
do you have work tomorrow? How long would a spoiler video take?
I'm gonna wake up at 4 or 5 p.m. to work out. So I mean, I guess I can do it late, or I can just wait for the regular spoilers. Bro, I don't really know if I can make a whole video on it. I can say, yay, this is happening. That's cool. I don't know what else I'm going to say about it. It's not the same. Ironically, I made a 10-minute video about Jura reading a book. But, I don't know. That would I felt like I had more to say.
Well, Kamui, I have something you could experiment with. You could try turning these chapter 10 spoilers initial thing into a YouTube short. So I would record the audio, then send it to Rain to edit into a short. And then tomorrow you could upload it.
Well, I could just edit a YouTube short, honestly.
Might work. You could try it. If it doesn't work out, you could unlist it.
I could try it, I guess. My only YouTube short right now is the Gara can't count to 6 thing.
I know. I watched that like 2 weeks ago or something again. It's hilarious.
It's
still.
I love it. I know it's one of my favorites. I love like it was just really, it's just a great video. I don't know what else to say. It's just really funny with the music in the background and like the anime clips of Gaara. My father tried to kill me more times than I could count. More times than I could count. Just the episode, so it was beautiful.
Oh god. Okay, let's finish the stupid Himawari thing. There's one paragraph left. There's only one, but the problem is it's a paragraph, so we'll see if we have to stop at any point. So it isn't that their genetics were altered. It's just a byproduct of being in the host of the Jinchuriki. Oh, we've already talked about this actually. So it isn't that they had or gained the chakra. It's that they were around it before they were born. Did we? Hang on. Let me just read ahead. Because inner gain of the chakra is still inside the host, but the body is on the host. Around the chakra. Because I feel like I would have deleted it otherwise if there wasn't anything new to add.
That's why we've referenced this whole being soaked in the chakra thing so much.
Yeah. Okay, what about this? So this applies to Naruto as well, and this isn't a point. This is like a genuine speculation question.
With the creation of all things part.
Okay, well, this part in particular. I don't know / think Boruto or Himawari's whiskers continued to grow after birth. It may have only grown because they were surrounded by the chakra, in essence, blah, blah, blah. So this goes with Naruto as well. Do you think like their whiskers grow? Do they have to like get a haircut on their whiskers every like couple months or years or whatever?
Well, I mean, you already know the answer to that because they're not.
You're right.
They're not whiskers. They're whisker marks.
I know.
Yes. So no, they don't need to get whisker haircuts. But that would be so much funnier that they should have written it that way.
You think they will in chapter 10? Or maybe future chapters to come?
Chapter 10, will Himawari get a whisker haircut? I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Oh, I don't know if we talked about this on the podcast yet, but this is a small detail. This is like the limit of where I'll give my good grace and say it was intentional. But this is like the max, the upper limit of what I'm willing to grant them in terms of my goodwill. Chapter 9 is when the Nine Tails is relevant. Chapter 10, I'm hoping, is where Jura, the 10 Tails, does something. Yeah, like Nine Tails came back in chapter 9 officially or whatever, even if it was technically revealed in chapter 8, but whatever. And chapter 9 was like the Nine Tails chapter. So chapter 10, there should be something with the Shinjuu, hopefully Jura, we'll see. Based on the spoilers, you already might know, but yeah. Something interesting.
I mean, something with one of the Shinjuu happens. I'll say that. Nothing more.
Oh, I think I know the meme. That's ending. It has to be Sarada in transit, but you don't have to tell me. But I'm assuming that's what it is. But so alright, that being said, is that a good end?
I thought Jure Tovin's message, when did y'all start going at Mellow so much? I thought y'all was cool. We're not going at Mellow. We're memeing Mellow. It's all a meme.
Big difference. I say that, but it doesn't sound like it. But no, it is actually a big difference. That's why I said that.
Yeah.
I like how he said start going at Mellow so much, as if we've changed the amount we've ever gone at Mellow.
I feel like that all started like whatever, like what,
before the podcast started,
like when we did the really long one. Like that's how it all started, probably.
No, I feel like we really have been doing it since before we conceived the Walkie Talkie podcast.
Yeah, like I just feel like it's just more relevant right now. It's been revamped.
Yeah,
but anyway,
Mellow is an up year right now. This is crazy. I love it. We should just tell people that from now.
Yeah, he's our opponent.
Millennium Kage woke up. Hey, welcome back, Millennium Kage. And we're ending.
Yeah. All right. Stop streaming. Starting now. This was walking, sort of. A lot of
and
talking. Yes, this was actually the walkie doxy stream. Immortal in particular. We just so you know, Immortal, we did
lots of doxing today. We doxed every single person, including you, of course.